Good morning. Welcome, all of you. We're doing everything, old boys. Today is Blood Surge, Blood Lance, potentially Blood Wave as well, and we'll try to mix this with the concept of summoning. The first thing we're going to do today is Blood Surge, and the reason is that one of our community members gave us Cruel's Embrace in double greater affixed. 4 to Blood Surge, core damage, and we're consuming corpses to cause mini novas. The thing is, if we're consuming corpses to do mini novas, that should technically go very well with Army of the Dead, which makes tons of corpses, the cooldown reduction that the Reapers are providing, and potentially the Golem as well. That would need me to drop Blood Mist, which feels a bit weird, and then run around without Blood Mist and have Surge heal us somehow. I'm not entirely sure. We'll start this slow and work our way towards something that could work. Cruel's has an interesting thing. That is, it consumes corpses. Right? Does Aspect of the Damned work with minions? No. I tried it out. It sadly doesn't. Damned gives you more shadow damage. Does not work with minions. Test it. Today, we're going for the blood builds. Let's begin actually with just getting all our skills refunded quickly. And then we're going to start here. We're going to do Blood Surge into Paranormal Blood Surge for the Overpower on the 5 stacks. Technically, you could do Supernatural Blood Surge. The problem with Supernatural Blood Surge is it's only a 30x multiplier for every Blood Surge, while every Paranormal Blood Surge makes every 5th one Overpower, and that's just more damage. We'd have to make it more costly, so that's 30 cost per. I'm not sure if we actually do need Hood Flesh, but we're going to try it out. We won't play Corpse Explosion. We still consume corpses. We'll do Warriors, Spiked Armor. We'll do Resistance. We'll do Curse, probably. Even though I don't think Curse actually works very well with this. We do Corpse Tendrils. My biggest concern is if I even do want to play Rathmas Vigor. After being healthy for 12 seconds, your next blood skill overpowers. This timer is reduced by 2 seconds each time blood orbs heal or overheal you for 7,959 life. And the thing is, we're not really eating blood orbs. And the interesting part is you could actually play Shadowblind. Right? What about playing Infinimist together with the Cruel's Embrace? You do actually need to consume the corpses with Blood Surge. So Infinimist with Cruel's Embrace doesn't actually work. Now, we have not put a single point in here, and that's a bit annoying because you need some points in there. So we need to weasel points out somewhere. That's going to be, that's actually crucial. Like, I need to take the Spiked Armor points out, because else I won't be getting my blood skills to deal more damage and my blood skills to overpower. So that's kind of like mandatory. And we need Necrotic Carapace. Boy, that's harsh. If you do want to play all 3 types of minions, including the Golem. We might have to dish the Golem. I don't see how we could use the Golem as well at this point. Might have to ditch him, so that I could essentially just play more Thangs. So focus on mages and warriors alone and say goodbye to the Golem. It's gonna be interesting. So we're gonna play Cruel's Embrace. That means the gloves are gone, no chance, no strike, but we get 4 to Blood Surge already. That's actually crazy, right? I mean, 4 ranks to Blood Surge is quite intense, bringing that up. I mean, every rank in Blood Surge bonus, it's like when you actually look at it, Blood Surge is at a 98% multiplier, and 4%, 4 skills more bring you up to a 126% multiplier. Interestingly enough, if we do play this build with Blood Surge, we could consider playing... You could consider playing Harlequin Crest. I mean, you don't need Harlequin Crest, but I could consider playing it. Just to have more ranks in Blood Surge. once in a while actually making that a good item. I mean, not mandatory, but a good item. I'm not sure about it because it would lose me the Skeletal Warrior Mastery, which would make us weaker. So gotta think about it. Because Skeletal Warrior Mastery also boosts their life. Something to think about. But it would just boost that up quite a lot. Right? Oh, yes, the FPS was struggling on stream. That's true. And the reason is there's no reason for it. Let me fix this. Usually, like, just have to start, activate, deactivate, and we are back to normal. Thank you very much for telling me. We got this rolling again. Sometimes a bit weird. So that would be Crew's Embrace. But if we do this, we could get Blood Mist back in. Because if we drop the Golem, that's the thing, we would either get 10% more life or 30% more crit. I think I would go for the 30% more crit. And technically, you would like to drop the mages for the overpower damage, but if we have the shadow mages, we would also get this. We don't need cold mages. What we do need... Man, there's one skill we do need, and that would be blood. I think I'm going to keep both rings. Just like this. I'm like, I don't care if the build is a bit inefficient right now due to having like not the best temper rings. So I will find a weapon I temper, but I won't temper the rings at this point because I don't have like all the rings. Whenever a blood skill overpowers, 50% bonus attack speed. That's nice because like this, we could already achieve very easy. That's 32.9 plus 10 and then plus 50% brings us essentially up almost at the 100%. Just have to probably temper these rings further and we would be at the 100%. But we don't have that, so we'll stay there. That's 41,000 life. We need, yeah, we need another skill. That's actually interesting. If I wouldn't play the Golem, I would have the point for, I could play a basic skill, but that seems kind of useless because I will not use a basic skill. I could get Blood Mist back in. You know, we'll just get Blood Mist back in. So that's Overpower. What we need is essence per second gear. So everything that has essence per. So we have a chest with 5 essence per second. That could be played. And we need essence per second to essentially make a build that is unable to run out of essence. It's really cute. What you could do is you could run the aspect of Torment on your gear. Critical strikes and bone skills increase your essence generation by 155%. And then you could technically think about playing Bone Storm. And that would give us so much essence generation that we could never run out. That's possibility number 1. Possibility number 2 would be playing Frost Mages. That would restore our essence. Right? Managed to stabilize my build and push to 75 pit under 5 minutes. See, that's what I would like to see, Jan. 75 pit under 5 minutes, that's exactly a good farm. I'm thinking about making a Golem Necro that's unkillable. So I've been thinking about this for a while for people that just want to farm to make like an unkillable version. Big Daddy, good to see you there. Pleasure to have you all with us. Steven Pierce, any good? Sadly not. The 4-second cooldown hulking isn't worth it. I mean, if you have it on 4 seconds again, there's no reason to play hulking. That's true. So then you're good to go. Need to summon the mages as well. Need to see how much they would provide us. See, like they're doing essence, right? See, like right now I could still run out of essence because the essence production wouldn't be enough. It's almost enough, but not just like right. The problem is that my Blood Surge costs 33 essence, right? And you're just not getting enough essence restored yet. for me to spam. But in order for this build to be truly good, we really need to get to the point where I have infinite. I just sold a +3 Golem Mastery for 400 million. You should ask the person where he got the money from, because he probably bought it from money sellers. I can't see him like farming that. I'm waiting on the 5.0. I mean, the 5.0 won't be happening in a while. 4.0 is going to stay that way. And I'm still playing Necro 2.0. Should I upgrade and change all my stuff? You're not changing all your stuff, M Travel. The Necro 4.0 is essentially just an improvement of 2.0 and 3.0. I mean, end of the day, like, the first version is still good. I'm just continuously thriving to improve what we're playing here. Why settle if we could make the existing builds better, right? I mean, I just want to get you the best experience humanly possible. So I constantly thrive to improve the builds and get you just some slight better things to play with. Would be sad if I would just say this is it, right? Question is, do you actually keep Hellbound Commander, or would we go for the Tides of Blood? Because I got an amulet, not Tides of Blood, Coalescence Blood. I got an amulet that has 3 ranks in Coalescence Blood. What is Coalescence Blood? This is actually a really crazy skill. It is this one. It's this one. While you're healthy, your blood skills deal bonus damage. Tides of Blood would be better. Coalescence would be already interesting. So if I actually take this one over the Hellbend amulet, you know what? The attack speed should land on that one. Where's Rothmus? The attack speed lands on this one. And we have attack speed here. Army of the Dead there. And we could play the Bloodbath aspect. Well, the question is rather, do we gem this with a 200 weapon or not? Okay, we get essence per second on 5, and we get essence per second on 5. So that is 10 essence per second already with this gear, right? This is not bad. The problem is 10 essence per second plus your skeleton hitting per second is not enough yet. We need resource cost reduction probably. Right? You're having a hard time balancing power of alive. That's probably because you think attack power means something. So this stat here, attack power, means nothing. This is completely unnecessary. Your life needs to be at least 30,000. Optimal would be 35 to maybe 40,000. Okay, so our attack speed is insane, but we're still not at the essence production. So right now we need to work on the essence to be even better. Because you notice, like, I'm only going to be happy if this is, like, fully filled up. So we're currently sitting at 15 essence per second. I mean, the resource generation here of Harlequin Crest helps. But it's not enough. Like, we need to be infinite. Put Starless Sky Unique, work for that. I don't have Starless Sky Unique. Mini Nova is a fixed, like, the Mini Nova does not get higher by weapon, yes, but your actual Blood Surge gets increased by weapon. The thing is, if you take a one-handed weapon, so, like, currently we have a two-handed weapon and we increase the attack speed by 60%. Having a two-handed weapon with the attack speed of 60% increase is not as efficient as having a one-handed weapon with the attack speed increase, because then you just have more attacks. Especially if I take an offhand, I could go for resource cost reduction, and that is written wrong. It's resource. Resource cost. So I could take a offhand like this, which has 8 resource cost reduction happening. I mean, I have a resource cost reduction and critical strike chance amulet. This one might actually be better than what I have here with the Quill Assist Blood. So if we just go for like 10% resource cost reduction, that brings us from 33 to 27. That's huge. I do have a two-handed weapon with resource cost reduction, which is huge as well. I mean, look at this, 21 resource cost reduction. That's like insane. I mean, this one too like has 21. So let's say I would take this one. Make another Royal Ruby. Another Flawless Ruby. That would be... Now we're down to 21 essence per. And if I masterwork, this is obviously goes crazy. I mean, I said I'm not going to temper and I'm not going to masterwork anything, but we'll look at this. So what can we temper? Okay, blood-wise, we could do Hemorrhage, Blood Surge, Nova Size, Blood Lance duration. None of this is actually worth it. This is crazy that none of this is worth it. You know what? Skeleton Mages casting twice would be insane. Because if Skeleton Mages cast twice, I get more essence. Yeah. Could you give me Skeleton Mage cast twice, please? Okay, let's temper blood first before I start crying. I need blood overpower damage. I need blood overpower damage. Thank you very much. And now I need chance for Skeleton Mages to cast twice. Because if now Skeleton Mages can cast twice, let's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get that upgraded. So resource cost reduction 26%. Oh, okay. How do you get all your gold? I live in whispers, sir. When I slaved away on mobile phone internet to literally like every waking moment to just farm gold. And I traded a good item. So generally speaking, trading helps a lot. I hate that I have to trade. But essentially, if I find one Helltide Commander amulet right now, I can sell that for 100 to 200 million partially. So selling is kind of like, yeah. But honestly, if you look at my gear, it's found. I have not I've not traded much to get gear. I've only traded to get money. Okay. So right now we are infinite. Right? But I feel like a two-handed weapon wouldn't be it. I mean, we just masterworked and tempered the two-handed weapon. But if you're looking at our max damage currently, our max damage is only... Need more fortify. Our max damage would only be... 1 million. That is without any overpower on the paragon board. So this is 1 million without any overpower paragon board stuff. Honestly, 1 million is not bad. I mean, 1 million is not bad. It's actually okay. Yeah. Now we do need to change the paragon boards to essentially get us more overpower damage, because our overpower damage is only sitting at 500%, and that's like where already 180% is coming here, right? Blood overpower damage. So I'm not even sure if that counts in. Okay, blood over, no, that's 323, and I get another 184. Huh? How do you increase overpower damage, but not by the value you increase overpower damage? Confusion? You traded Diablo 4? Yes. Isn't it the rubies? Oh, you're right. It's the rubies. They're actually doing like the 80. You're correct. So blood overpower damage is actually not even listed in this list. The damage with blood, damage with core, physical, damage with fortified. So blood overpower damage is literally not listed here. Great. Great. That's super not annoying. Why would it be? Well done, Blizzard. Do I not have an attack speed ring? With Overpower. I thought I had one with Overpower on it too. Well, we didn't actually re-put the. We haven't re-put the attack speed yet, chat. We don't even know if we're infinite. Oops, I made a mistake. Chat, we forget to re-put the attack speed. Because that was actually the slow attacking one. Isn't there a site I can trade stuff? Yes, D4 trade. So there is Diablo trade, and it's the official Sanctuary trade channel. It's called Diablo.trade. If you want to trade, this is probably the best thing to go for. So you can like go here for items. You can create a filter. You can search for stuff, item types, equipment, unique, like not unique item, equipment type. For example, a chest. You want to have here a chest armor. There you go. And then you would obviously look for chests that have Golem Mastery. You can also go for filter only Necromancer, so class restrictions only Necros. And then you see all the chests that essentially have Golem Mastery. And Golem Mastery chest +3 is here currently for 500 million. And guess what? There are people buying that. So making money is, yeah. Okay, let's see if with the attack speed we're back in business. We are still back in business. Okay. Look at the attack speed, chat. We can barely keep up with this. We're not infinite yet. Not infinite. We're having issues. We can't keep up with the demand. You can use your Uber Unique on other characters. The Uber Unique can be used on all your characters. Let's upgrade the amulet as well. To Masterwork. Offensive Masterwork would be Blood Finesse for more Overpower. Blood Overpower damage, thank you. Should we go for Resource maybe, and then Resource Cost Reduction as well? Yeah, Resource Generation or Resource Cost Reduction. Yeah, here, resource cost reduction, double. Let me temper this item. Okay, that should be enough. I mean, that's another, like, I'm down to 17 on my thing. If that's not enough, I'm gonna eat my foot. Okay. When mages double cast, you get 6 essence instead of 3. Yep. Okay, now we get this fixed, chat. Look at the attack speed. And this is with a two-handed weapon. If this was a one-handed weapon, I could even attack faster. Okay, but we're still not. Chat, this is still not. We're actually running out. Oh, no, 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 not acceptable. We need a ring. We need a ring. We can't have that. This is not good. That's not good. I mean, we get 75% attack speed there. So 75% attack speed there, plus 116%. I can exchange a ring. We should be able to exchange a ring attack speed. I have an attack speed ring. Yeah, this is attack speed and overpower. If I could get in a ring with attack speed and overpower, it was essence on kill and attack speed, maximum life. That's actually not a bad ring. Like, it could work. You know what? I'll take this. Okay, the attack speed ring. And you know what? We're going to have this have resource and then resource generation or reduction. One of the two. Yeah, I don't care. Perfect. And then blood finesse for more blood damage. Sure. With that ring, that attack speed brings us now to 25 plus 10 is 30 plus 75 is more than enough. Then we would trade some Ingelis for Opticide just to give it a 4 times. I mean, I actually told myself I wouldn't do this today. Oh, bye, Diablo. I will refund. I want a refund. Blizzard, Blizzard was sensing a disturbance in the force. Chat. They were sensing a disturbance in the force, and they decided we can't be having this. We need to shut this down right now. Don't let him cook. Don't let him cook, Chad. Just saying. What's up? Well, the game just kicked us out because we're going off the charts. Are Blood Necro present? Well, then how's it going for you? How's your successes? Are you having fun? Is it doing good? Are you slaying demons? Are you clapping cheeks? Are you the nightmare of Lilith and the gang? What is it? Okay, we got four in. Now we get the resource generation, blood damage, everything. So if that's not enough now, I'm gonna be highly disappointed. I just lost some life due to these items. That makes me actually a bit sad, because we're down to 27,000 life since I had to throw some things out. Like I'm missing the max life on the amulet. I missed max life here. So this is a little bit bad. Some things lost. Okay, now we have it. Perfection. I don't think I can run out. Can I still run out? Jesus, don't tell me I can still run out. No, I think we did it. Absolutely impossible to run out. Okay, so that's good. That's good. We got it. What I do need is I didn't put a skill here into the blood yet, but I still need to put a skill there. Fuck. So I don't have the points to do this. I have the points to get everything in the way I need to get everything in. It's harsh. This is still your Necro Golem build. No, this is currently the blood builds. Today's experimentation day, which means we're trying to make working blood builds. And it's going to be a fun field trip to see how well that works out. Okay, what are our resistances saying? Our resistances are bad. So right now we need maximum life though, so we actually take the resistance. Then we have, luckily the Dominate glyph leveled up, so that's a good thing. Begin with a good old amplify here. Get that boosted up. Then we're going to go into the cult leader board first because we still have to play cult leader. That one hasn't changed. If we're already running the minion, it seems like a waste to not pump the damage of the minions up with cult leader, right? Like you're already having them, so why would you not try to get their damage up? And technically you want this because we're going for the mages, so that's Death Razor. Then we would go into the Bloodbath board. The Bloodbath board is able to provide us with Overpower, and grids. That's live. And you would go through the bone graft board. So you could check exploit. No, that one we don't need. So that would be exploit. Good. And we would take the bonus life again. Which then brings us into Flesh Eater. Do you know Flesh Eater? It brings us into Sin of Death. Mm-hmm. Sin of Death can just be bypassed very easy. Sin of Death is 1, 2, 3. At this point, I know these boards by heart, right? I've done way too many of these. That's 47 done. Apparently, we want the crit. Now we could go out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and into the Flesh Eater board. That would be Corporal. So technically, something in this direction. That's 6 glyphs activated. Yeah. Are we sitting at 11,000 armor, 30,000 life? I mean, in order to get more life, we could take every single 2% note I left behind. Because that's 2% more life, 2% more life, 2% more life, and 2% more life. So we're suddenly at 34%, 33%. So that's now technically, what do we have? I mean, did we not put in a glyph? Am I dreaming? Oh yeah, we forgot to put in the essence glyph. Thank you. Okay. So we're making corpses here, as you can see. That is our source of overpower, which is actually kind of funny. That's 1 million overpowers, 2 million overpowers. Not really impressive on the damage department, if I'm honest with you. 2.5 million overpowers, kind of. Yeah, that's the nerf to overpower that you feel here, that we're doing so few damage only. When we have like, oh, our resistance to our ass at this point, that's okay. We only have 1,000 overpower percentage, and that would usually be 1,500. I mean, now let's look at it. I could obviously make my gloves. I could masterwork them to get more overpower percentage. I could get both gloves to have overpower instead of blood damage. So I think we're missing, like, considering like with the 2 gloves that they would get overpower, we could have more. But now let's put this to a test in a real world scenario. So we're gonna do a tier 100 dungeon first, just to see how that feels on the tankiness and everything standpoint. Glyphs going in your paragon board is gated by character level. Ooh. I mean, the more levels you have, the more paragon points you have, the more things you can put in. Yes. So yes. Just found your channel on YouTube. Habs, thank you for the 100 itty bitty titties. Sorry, I missed them. Appreciate it. What about the unique overpower necklace? The problem is that I don't have the aspect slots to play that. You know? So that's the main issue. Or why not that? And we're sitting here next to him, right, where we're doing like good overpower damages, but here it shows again the problem with a single targets. So I'm doing like all the damage. I'm holding down my overpower button, and yet kind of disappointment, right? I would probably think about playing Grasping Veins actually, because we don't have Grasping Veins in yet. The problem is that Grasping Veins doesn't like just work on our enemies, right? Which Reapers are we? No, we need the Corpse Reapers. What do we need the Corpse Reapers? We need the corpses. That's like a very important thing that we don't have running here. We need the corpses for Krua's Embrace to actually go crazy. Because that's part of our bonus damage. So it shows again that the single target damage just feels lacking. But you know, let's not be all doom and gloom here right now. That's merely version idea 1. I love the skill though. Blood Surge is just brilliant as a skill. I forget to put the Blood Surge double Nova on. I'm an idiot. Obviously, I'm lacking in damage. Did I have the double Nova on? I think I just put it off. Because we're missing the Bone Prison. Yep. Ah, no wonder. No wonder we're feeling like a bit clunky. We're missing the main damage dealer. So that would be... That would be Baith. So that is Blood Surge Nova Echoes. And then the two-handed weapon actually does have one too. And we could do something with core skills, but we're probably not going to do. That would be critical strikes, increase attack speed. Core skills overpower enemies. You spawn 3 volatile blood orbs and they do damage. It's actually really cute because we overpower a lot. This one is also funny. Consuming a corpse increases the damage of your next core skill by up to 50%. And the thing is that Crew's Embrace consumes corpses continuously. Okay. So this one would essentially say that consuming a corpse increases the damage of your next core skill by 20%. And we're continuously making corpses with the Reapers and with the Crew's Embrace. So technically, this should actually give us a lot of damage. Practically, we should probably play Grasping Veins, because Grasping Veins is also, if you look at Grasping Veins, right, it gives our critical strikes another 50% multiplier. I'm just not sure if the idea of the corpse consumption core skill is just not like, does it actually work a lot, right? Let's try this out just for the YOLOs, because I just want to really see how that works. Right? Because again, we're making corpses with Army of the Dead, right? It could be good to have the Golem back. I mean, if you think about it, if we now have the Golem back, and the Golem would also make corpses, because we'll play the Corpse Golem. Yeah, now we're talking about the damage. Yeah, that feels better. That feels better. And now I'm happy. That's a funny idea to use Cadaver's aspect with minions. I'm not sure if it works against bosses actually the way I imagined this to work. Let's pull everything together for a second. And I like that I can essentially just stand here and hold down the button, so that's cool. I guess my biggest problem is not any kind of barrier right now, because this is a tier 100 dungeon, and you notice we're fighting only one dude that has elemental effects, and we can't like out heal these elemental effects. So if we fight the wrong opponent that we have to stand close to, we just kill ourselves. Like, you notice what I'm saying? Like I couldn't just stand there like completely AFK and just blast away. And by the way, the damage is still sad against one target. Why do you have to be so sad against one target, Blood Surge? You know, why can you be so good against multiple opponents? And again, I'm not getting any barrier. I mean, the thought of producing barrier could be temerity. Right? So you could be making temerity barrier. Because every Blood Surge technically heals you. Not sure how well that will work. Funny story, like if I'm using my Blood Surge, right, I can actually never resummon the minions. Why? Because my Blood Surge essentially eats up all the corpses. Right? It's a funny thing about the Blood Surge. It literally eats up all the corpses. Yeah, we need some form of barrier, or we're just constantly getting damaged, so that wouldn't work. Right? That wouldn't work that way. So let's put on temerity. Would there be a Bone Spear build? There already is a Bone Spear build. The Bone Spear build is super fun. It's super efficient because it also has infinite resource. I mean, imagine like a Bone Spear that now has infinite resource and never runs out of resource, and you can just infinitely spam it away. It's quite frankly spoken brilliant. Okay, where's my temerity? I have multiple temerities, but sadly, like, this is my 80% one, my 60% one. I think I got a 68. Yeah, we need to put this one on. Jumps out. So now with the temerity on, every single blood surge would heal us. Your test video will be loaded up so I can watch later. Yes, Donuts. The VOD gets always released later as well. I mean, this is essentially the testing of, do the builds work? You know, does this have a hand and a foot? Can we make this into something reasonable? And then we usually release the one and done versions to you also when like everything has a hand and a foot to kind of like work. Okay, that barrier didn't barrier up fast enough. That barrier didn't up fast enough, and it just kind of really shows the weakness. I mean, despite like having obviously all this HP and armor and everything, we can die. By the way, we do miss 2 diamonds though to have our elemental resistance out. So that's another issue that we need to like just overcome in a second. 2 elemental resistance is out. Oh wow, yeah. Okay, so let's do that first before we do anything more. Whew. Did you ever release the Golem-less mini build? No, because we haven't perfected that one yet. It's not even like in a stage where I would like to release it. What are the minions doing in this build? Resource generation, because that's one of the things you need, resource generation. They're also providing some tanking. The problem is that you actually need to walk past them to have them do the do. So as they're providing some tanking, they're at the same time actually not providing some tanking because, well, yeah. You kind of have to like walk past them. It's a bit of a weird one with minions and blood, and down to the nature of the blood surge ability that you're essentially forced to play that way. Okay, where are we sitting at? Yeah, see, like we're resistanced out. I could probably yoink out these 2 points just to... No, those resistances are boosted. Get that resistance. Give me 1 more point. That resistance. Okay, so now we're resistanced out as well. Thank you very much. You have the blood orbs for extra healing. Yeah, the biggest problem is that blood surge doesn't pick up blood orbs, Rudy. And this is like this is a real bummer and a real stupid thing. So they buffed the final point, which says if you overheal with blood orbs, the cooldown gets reduced of the overpower. Well, what if blood surge is not prone to consuming blood orbs? Because in order to consume blood orbs with sir, did you just pull me in and instantly kill me with a one hit? Sir, is this on? So like in order to really make the most out of blood orbs, you need to automatically consume them. And there's only one build that automatically consumes blood orbs, and that is Blood Lance. And that's the thing. It might be that Blood Surge is just not good this season simply because of proximity alert. The problem is that when you're playing Blood Surge, you always need to play some kind of barrier, right? Because the nature of Blood Surge dictates, see, I need to go into these minions, and this is only a tier 100, correct? A tier 100 should be a cakewalk in the park cake. Like, you should be able to get through a tier 100 without taking any damage. Let's resummon the minions quickly. But due to the nature of the build of having, like, to go into your enemies, right? You're always, like, on that stupid foot with Necro. I mean, despite having like infinite resource essentially, which is great. So we get the infinite resource nailed down. Like right now here, these dudes, we can essentially not run into them, right? Because if we run into them, then we get killed by the poison, and our barrier protection is not enough. How did we fix that in season 2 or in season 3? You played the Litless Wall. But if you play the Littlest Wall, we have to let go of the minions. That's the assumption right now. Probably no Littlest Wall, but if you don't play minions, then you can't play Crew's Embrace. You know? That's like there's a few key issues with minions essentially and Blood Surge. They're all kind of like self-created. But you kind of need the minions to really play Crewers, because if you're not playing minions, then you're not getting the corpse production. Because again, Crew's Embrace says consume corpses to do more damage. But in order to do that, to consume corpses, well, who do you need? The Reapers. Right? Without the Reapers, no corpse consumption, and then you're kind of like, eh. And if we're already taking so long with a normal elite, despite doing millions of damage, I mean, how's it gonna look against a boss in the pit? So yeah, CHX good to see there. So I guess this doesn't look very convincing right now, correct, Chad? This doesn't look all too convincing. We might have to drop the minions and try this without minions, and if we can get enough barrier generation running, that'd be the question. But if we do that, we would have to drop Crew's Embrace, which would be kind of sad because the item is actually cool. I mean, we're literally the dream of every blood build of just holding your button down and never having to not hold your button down, and yet it is not enough. And Endariel's plus Temerity. We currently have Harlequin Crest running. You could do Endariel's plus Temerity, but like, can I really say that Blood Surge is working if you need a uber unique to make it work? I mean, we're pretty much playing only the Harlequin Crest because it just gives us some more ranks for some more damage. But yeah, that's the whole point. I mean, like, it's like, hey, so if you have Endariel's Visage, then you can start playing Blood Surge in the end game. It's like, what? That does not seem very good to me. I mean, maybe the Blood Surge size tempering could help, Chad, because there's a tempering for Blood Surge size, which makes the Nova of Blood Surge so the like 50% bigger. Now that seems silly to me as well, being forced to essentially, like, instead of damaging temper, to damage the size of my Blood Surge. Because if we have to do that, that seems silly. I'm sure how I feel about that. I mean, if you're blood surging so much next to a minion and it's just not getting torn into pieces, then we have a problem, right? I mean, seriously. Around pit tier 100, which is more Temerity or Leg Pens with a good aspect? Temerity is always worth it because Temerity makes you just safer. That being said, like, if you're playing pit 100, you made it all the way down there, so you're probably adept at dodging things, and you probably don't actually need Temerity, because that's the thing. Temerity is like a crutch to a degree, right? Making sure that you survive things that you could also evade. Obviously, you can't always evade everything, and sometimes you die because you're a noob, like me. So generally speaking, Temerity is a nice little crutch, not like 100% needed. I mean, I'm a simple mad chat. I just want to play Crew's Embrace. Why can't we? I mean, the sexy dream of having like this cool ability where you get like corpses consumed as a blood necro. Is that's like always been the complicated thing. How do you play a blood necro and actually do get the corpses consumed for the flesh eater node? How do you do that? And Curse Embrace was like, when it got released, you're like, this is the solution. Right? This is the end game now. We finally have what we need. Well, it turns out we don't have what we need. But that attack speed is truly silly. I like it. Buff Lightning Sword is still broken. Not the last time I checked. We're making Barrier, but not as much as I thought we would. Chan. I thought we would make more Barrier. I mean, it's funny though. I can stand here, right? I mean, imagine this Blood Surge Helltide farming. I guess we have the build for Helltide. Chat. I'm just holding down the 2 button. I haven't let go of it. Oh, I ran out of essence? What? When? When? When did I run out of essence? Weird. Okay, let's get to the boss. That's the overall plan, right? Did they kill my poor skeletons and then we ran out of essence? Rude. You know what the problem with Temerity is? That we actually have to drop it. And you know what for? The Blood Moon Breaches. Oh, come on now. Really? Like that lava killed me. We need the Blood Moon Breaches. Because the Blood Moon Breaches would actually provide us with... Oh, my items are broken. Give me a second. Will give us another 70% multiplier. So only Reapers consume corpses. Corpse explosion doesn't count as consumption. No, corpse explosion does count as consumption. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Where is my Blood Moon Breaches? I'm playing. Here are these. Technically, you would have to play this. I forget about the Blood Moon Breaches, I have to admit. Because that's another 70% multiplier for your overpower damage unconditional, apart from having to have the curse on. So we're back to having a barrier issue because we just put on the Blood Moon Breaches. Why are you using Cult Leader in the minion in the Bone Necro? Simple, because Cult Leader is, I mean, like, you're playing minions, so not using Cult Leader seems silly, right? But if you're already playing minions, if you're having minions go on, then not playing Cult Leader seems borderline silly. No matter if they scale or not with your Bone Spear shebang, right? I mean, this is honestly great when it comes down to just blasting out the ability, but this is not so great when it comes down to like overall damage. I mean, we do more damage now, so that's kind of like cool. But even with these Skeletal Reapers having the maximum attack speed, we're not making the amount of corpses I would think we would make. Right? You would think that we're having like all the corpses in the world to have like Curse Embrace pop off, but it's not. I mean, we're doing more, so this is 3 million overpowers now, so that 70% more is quite something. And I mean, just being able to hold down your ability is quite cool. Just being able to hold down your ability is kind of cool, but sadly ain't it. You start leveling up Desecration. Have plans with Desecration. Okay, that wasn't kind of convincing, right? The build looks weak compared to Bone Spirit or Shadow Minions. Don't compare it, okay? This is like, why are we making Blood Surge right now? We're not making Blood Surge to create a build that's better than these two. That won't happen. You won't beat that. Blood is the weakest this season. That being said, though, I still want to have a good Blood build running, right? Now let's see, what did your link is there? Does Death Speaker stack with a Bloodbath aspect? Death Speaker is not an option because we don't have the aspects, but we could try out Death Speaker instead of the other stuff. So I am really not a fan of Death Speaker's Pendant. I think it's really bad. The problem with Death Speakers is that your minions often don't stand close. But the good thing is we do have Death Speaker's Pendants. So we just figured out that Kruger's Embrace is not worth it. Kruger's Embrace is cool with the overpower damage and everything. But the problem is that it needs to consume corpses. There need to be corpses there. And if there are not corpses there, it is not worth it and it doesn't do anything. So that one goes off the table because we don't just have simply enough corpses to consume. The good thing is I have another Surge gloves. So I kept these, you know. I kept these wisely. Which is interesting. If I have life on hit on gloves and I do all this, that could be good. And now we have the Death Speaker's Pendant as well. The problem is that would lose me a bunch of resource cost reduction. I don't think I can actually play this the way I want to. I mean, the Death Speaker's Pendant itself has also essence cost reduction, so that's that. We get one with 1.8, 1.7. This is 1.7 with 2. And I'm looking for the one that has the max roll and essence cost reduction at this point. The 12er, that's actually not even worth it. The 9er. We get one with 12.5. 12.5. Smith this up 4 times. Okay, essence cost reduction, but it's still weaker than the one we had before. Let's transfer the gem over. Wibbity wobbity. Now the question is, will we put the attack speed from the amulet on the weapon? So we have 2 aspects now left over. So we still have the Army of the Dead. We have the Blood Surge Nova happening. We need to take Rathmus Chosen, and we're going to put that on a 2-handed weapon right now to make myself attack even faster. You know? Make myself attack even faster. Because why not? And then on the gloves, we're going to be playing Grasping Veins. Let's try that out. Okay, maybe this is going to go over a bit smoother, but again, we might have to go for a one-handed weapon so I could play the Litless Wall. But I would really not want to do that. I'm going to play the Litless Wall. Now we could change the chest to Hardened Bones for more damage reduction. Team. I mean, again, what we're missing here currently the most is any kind of barrier generation. Because again, like not having barrier generation is just bad. I mean, maybe with a shield. Oh, I didn't roll enough. Get back. My Golem says it has 14 million thorns. Yes, if you do play the Golem, that gets more thorns when you have more armor, and then you just stack armor up into oblivion. How do curses work in the game and could it be viable? Curses are just right-click curse, and no, they're not viable. Now, I'm not sure if there could be in a very far, like, possibility something related with... They're all marked. Good. Something related with... Say brain. Iron Maiden, but I'm still going with no. Sadly. Wish Iron Maiden could be a thing because I kind of want Iron Maiden curse thingies to be a thing. Not really. It's the best build for 50 to 100. Honestly, I think it's Golem because Golem is such a no-brainer. He just walks forward and literally mashes everything and you don't need anything to put in there. Okay, let's see. Like now, wow, we're blasting through resource. You see the issue, Chad? We're blasting through resource a bit too fast for my liking. So by the way, now we do have the mini novas from the Death Speaker's pendant, right? And the biggest problem is with all these mini novas, you still have to wait for your minions to essentially catch up to you, or the mini novas from pendant don't do anything, right? I want to kill this dude. I want to have my mini novas going on, but without my minions actually standing close to him, my mini novas are not doing anything to that guy, right? Okay, always the standard conundrum, like in order for your mini novas to work, we need to have everyone like here. If I walk in first alone, I gotta actually wait for my minions to walk in, then pull everything together, and then when we're all like standing on them, then you can blast away. Still didn't solve the problem of actually needing, see, like I die, no barium. So still didn't solve the problem of like not having any kind of barium. Right? Same thing in green. Like more damage, which is cool. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we love it, especially with the bonus attack speed. It's kind of fun. But you end up like always in the... I mean, it's great though to just be able to blast this away. It makes me very happy. Let's put everything together in the middle, and then boom. I mean, definitely working in this setup better than Crewers. Like, right, as much as we want Crewers Embrace to be a thing because it's a new item, it seems like Crewers Embrace needs a rework at this point because you simply cannot get the amount of corpses to make it worth it. Sad. So you would have to like reliably for Crewers to be worth it with the casting speed we're having here. You would have to get like 5 corpses per second. And I'm not sure how you're supposed to get that. Are we supposed to get a 5 corpses per second? Definitely working better now, right? I mean, this is like, now this is kind of like, now this is kind of funny. Let's see how the boss feels though. I mean, we're still squishy. We're probably going to swap a one-handed weapon and try to put Bone Storm in, which wouldn't help in a boss fight. I mean, it wouldn't just simply help in a boss fight. That's the issue. Because you're not making enough Bone Storms in a boss fight. Okay, all my minions, come with me now. Gather up, lads. Keep blasting. Let's go. Blast away! One thing I didn't consider is I'm not consuming corpses right now. I mean, I love this in terms of just the raw unbrittle, like just go in here. But you notice how, like, you would think that all these cool mini novas we're getting our minions would do insane damage, but they don't. Right? What are some good rolls you do on Necro gear? Depends on your build. What are you playing? It wholly depends on your build. I mean, if we now take this build, right? And let's say we would go into the Helltide instead of dungeon farming or something. I think the Helltide would be good. So it might be that Blood Surge is just a level build at this point. What is this? Pit scales so much higher than Nightmare Dungeon. Nightmare Dungeon 100 is a breeze compared to Pit tier 91. Yeah, but Pit tier 91 is like Nightmare 150 Blasphemous. So you cannot compare Pit to Nightmare Dungeon. The tier 100 Pit, a tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon is a tier 51 Pit or so. Or 40 Pit? 40, 30? Something around there. So yeah, a tier 91 Pit is 150 Nightmare Dungeon or so. So just like to give you a feeling for what you're standing at. It's Nightmare Dungeon plus in terms of that. It, like for outside, this would be strong, more than strong enough, right? I mean, it's really fun. Like, that boss fight was brilliant. Tier 53 Pit is 100 Nightmare Dungeon. See? If you can do a tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon, you should be able to do a 53 Pit, which is not completely true because the Pit end boss is obviously harder than the Nightmare Dungeon boss. Right? You copied the golem build, but now you're stuck. What are you stuck? In someone or in content? Right? For this is obviously good. We're just blasting through everything. Necro's still the strongest at the moment. Necro has never been the strongest. Necro's very good though. You're squishy. Well, you will always be squishy with Necro. Nothing changes. The only way you can do is stack more life. The biggest problem that Necro has is that we don't have any reliable source of barrier unless you're actually willing to put on the Bone Storm together with a Bone Storm barrier. That's your only way to have any reliable source of barrier happening. Now, as we notice that kind of minions are not working, should we go and try if we could play without minions and with the Litless Wall chat? So, I mean, this is for me. This kind of marks it. This kind of nails it down. Can't really be using minions. Not good enough. I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. It kind of works, but this doesn't feel powerful. Powerful to a level where you feel great. We could go without minions, because without minions, we should be able to get our elemental resist, our resource generation up into oblivion. It's kind of funny. Just golem and pendant. The thing is that in order to make the Nova worth it, you essentially need your 5 or 6 skeletons with you that they really make the Nova worth it. And even with the 5 to 6 lads with you, the Nova is not worth it. So, yikes, right? That's the big problem. Some builds can't get enough cooldown. No. You just temper Bone Storm duration on your weapon. Bone Storm is never an issue anymore. You just temper the duration. I mean, you can get plus 50% Bone Storm duration on your weapon, and that cooldown's usually fast enough. Usually, I say, because it's not a 100%, right? Does T-Ball's pants buff minion damage? Should. Still not worth it this season, especially not for minion builds. Elte, thank you for the 5 gifted. That is very kind. Oh, I'm very sorry. Can run tier 100 pits. Tried Bone Spirit, Shadow on Maxwell, and they didn't work. Bone Spirit does work, Elte. But Bone Spirit doesn't work, I mean, it can do a tier 100 and tier 110, but only with absolutely top of the line super endgame gear. It's the only way how that works. Let me do a normal Greek. I just want to see what happens when I kill a normal Greek. I mean, if we can kill at least normal Uber boss is nice, then Blood Surge is okay. Can't use both Amulet and Cruise. Not worth it. We just use Cruise with... Okay, so the problem is, for Cruise Embrace, that's the gloves, guys. The gloves consume corpses to do damage. The problem is, in order for the gloves to consume corpses to do damage, you need corpses. Now, even with 5 skeletal or 6 skeletal reapers, you're not making consistent corpses. You're making maybe 1 corpse per second. 1 corpse per second is not worth it for the gloves. You would need 5 corpses per second. We do have Army of the Dead to make a bunch of corpses, which is great. The problem is you're consuming the corpses to use them with a skill called Blood Surge, and Blood Surge has a lucky hit chance of 12%. Now, in order to make a corpse with the Hoot Flesh, it's a 12% chance. That means with a 12% chance to make a corpse and a 12% lucky hit chance, that would mean it's 12% of 12%. Chan, what's 12% of 12%? And that's your chance to trigger a corpse. You know? That's your... This is why lucky hit chance is bullshit. They really need to rework a lot of lucky hit chance on skills, because it's literally impossible to make lucky hit chance work with this skill. It just is. So there's no option. Right? And that's like, that's a stinker. I wish there was like, I wish there was, but reality wise not. Okay, yes. So obviously normal Uber bosses just die. I mean, not a surprise. Normal Uber bosses just get shot on. That's not something. Let's do a tier 61 pit, because tier 61 pit is kind of what you need to be able to do, right? You can do a tier 61 pit. You can farm endgame here. So tier 61 is the minimum I try to do with every build, chat. Because if you can do a tier 61, then you're good to go, right? Tier 61 is now harder than a tier 100 dungeon on the one hand, but on the other hand, it might be easier, because some of the bosses are truly easy. Okay, let's see. What do you think about Sorcerer? I haven't played Sorcerer or watched any Sorcerer related content, so I actually don't know how Sorcerer is doing. I actually run out of essence. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. So our essence production needs to be updated with the amulet. I mean, that's also like another thing. Like we have a crazy amount of essence cost reduction, right? And yet we are still barely able to do this. By the way, that thing just refuses to die. Despite us just hurling in millions and billions of overpower, right? And yes, I can just hold down that blood surge button. In case you wonder, do I tap the blood surge button? No, I just hold it. I stand here and then I hold it down. I just hold that button down. Very fun, honestly. I like this. But just like not very efficient. So again, this is like, I mean, like we're making good timer. If let's see if this is farmable. We're gonna try a solo build though. So again, this is with minions, and after we beat or don't beat this 61, we're gonna try to add. We're gonna try to do this solo with the barrier. Okay. That attack speed boost is crazy though. Look at the attack speed. How do we get so much attack speed? Well, we have the 200 attack speed boost on the weapon, right? So we're getting our attack speed boost from the weapon, and that is a plus 100% attack speed boost. Which allows us to hold the button down. How can I increase my single target damage or burst damage with frozen orb? I play Necro. I don't know. I'm sorry. What's the best build for Uber Lilith Golem? Main reason Golem makes it so easy is that you can just have the Golem do the damage. I mean, essentially, one of the Golem abilities can tear away 50% of Lilith HP. And then you do another Golem ability and you tear away the next 50% of her HP. And that was it with Uber Lilith then, you know? So generally speaking, it's just like the Golem is just too good to not use for that kind of endeavor. Right? Personally. You know, if Blood Surge instead of a Nova was something that you would throw forward, you know, like a Blight, you know, like if Blood Surge was more like a Blood Bomb. Okay, these tiny things just kill me. Blood Surge was more like a bomb that you throw forward. It would be like so much better for these kind of scenarios. If I need masterworking materials for tier 1, I need to farm pit 30. No. If you need masterworking materials for tier 1, you need to do pit 61, which gives you Neath Iron, and then you downgrade the Neath Iron into the material you need. So always do the highest pit possible and then downgrade the materials. Luckily, it doesn't cost insane amounts of money anymore to do that, because it did used to cost insane amount of monies. They fixed that, so you're not going broke or woke. You can finally afford the downgrading of materials, and that's great. So always do the highest pit possible. I mean, honestly, if I didn't die here, we actually did have a respectable time. That's quite crazy to consider. I didn't think we would have a good time here. Yeah, and that's it. I mean, if we didn't die, right, we would have like way more, like 1 minute 30 more. So it's really good. But how is it if I now need to dodge boss echoes too, right? My minions are about to die. You know what? I forgot why my stagger is so good. Because my minions are doing freeze the whole time. Ow. I feel like that should have actually killed me. I thought I was in blood mist. See, my minions are just dead now. I feel like I'm literally forced to play Ring of Sacrilegious Souls if you want to play minions, right? To even be able to remotely keep them alive, because I do keep them alive somewhat over Army of the Dead. That's like somewhat. And you know what? I can't see the boss echo guy. I'm consistently taking damage from the boss echoes because I literally don't see them. Right? I didn't see like lies like a single time there. Okay, that's an actual weakness for Blood Surge. I mean, think about it. Depending on which one you're getting, we win, chat. I could do a tier 61 kit, okay? Like unoptimized gear, not having overpower on everything, like not even having tempered my gloves, right? We don't even have the gloves tempered. Tier 61 pit is fallen. Did it feel good? Nah. Do you want to see a one-handed version without minions? I'm not sure if that would make it much better. Okay, one-handed version without minions. That would include... You can drop this. You can get that back up. You can drop this. And that. I have too many skills. If I drop the minions, I have too many skills that I don't need, for one. Blood Lance, we will make a Blood Lance build, don't worry. We'll make all the builds. Blood Lance, Blood Surge, Blood everything. So technically we would have one skill left over that we don't need. Because again, the Corpse Explosion is not really an option, because that would only be an option with Ring of Sacrilegious Souls on top. But then I would have to play the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls, which I really don't want to play currently as it stands. Because we have no corpse production. How would it feel? We get the Litless Wall. Litless Wall. Here's we have a 30%. The 30% Litless Wall. Here you go. Well, it boosts our life even further. Gets our armor up even further. See those? We can play our Essence Cost Reduction Amulet again. Ta-da.
I cannot salvage that.
Oh, I did not want to salvage that. I swear, I did not want to salvage that. For real. Do I have an Essence Cost Reduction? Essence Cost Reduction. One-hand weapon. I need a one-handed... And your greater affix overpower damage. Okay, here's a dagger. We'd have attack speed there. Army, surge. We would need to put Shielding Storm on the... Shielding Storm comes here. And Hardened Bone comes here for the bonus damage reduction. Army, Surge. Wrath of Most Chosen comes here. And Grasping Veins comes here. I mean, that would catapult us up like to 1,500 overpower, and I could technically change the Paragon board. But I'm not going to change the Paragon board right now. Back to the 61 pit. I could now masterwork this to increase my life and everything. Can an aspect stack with the same aspect? No, one aspect like one time. Oh, is Bone Spirit in Pit better than Minions? No. A Bone Spirit is insane though. Like, it's super fun. Go in. Pull everything together. I didn't make a corpse. No, I'm running out of essence. Oh, I forgot to haha. That's what I forgot. Let's actually do this because I forgot to put an item. And that's my bot. Third chan. Obviously. I mean, damage is good. Defense is good too, right? We're just surviving. That's nice. Okay. Let's get out. I mean, the plan is like with a Limitless Wall, you can just survive things, right? You can just stupid survive things. But what you need is, and that's where I need to change an aspect now. We got tendrils there, so I have double tendrils. I'm a bot. Because what we need is the aspect of Torment. Why do you need Torment? Torment works with the corpse thingies, with the Bone Storm really good. And the aspect of Torment gives you more essence regeneration, 155%. That means the current essence generation we have times 1.5%. 155%, which kind of brings us up to levels where we should be able to just spam our ability without ever running out, technically. Your paragon build isn't built for 0 minis either. The difference wouldn't be working in the essence department, and the damage would be boosted minimal. So yes, I could adapt the paragon board, but it would essentially just give me more life. It wouldn't like fix the essence thingy. Because in the paragon, there's nothing essence related apart from essence on kill. It's kind of like now with the Bone Storm going all out, we're sitting at 42.48% essence cost reduction. So if I now hold down the button, you know, we're blasting things. Oh, I got bleeded. Okay, is there no Bone Storm active anymore? I thought there would be still one Bone Storm active. Jeez. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the minion one worked better. This one gives me more safety. Right? It's just Surge, like, Surge is not good against opponents that are over healthy. Right? So we technically would have to use now is the amulet for crit overpowers too. So instead of the amulet I'm using right now, we would have to use the crit overpower amulet. I mean, my damage reduction is on point. That's actually kind of cool, and we would increase our damage reduction even further. So this is kind of nice. Just a shame they nerfed it, right? So our beautiful crit overpower amulet that we'd usually take now got nerfed, and it makes one really unhappy. And if I would actually take the amulet right now, we would have even less essence, so that would be a bit of a bummer. Grandfather good in this build? Nope. Because we need to play the one-handed weapon and the Limitless Wall. Problem is, if you play Grandfather with Blood Surge in a tier 100 dungeon, you used to tank over damage because you would do so much Blood Surge damage that you just kill everything. Okay? So you end up being so domineering that you just overwhelm any competition. And that was like the sneaky plan. I mean, right now you notice how I have like a freaking corpse explosion that I don't even use. It's like a goddamn joke, but you also like kind of do only want to be a 2-skill Andy. That's the problem. Like, why would I want a corpse explosion when technically I could just infinite blood surge? Kind of like a self-created issue. Technically, corpse explosion would be good, but practically it's not, because you don't have time to do it. I want to play Blood Surge with minions. Well, it works. I mean, it cleared a tier 61 dungeon. What can I say, chat? Blood Surge with minions cleared a tier 61 dungeon, so it definitely works. Right, but does it feel very powerful? Nah. I mean, if you like playing it, you can play it, right? As you can see. It's not that it's not doing anything, just that it's not doing a lot. And right now my Bone Storm is, for example, off cooldown, and that's terrible, because while I'm now waiting for the cooldown to be back up, so you'd have to probably go for Bone Storm duration or more lucky hit, but that wouldn't make no sense. So now while I'm waiting for the cooldown to be low, I'm essentially running around not being very efficient, because I can only stand in my opponents, and I can only get my maximum amount of resource regeneration when I do a crit with a bone skill. And the only crits with bone skills I have is the Bone Storm. Did so bad your Rogue did better at level 80. Well, congratulations for comparing Rogue with a Necro. That's very smart. It's almost like that made zero fucking sense, sir. Just saying. It's almost like they're like two different classes. You know, the one is the Necro, the other one is the Rogue. Try the build with Grandfather. We just said it. Grandfather would give you more damage, but more damage wouldn't help because you would have less essence and you would have even less barrier. So right now, the only reason why we can go through this is that we have the barrier. If you play Grandfather, you could still play Bone Storm, but then you can't do the Bone Storm tempering, because there is a tempering that we, for example, use in our... Bone Spirit build that resets the cooldown of Bone Storm on essence use, the rapid ossification, and that works kind of like nicely, but you don't have the option here. So I think rapid ossification says you need to use bone skills, which I actually don't know off the rip right now. So there could be something there, Chad. Still, I don't think there's something there, but there could be something. Whoever froze me, uncool. Don't like it. Oh, my Bone Storm is up. That's bad. Aha, Guardian Slayer. We did it. The Bone Storm duration aspect. Osseous Gale, we don't have the space for it. Mainly space issues. Oh, wait. We don't have the corpse production on that. Okay, we're currently waiting for our Bone Storm to be active again. Kind of like a bummer. Okay, Bone Storm active. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. And yes, more resource generation needed. If that's your only resource generation, guess what, we need more resource generation tempering to make it work. Could you wander around a bit more so I get like more Bone Storm crits? That'd be like super cool. Because like my Bone Storm is going to be run out soon, and then I'm kind of like screwed. Yeah, the minion build was working better. I mean, without insane gear investment, that's like the thing. Like it's not that we can't have this like working too. You just need a lot of essence per second items, essentially, right? And some better temperings, and then everything could kind of work. But is that truly an option? If you need, like, you know, to make the base build work, need like a bunch of things. Yeah, this doesn't feel good. Even with the improved paragon board, it wouldn't really change much. Even with improved tempering, it wouldn't really change much. That's like that's the point. Also, you're not actually making enough corpses to use Osseous Gale, because the thing about Osseous Gale is, in order to use the Bone Storm corpse production, the Bone Storm duration for corpse consumption aspect, you would actually need to make corpses, but the amount of corpses that Bone Storm makes is absolutely neglectable. I mean, we did the math, and the chance to make a corpse is kind of like around 2 to 4%. So you're barely, if ever, making any kind of corpses. So yeah, that's where that's a big stinker. And now my Bone Storm is going to run out again, and then we're without a Bone Storm again. Golem makes 5 corpses on demand, then you have to play Golem, and you're using a 30% critical strike damage multiplier. Yes, a damage multiplier. So we do 30% less critical strike damage. That does not sound like an actual option to me. You know? We would do less damage just to have more corpses. Don't get me wrong, it's it's not impossible. So definitely wouldn't call it an option, but something that could be on the list. How much damage would I take with the barrier right now? How much damage does that kill me with a barrier on? I mean, the barrier is quite significant, right? Is Blood Surge nerfed this season? No. Blood Surge has always been bad against single targets. Problem number 1, Blood Surge is bad against single targets. Problem number 2, you need a consistent amount of barrier to be max health to like fight him. Now we could increase our duration with Osseous Gale. So again, we talked about that, right? You could be using Gale to increase the duration. Gale is not bad. Another thing you could do is the tempering. So we're currently using the Limitless Wall and a weapon. And there's an interesting weapon tempering. So what you can do is you can go here and we can go for Bone Augment, and that's Bone Storm duration. It's kind of nice. Blood Surge is really fun. It's just not really good right now. But in case you just joined, so until this point, we tried out Bone Storm minions. There's Golem 4.0. That's a lie. Let me open this file here. If you just drop by, that was Bone Storm with minions, right? So it was kind of fun. You were like standing around, right? You were able to, like, if you look at my essence, we were with Bone Storm minions. You're essentially just standing there, right here, and we just don't go away. We just activate the minions and as dodge things, and that's the problem. You don't see things, and then you just blast away, right? Problem is really having to stand like close to the boss. So, I mean, Blood Surge. Blood Surge was fun now, and we cleared a tier 61 dungeon, so you can at least clear tier 61 with Blood Surge Summoner, but it's not good. Now job number 2. You wish Blood Lance was good? Well, me too. So let's do Blood Lance now. You know, let's do Blood Lance now. So that was the try on Blood Surge. Blood Surge didn't work. Let's go over to Blood Lance. There's an inherent advantage Blood Lance has. Do you want to know what it is? Blood Lance costs only 11 essence. So it's way easier to pull off in terms of essence cost. So that's Blood Lance. We need Blood Orbs. We don't need the Blood Orbs production. We're going to do Blood Lance with minions first, okay? So it's going to be Blood Lance minion build. I'm thinking about, could it be a Blood Lance Golem build? Is that an option? I just need one central tanking dude. I just need one dude to stand forward and tank. Best overall unique for Summon Necro. Not a single Uber unique is needed for Summon Necro, and there's no best overall Uber unique for Summon Necro. Please accept that Uber uniques are trash for Necro in general. That being said, I'm playing one as well currently, so don't worry about that. We're currently playing one too. Let's see if we can throw the aspects together the way we need it. First, dash these stupid gloves, pants, rings, boots, helmet, amulet. Still stuck with the thought of ever playing like a helmet. I don't want to play a helmet at some point. They're all marked so I don't accidentally disenchant them. Yeah. That would be awkward if Pony accidentally trashes something important. Wouldn't be the first time. Won't be the last time. Okay, let's dish this here. Good. Blood Lance. So Blood Lance is an interesting skill, but the problem is what Blood Lance says is Blood Lance pierces through enemies who are currently Lance, dealing 10% reduced damage to subsequent enemies after the first. Okay. After casting 6 lances, your next Blood Lance is guaranteed to overpower. And spawns a blood orb under the first enemy hit. So the more lances we do, the more blood orbs we get, the more overpower we get, the better it is. Which means that technically you would want to play a two-handed weapon, right? Would technically want to play a two-handed weapon. And technically on that two-handed weapon, we would want to have the maximum amount of overpower.
There is power.
Do I see that correct, Chan? And then we want to play the 100% attack speed boost that I could hold the button down. Which brings me back to, let's say we would play the Reapers for, we would play the Skirmishers for crit, and we would play the Mages for essence again. So Reapers and Mages for essence. Let's see if that works in Cubichan. Right now, just for the lance. Add Blood Wave. Blood Wave is sadly trash. With minions and Mutilator, would Paranormal Blood Lance be better? No, it would still be... Mutilator would still be good because Mutilator is just brain dead. So let me show you Mutilator if my game is not dead. I have a Mutilator, luckily. A Mutilator is actually nice because it's a chest armor. Oh, I really don't want to use my last socket item. Ooh. The chest armor, that just gives you 20% bonus damage, right? And total armor. It's actually the Mutilator plate is probably one of the best uniques in existence due to what it does. It's such a brain dead good item. It's actually illegal. No hurt feelings. I mean, thing just literally decides to be an absolutely demonic buff to everything, right? Healing, receive, total armor, willpower. It's perfect. Oh, Lewis, my season's going fantastic. Thank you for asking. Zekire, how can I help you? We need to swap this over to Army of the Dead because I'm too lazy to resummon everything. So get everything back. The thought would be that I could like just machine gun away, but this is actually really slow. So you think this looks fast, right? This is actually really slow. Because the advantage of Blood Lance would be more Blood Lances. So it'd be better to actually have a one-handed weapon. Because despite the one-handed weapon being... Right? Anyways, I started blasting. Problem is, you're instantly having like half the overpower damage, essentially, right? Kind of like feels bad. Also, the scythe does actually look funnier. Now, what we would do is... I mean, there's like 2 million overpowers with the two-handed weapon. So step number 1 is you need gore quills. Okay? You need gore quills. Gore quills would be casting Blood Lance will consume blood orbs. Okay? The problem is, and always stands, that producing blood orbs is trash. I mean, I have a bunch of blood orbs there, right? So that's nice. But right now, my only blood orb prediction is that every 6 Blood Lance, so after casting Blood Lance 6 times, your next Blood Lance is guaranteed to overpower and spawns a blood orb under the first enemy. The problem is that if this would read, every overpowered Blood Lance casts a blood orb. It would be insane. Because right now it only says that after every 6 blood lance, I make a blood orb. Right? So if I do 6, there's a blood orb. But if it would say whenever a blood lance overpowers, that would be way better. Because I overpower more than I make lances on the ground, right? By the way, did I not pick up... I think I picked up blood lance gloves too. No, I picked a blood lance glove. Where are they? I was 100% certain. I'm unhappy now. Where are my core skill gloves? Yeah, we need just resource cost reduction gloves then here right now. Okay. Would love to do 25 regular durails. Oh no, Zakira, I have 0 interest. Thank you for durail farm. It's the most boring shit in the universe, and I don't need a single uber unique. Thank you for offering, but I truly have no interest in interacting with durail this season. Truly, no interest. So, how do we get the damage up now? We have the Blood Lance will conjure blood orbs to fire additional blood lances, dealing 50% of the normal damage on and prioritize targeting unlanced enemies. Technically, this would be good on your amulet. Practically, I would like to figure out how untimely death works, because it says each % of your max life you heal beyond 100% grants you bonus critical strike damage, right? But what does each % past your max life mean? Because if I read this correct, and it says each % past your max life, you heal beyond 100%. So if I heal for 50% past my max life, I would get 25% bonus crit strike damage. What? That sounds stupid. I mean, that sounds stupid beyond belief. So I kind of would like untimely death to be good, but I don't think it will be good. What we need to try is let's kick this amulet out and let's put the Overpower amulet on, because we have a really good one. That's my Banished Lords that I've been using. Do I still have infinite resource? Yeah. So resource is truly not an issue, right? With this one. I'm just fully resourced out. But 3.5 million overpower. So my overpower crits are now bigger, and if I curse, they're even bigger. I mean, what are we gonna see now? The problem is the Banished Lord's Talisman needs me to spend quite some essence, right, to work. And I actually reduced my essence cost, so the Banished Lord's Talisman is actually not working that often. It's kind of cute, right? So my question would rather be, would I do more damage without the Banished Lord's Talisman, or would I do more damage with Banished Lord's Talisman? Will you play or do guides on the other classes? Yes, we'll definitely do guides on the other classes. Does Gore Quilts and Fast Blood work together? Yes, Gore Quilts and Fast Blood works together. So you can use the aspect of the Fast Blood to reduce cooldowns, and then you can use Core Quilts, and the plan would technically be that we're playing Blood Wave, and you would essentially continuously throw Blood Waves that you then also reduce the cooldown of Blood Wave. The problem for that to work is we need Blood Orbs consume with Gore Quilts. Then we need to play Fast Blood. Second, correct. So you need to play the Fast Blood aspect. And lastly, you need to play the triple wave. Yeah, that's it. So this is what you need to play for it to work. It's just bullshit. Blood Wave should automatically shoot out 3 waves. I should not need to do all of this just to make it basically work. That's a fucking scam. I'm sorry. I like Blood Wave is anyways the biggest joke of a skill, and that's why I hate Blood Wave so much. Because how can a skill just be so objectively terrible in every single thing it does? Sorry. I'm very not happy. Are you running Embalmer? If you run Embalmer, you actually need to consume corpses. How do you want to consume corpses if you're consistently blasting out blood orbs? The only way to do that would be the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls. So it's actually better to do this. So what you're going to do is you're going to start blasting, right? And you're going to throw out a blood wave. You're going to consume all the blood orbs. You're going to consume the cooldown, right? And there's the next blood wave already. Next blood wave. And on we go. Up. Cooldown reduction, right? And next blood wave. Right? That would be kind of like your game plan, right? And we're doing so that then you do this and you do that, and like this is like this is technically your game plan, right? I'm going to, by the way, 5 million overpowers, Chad. The fun part is you don't need a single attack speed boost anymore because everything is at 100% attack speed straight away. It's actually the funny part because with the weapon having the aspect, you're at 100% attack speed. That's it. You know, but like we're just there. We just get the attack speed. We're cooking. Blood wave isn't good unless you have ultimate shadows. See, this is the interesting point. We could like now what you could do is you could turn the blood wave into shadow. We could put a blighted aspect on and the attack speed aspect to then actually sacrifice the overpower to maybe at 240% damage multiplier. The problem with that is if you think about doing it, that you would lose out on overpowers in general. So that's again not worth it. Okay, so we get the blood wave, we get everything. We need some more armor, so I need to weasel out a little bit more armor. I get the 3 points already here. We would have to change the paragon board because one thing that's missing in the paragon board is the blood orb consumption. So in this build, what you would have to do is that, like, sadly, the flesh eater board is completely useless. So we have the flesh eater board here for corpse consumption, but we're actually not consuming corpses at all. So that multiplier is sadly not working for you. So that has to go out. And that multiplier would be replaced through the Blood Baguettes board. And the Blood Baguette board is shit. It's probably the worst board in history. Because you kind of need to go down here to activate things. Then you want to pick up the overpower. You want to activate the Blood Baguettes. And then you kind of want to activate the next glyph too. And you notice what that is for a point investment just to basically get things rolling. The only advantage is that this is a good willpower board. It's actually a really good willpower board. But you notice how shitty it is to activate. That being said, if I now have this, we should straight away deal even more damage. So Blood Wave. I wonder if I could get the Blood Wave cooldown even lower, because right now the Blood Wave cooldown is like a little bit like sad. I mean, despite actually consuming a lot of orbs, it's still like a sad Blood Wave cooldown. Let's try this out in a tier 100. Just see how that feels. I mean, it should be feeling really good because you bully things. Okay. Steadfast Barracks. Where are the Steadfast Barracks? Are they the one that are hidden behind something? Oh, how can I not find the Nightmare Dungeons? I hate life. I mean, sometimes I feel like they should zoom out that Nightmare Dungeon icon like 400 times so you can actually see it. I don't see it. No, I went all the way. I knew it. It was the one hidden behind. I'm not crazy. Oh, I'm so mad. Loco, you did 100 pit without Holy Bolt? Let's go. Where to farm for Angel Breath? Helltide. Always Helltide. Why is the Ultimate Shadows better for barrier generation? Because bone damage is a one-time damage, whereas... You see how we just blasted that, Chad? Did you see how we blasted that? So, but bone damage is a one-time damage, whereas shadow damage is damage over time, and damage over time replenishes itself straight away. So tick, 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 tick. Blood Lance are actually really efficient. Blood Wave. The cool part about Blood Wave is it's like the ultimate bully build, because you just throw the wave in, and your Blood Lances, they essentially lance the whole room, and the more enemies are lanced, the more damage you deal. And that's again the scam about Blood Lance and any blood skill. All the blood skills are better the more people are in the room, right? So if there's a bunch of opponents in the room, the blood builds are better. Stupid, right? So with this build, you essentially keep everything away from you. It's the keep everything away from you build. Like, stay away. me no gusta, por favor. I don't want the beef. No, I don't want it. Stay away from me. No. Don't you come close. Nah. Stay back there. Stay put. Don't you dare to engage with me. No, go away. You're just consistently bullying everyone away. They're coming. Feel like this compared to Blood Surge is fun, because just how stupid it is. You know, like the stupidity of the build has me just like in its clutches. It has always been my greatest fun with this, just to spam away now. Bam, 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 bam. Your pit 65, yeah, we're gonna do a pit 61, so all my builds have to be able to do pit 61. Because if you can do pit 61, you can farm and have fun, right? If you can't do pit 61, you're never gonna be able to masterwork your items. I mean, keep in mind, we have like masterwork weapon a bit, we have some masterwork rings, some like we have some 4 times masterwork, right? So we don't have anything crazy done yet, and half of my items aren't even tempered. So keep that in mind, right? Like this is currently what we have, like roughly. So everything kind of like working. We don't have anything tempered. Our gloves don't have overpower damage. So it's like working at minimal efficiency, right? I mean, if you would play this build and obviously like get all the cool things running, and you would get all the cool things gone, potentially better. Problem is resummoning. Actually, you know what? Resummoning minions is not really a problem, because with the amount of attack speed we're having, did you notice this? Because the summoning speed is actually determined by your attack speed too. So if you have 100% bonus attack speed, and I need to resummon anything from a corpse, right? What happens is that you just... Did you see? Did you see? Could even put the Flesh Eater node back in just for a damage burst, right? Let's see how that works in the pit. It's actually like... But wait! What I wish was for all these like aspects that work on multiple targets, that there would just be a way to do more damage to the first target. There is a Blood Surge aspect, or there's a Blood Lance aspect that does more damage to the first target, but only per lanced enemy. So if you want to essentially increase the damage, right, you need to lance a bunch of enemies to then get more damage out of it. But that doesn't seem like an option, because if I only get more damage if I lance more enemies, that seems a bit silly. I mean, at least we're fortified without having to use any kind of blood orb fortify, because right now I merely fortify over producing corpses with a lucky hit of the Blood Lance. Which build do you recommend for Lilith? The Golem build. But you need maximum movement speed. So again, if you're trying to fight Lilith, number 1 advice is maximum movement speed. That means boots with a movement speed affix, and preferable with a movement speed temper as well. because then you're actually able to outrun the fireballs, especially as a Necro, because Necro is, well, we're known for being slow as fuck. You might see, like, this is the machine gun build where you're just standing with your Tommy gun that shoots blood lances at the very back of the map, and then you just Tommy gun everyone. Right? Now you're asking, are minions needed? I mean, technically in this build, you can also forfeit minions. The problem if you do that is that you essentially really have to rely on getting your blood mist every single encounter. Like, so like from that point on, it's not an option anymore to have it every single encounter. You kind of need it every single encounter. That's why I experimented with I experimented one time with something, and that was, what if I sacrifice my mages and use the overpower multiplier for mages just to have my skeletal warriors as tanks? It worked to a degree, but felt really stupid at the same time, because you're kind of like, you know, you're kind of like only using half the package, but still have the skill going. Is Ring of Mendown worth it, or does it suck now? Ring of Mendown has always sucked. This is something to understand. Ring of Mendown has actually never been good. The only reason why Mendown was good because minions were bad. The problem with Ring of Mendown is, and all these kind of items, they don't work alone. They don't work with minions. So Ring of Mendown works only with your damage. It doesn't scale with your minions' damage. It only scales with your damage. Ergo, like, whatever you do to minions is useless. Right? You might get your minions to do a 500% multiplier, and you know what? Doesn't matter. Because Mendown only scales of you. The most bullshitty bullshit in the universe. Why the minion item scales of you. If Blizzard manages to fix this, Mendown is going to be insane. So let's say Mendown would essentially like scale off your minions, then it would actually be an absolute crazy item that might even be too strong in every single way. Like way too strong. But wait, despite being able to do this tier 100 dungeon, I feel like we're really slow. You know? I feel like we're really slow. T-Bolts works in the same way. T-Bolts will hires your damage by 20%, which actually helps with the Golem ability. And it should usually increase the damage of your minions by another 20% too. So T-Bolts does technically scale your minions. I haven't tried it out yet, but nothing speaks against it, because Shadowblight Key passive also scales your minions. Because if you're getting a 20% damage bonus, then your minions should be getting a 20% damage bonus as well. Now that's a should, would, could, maybe, baby, because, I mean, not everything makes sense in the Blizzard universe, right? Some things that should work don't work. Some things that should not work do work. So it's always a little bit of a have to try out. But that setup, how would Hardigan's Crest work within it? It wouldn't. It wouldn't. Do not uber unique my golem builds, or we're gonna have to fight. Or you could temper uniques, that would be great. And they said they're looking into something there. Really? Really? You're like, I have 32,000 HP. You know, like I have 33,000 HP. I have my elemental resistance not maxed out, and you would kill me because I don't have it maxed out, right? Not fine with me, lady. The biggest problem with Bloodwave is that Bloodwave actually doesn't do any damage. So right, we're pummeling away here. We do like 6 million hits in between. Like that's 4 million. Next blood wave. 3366. So we're doing damage, right? It's not like we're not doing damage. 3 million. We're doing significantly more overpowers than our other things. And I mean, with the amount of blood surges with the amount of blood lances you see going out here, you would assume we're probably absolutely slaying away, right? We're not. Probably positively killing it. Right? This is immense. The damage. Sorry, she's down here. I'm trying to reposition. I mean, it's cool. It's working, but kind of like... no challenge, right? But now, can we do this also in a boss fight? Because that's the question. Can we do this in a normal boss fight? Shaco's good for the golem build. No, Shaco does not increase golem damage. For most sad thing is that all Uber uniques suck for Summoner Necro. That's not sad. That's fantastic. I don't know why you would think it's sad that you know, that Uber uniques don't work. That means you don't even have to thrive ever for a single Uber unique. So you will look at the mini guide of Max Roll. They recommend Harlequin Crest. Well, if you want to follow a Max Roll guide, you can do that. No offense. They do good guides. It's sad how Minions is the only strong build for Necro. That's wrong. That's wrong. Bone Spirit is insane. Oh, that brings me to the question again. I needed to check something. Bone Spirit is insane. Up to 500 million crits with a Bone Spirit. Every 100 essence you spend, reduce the cooldown of your bone skills. Oh, rapid ossification would work with a blood surge build. That is really interesting. With the attack speed that our blood surge build had and rapid ossification, we could reduce the cooldown of Bone Storm to nothing. Problem with that is, so rapid ossification would work with blood surge, but the problem is that the single target of blood surge still stinks. I mean, right now, could I get more blood surge damage? Could I get more damage out of this build? And I'm already playing like 3 goddamn uniques, which is kind of like beyond usually everything I do. If I temper this, I get more armor. If I temper my items, I obviously get more things, right? I don't even have my items tempered. So like, how do I get more damage, chat? It would be actually a simple question of just take the item and we temper blood. Actually really nice because damage while fortified. Nah, that's not happening. We need overpower. Blood overpower damage, because it's a lot actually. You're tempering a lot, chat. You're not tempering a bit, right? You're tempering a lot into that. So that actually does kind of nicely work. Do we have the ring tempered? We had the ring tempered. Yeah, blood damage, resource generation. So that one was tempered. We had that tempered too here for blood overpower damage. So you could really temper some nice damage increases. That's for sure. And right now my essences not being essenced out is kind of like a bummer. Can I see that in the paragon board? Could I get more essence quickly? Okay, well, I can't really get more essence, so we could replace this through a different glyph. Wait a second. Darkness Corporal. Exploit, you need to go away. Exploit, you know this. Gives me a little bit more resistance, so we're almost resistance out. That has to be enough. So tier 61 dungeon now, guys. Again, can we do tier 61 dungeon? And then that would already give me some levels of happiness. Just get to level 100. Is it important to get glyphs to 21? Yes. Yes. Glyphs to 21 is free damage. For example, for our Overpower build here, to illustrate that. Our Overpower build is currently running the Dominate glyph. That is 15% Overpower damage per 5 willpower. On level 15, this is only 10% more Overpower damage per 5 willpower. So you're essentially getting free damage. Okay. Tier 61. Again, 61 gives you Neath Iron. Let me drink 1 potion of Fortitude to just do more damage. Are you planning on streaming other characters after Necro? Yes, I'm definitely planning on other characters after Necro, but I'm currently still on the cusp of maxing out Necro, right? And I want to do like a comprehensive blood video for everyone that's interested in blood, with a consideration that like the builds don't 100%, like the builds are not insane, the blood builds, but for blood lovers there are options, right? That's the conclusion right now is build's not insane. I mean, but hey, it works. So as someone who really likes to play a certain theme, there you go. I mean, it's the funniest part is that this is actually a blood wave build, right? I mean, you're seeing a blood wave build work, Chan. That's for me personally. Okay, I got double assassinated. That's for me personally the funniest thing here. Blood wave working. Problem is, if your minions ever die, really, Mr. Throat Slitter, you just snuck up on me and killed me. Well, there you go, Chan. If your face like here, see, he's gonna like sneak up on you, and he's gonna execute you. The other dudes too, because they turn invisible, and then they go at you. Horrible, isn't it? As someone who just wants to hang back and bully minions with blood waves. Horrible. Our minions are all back up. My problem right now is, in order to really get the most damage, I have to stand still like this, right? And I just blast out my blood lances, right? So that's like kind of like how do I do the most damage? Like this, right? I stand still and then just blast it out. But I can't really do that against the boss. Because if I try to do this against the boss, what happens is that I'll just consistently get hit by boss echoes. Right? I mean, everything gets bullied by the blood wave. I would really like to see someone play this build with fully tempered gear. I mean, again, there's a limit to how good this build can be, simply due to the nature of the build, right? But I would really like to see someone with like fully tempered gear and all the overpower and all the ranks in Blood Lance. It would still not be crazy. Like, right? Don't get me wrong. It wouldn't suddenly transform into a super S tier build. I just would like to see the ceiling. Blood wave! And yes, there is also a Shadow Blood Wave build, Chan, that we will probably do this season because I want to see how it works. Shadow Blood Wave is one of the cooler skills. It's kind of like Shadow Blood Wave is not like Infinity Mist because you're actually throwing blood waves, right? I would be really interested in to find out if I could still use the blood orb cooldown reduction in that blood wave build. Uh-oh. Stay away from me, demons. Stay away from me, demons. And yes, you're essentially just yeeting your blood lances in because it damages everything. So blood lances prioritize unlanced enemies, and then per lanced enemy, lances are doing more damage, and then you lance more enemies. So you essentially are just creating this cascading kind of damage where everyone just gets damage for lances being stuck in them. And that's where if you start essentially lancing a room, right, you're just lancing everyone in the long run, which makes blood lance for some weird reason, despite being like a single target skill, actually a multi-target skill, and then it's just bad against single targets. Shadow Blood Wave without minions? Yeah, but you could play with minions. That's the plan. You could play Shadow Blood Wave with minions too. You don't have to play it without. Which actually makes it even interesting because you could play the Reapers for cooldown reduction. I don't actually know which are we playing right now. I think we're playing the crit guys currently. I mean, let's assume we would swap the crit guys over to the Reapers for cooldown reduction. Shit, I can't swap that right now. That would actually make my Blood Wave come up way sooner. I mean, let's imagine this for a second. So a Blood Wave, which gets cooldown reset by the Reapers too. I actually didn't think about that. That's really nice. That would make my Blood Wave spammable. Huh. Let's do another one after this. What about Mutilator? It's being played. Okay, so the fun part about Blood Wave is there's no downside to spamming it. Why? So if you spam a... What happens if you spam Bone Storm? You just have Bone Storm reset. But if you spam Blood Wave, you actually get more Blood Orbs, right? Because every Blood Wave is a single entity. So Blood Wave cast is Blood Wave cast. Like, you can see how I have multiple Blood Waves here right now, correct? So I can chain cast Blood Wave 3 times in a row if I have the cooldown reduction to do so, without there being a downside to it. So there's never a moment where it's like, oh no, too many Blood Waves. There cannot be too many Blood Waves. Too many Blood Waves is not a sentence that exists, which makes the idea of having the Reapers do the cooldown reduction actually quite intriguing to me. But how do I get the level of cooldown reduction for that? That means I need a cooldown reduction helmet. I need a cooldown reduction amulet. I need cooldown reduction tempers, but I can't do the cooldown reduction tempers because we need the essence cost tempers. Right? What have you missed? Some really stupid Bloodlands build for minions. From Bloodlands, Blood Wave madness. See, right now I just want to stand there and blast out my lances, but I can't because I need to move. Right? Again, I need to move, or I'm going to get hit by this. I need to move, or I'm going to get hit by that. The good thing is the stagger. Why do we do so much stagger? Well, it's officially like the actual frost damage of the mages. Because my mages are having 100% attack speed, right? So they're doing a lot of frost damage, and that frost damage is quite staggering nicely. And yes, I do instantly heal because of all the blood orbs. So no matter what happens, like due to all the blood orbs, I always instantly heal full. But you notice that despite good damage, despite the chain casting, oh, if I would play an offhand, I could get another 15% cooldown reduction, Chan. Maybe we should play this one-handed. Okay, should we try out the one-handed version, guys? But I'm not sure what aspect to play for more damage. I mean, we would get another bonus aspect, so that's kind of nice. We could turn the Blood Wave into shadow damage then, and we could try to play the blighted aspect technically, but we have less attack speed. It brings a whole slew of issues if I go one-handed. I'm not sure if it would be more damage. That's the problem. Fun story. Why do my minions never die, Chad? They get healed by the blood orbs. In case you didn't know this, but minions get healed by blood orbs. So by consuming blood orbs consistently with this build, you're essentially just also healing your minions consistently with this build, which is actually really funny. And since I don't have to pick up these blood orbs, actually making things quite nicely viable. And if you have to resummon minions, it kind of happens in stanches. Oh, almost died there. Instant heal. Don't even try to take the potion, right? Just use your... I mean, for a 61 boss, this is just taking too long. For certain. Oh, come on now. Uncool. Can we just stagger him that I don't have to, like, run away anymore? Oh, no. Annoying. Oh, wow. Jesus, Lilith. Didn't even see her. Too many things happening at the same time. Ah, dead. So yeah, we can do it, but that doesn't really feel good, huh? Hey, Booty, good to see you there. How are you doing? What's the best build for high pits? Golems, definitely. Why don't you have to pick up blood orbs? I sucked them dry. Sucking. Here. Blood Lance will consume blood orbs. Okay. Soaking them in. Okay. It works, but not good enough. We technically need more damage. I mean, again, we could redo the paragon board, but kind of fine with it. We get the damage reduction consistently. You do get the bonus damage. We have the bonus damage from eating things. We're missing the glyph, but that's mandatory. Get the bonus minion damage. We get the bonus crit damage. So all of this is kind of like stacking up exactly as you want it to. We could go for a Blood Lance single-handed weapon. If I go for a Blood Lance... So the question was, how can we reduce the cooldown further of Blood Wave, right? That means we have to play Reapers. Would that be enough for more damage already? Because Reapers have cooldown reduction. We don't need the corpses from Reapers. We just need the cooldown reduction. And since our only cooldown is Blood Wave, I would always put that on instant cooldown. Blood Wave fires 3 times. Blood Lance consumes orbses and blood orbs. Yeah, if I go for a one-handed weapon, I lose attack speed. If I lose attack speed, my minions don't have 100% attack speed, so that would stink. If I go for a one-handed weapon, I could go for an offhand. I could play the aspect of inner calm where I stand still. Let's just try this out with like the cooldown reduction now. I want to see how many blood waves we're getting on average. If I can spam the blood wave, this kind of gets funny. You think that Blood Lance has some single target? The problem is Blood Lance doesn't actually do single target damage. So the whole thing about Blood Lance is that it pierces enemies, gets stuck into the next enemy, then it gets stuck into the next enemy, and with like all this stuckening, it creates this cascading waves of damage forms. So now I don't have minions, that's kind of shitty. So it creates this cascading forms of damage that then leads to essentially the damage overload that you're getting. And that's like kind of how the Blood Lance damage, right, all works together. And that's the scam. Where Blood Lance is insinuating that it's actually a skill for multi-target. It's funny, I can just stand in the fire waves and don't give a fuck. Oh, by the way, the waves are working. The wave cooldown reduction is working. Yes. When I died there, don't look at that. It doesn't matter. It's just about can I get the wave cooldown reduction working, and it does. Okay. So infinite essence, infinite cooldown. Like, see, that's the wave almost up again. Let's go for the next minions. Oh. Well, okay, I cannot stand still in everything. I'm just like, you know, I'm just trying to see how much I can stand still without moving. The problem with the perma, with a one-handed weapon is like the damage we would lose. I mean, we're doing like barely any damage there. I would hate to lose the attack speed on the minions, but honestly, we should probably just drop the cult leader. I mean, at this point, I'm literally playing cult leader only because I'm actually playing my minions, right? I have the minions. The minions can get 150% multiplier. I'm playing a lot of crits. It feels like bad for my DPS to not play cult leader. And that's why we want the 100% attack speed boost, because right now, blood overpowers are giving me a 100% attack speed boost. Yep. Not a 50% attack speed boost, it's a 100% attack speed boost. And boom, we have cult leader maxed out, just like that. You would only produce more blood orbs. That's the only thing that's missing. And that's also the biggest upset, because Blizzard never thought about adding a lot of blood orb production into the game. I mean, you literally have blood orb production on corpse consumption, and that's it. Sure, hemorrhage can make, sure, lucky hit can make. The chances are atrocious and a joke. So what lucky hit can make in blood orbs is just like non-existent. If those two things would get fixed, could get interesting. But maybe also a bit OP, because if you actually make more blood orbs, then you could permanently overpower. The attack speed is not needed. Blood, brain. The blood wave doesn't do any damage. That's the problem. I mean, blood wave itself does not do the damage. It's still the blood lance that does the damage. So if we're not having the attack speed, we're not doing the amount of blood lances that I would kind of like to do. Well, we can try it out with a one-handed weapon, see how it goes. I mean, that's what we're here for today, chat, to press the limits. So let's see if a one-handed version could do. I mean, we're definitely having the blood wave more often, so that's fun. I mean, literally having like this blood wave here just popping left, right, and center. But I want overlapping blood waves, okay? I need two blood waves that essentially overlap each other, because the cooldown is so low that I can just cast them into each other. Because that would be the ultimate enemy bullying. Okay. Considering that we only have helmet cooldown reduction right now, no cooldown reduction here, no cooldown reduction there, and no cooldown reduction here. I mean, we even have a golem tempering on this one. Just saying, right? Isn't there a aspect that makes blood orbs explode? No, it's called the volatile blood orb thingy. And that's whenever your skill overpowers, you create volatile orbs, but you actually have to walk through these volatile orbs to make them explode. So you could make volatile orbs with your overpowers, and it's not a bad thought. The problem is, to make them then explode, you need to walk through them. And do you want to do that? Because last time I checked, the whole plan is that we're not doing this. You know, the whole plan was that we're not moving from our spot. No, they sadly don't count as blood orbs. It would be really cool if they did. Like an offhand can have cooldown reduction. That's the plan. That's why we're saying a one-handed version. This is working better. Okay, now with the cooldown Reapers, definitely working better. Our damage is nice. We're just zooming. Everything dies. We get another blood orb. I mean, we're literally just surfing on the wave of the... surfing in the wake of the blood wave. To get everything popping. Whee! Dump, 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 dump. Oh, almost dying. Let's go back up. Finally dead. Bully them all in one room. Bully them again in one room. Bully them a third time. Stay put, nerds. Concept is working, only that the game just doesn't give me the damage I need. There is one more damage aspect for Blood Lance. Do you know what it says? Do more damage for each lanced enemy. Yay. How am I going to make that work against a boss now? But if it would at least say do more damage per lanced enemy or per lance in an enemy, right? Because that would be interesting. But with the limit of per lanced enemy, you're kind of robbed. I'm loving Thorn's Barb is fun as fuck. I heard that Thorn's Barb is absolutely overtuned, so I'm not surprised it's fun. Wait. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I was looking at things. Mistakes were made. Let me just walk through this for a second. Pull everything together. Pull everything together again. Blood wave the living shit out of them. Okay. What about Nova? We did a Blood Surge build. It's sadly a no-no. I wish I had better news for you, chat, but it's a no-no. So Blood Surge with minions cleared a tier 61 dungeon. Whoop whoop. It is possible. So if you want to clear tier 61 dungeons, it definitely works. If you want to clear Uber bosses, it definitely works. It doesn't work against tormented bosses. So again, tier 61 is definitely a thing that you get down. By the way, against a boss, I can now, like, the blood waves are happening, chat. Eat that, stupid dude. Yeah, if we get the blood wave cooldown now a wee bit lower, not much, just like another instance lower. We're cooking. Well, we have to find out if the Amulet of Untimely Death would be better, chat. So we're currently playing the Amulet that gives us bonus damage on our critical strikes that overpower, right? But the question is, there's the Amulet that on overheal gives us more damage on our critical strikes as well. Since we're continuously overhealing, we technically would get more bonus damage the whole time. When we're like every single Blood Lance is more or less consuming a Blood Orb. So is that going to be net total more DPS? Sadly, there's no way to test DPS, right? Oh wow, we're shredding right now. What happened? Oh god, Jesus Christ, what happened? Where did his HP go? Seriously, what happened there? I didn't pay attention. We just went. Okay, my armor's gone. Whew. You can put the Blood Orb aspect on 200 for 100% damage on all Blood Lances for single target. You mean the Gorkroll aspect? It can be put on the 200 to reduce the damage offset so that you would be doing more damage. Yes, that is true. That would essentially, seemingly, double your damage. The problem is if you do that with a two-hander, you would be losing on attack speed, so you would be also doing way less Blood Lances, and therefore it wouldn't seem to be worth it, my eyes. Now let's do the cooldown reduction, because we should have a double cooldown reduction focus. Let me go for weapons. I have one cooldown reduction. I mean, this is bone critical strikes. Do I have another one? Oh, I think I have only one. This has cooldown maximum resource. I mean, the problem is this has 26% resource cost reduction, so I kind of need that. I kind of can't just put it away because I do need the resource cost reduction. Here, cooldown, 7 seconds. What happens if I masterwork this? What can I temper this into? We could temper this into... Problem is that the blood augments are useless, so it's blood surge size or blood lance duration, but blood lance duration doesn't do anything. Actually, interesting question. Should blood lance duration not make it more efficient versus bosses? Because you're thinking about it, like if a blood lance is longer stuck into a target, then each consecutive lance does more damage to the target. Okay, could you just temper the blood lance duration? Thank you very much. You little shit. I don't want damage by fortified. I'm very unhappy with damage by fortified. Blood attack speed. Okay, let's keep blood attack speed. So the thought is, like blood lance says, blood lance pierces. Throw a blood lance that lingers in an enemy for 4.18 seconds, dealing damage to enemies and all other lanced enemies. But if the one enemy is lanced and we're putting more lances in the lanced enemy and the lances are longer in the lanced enemy, shouldn't we then do more damage? Or am I not understanding something? Right? Does this make sense, chat, to you? Is this something that works? What am I lacking basic understanding? Or would the lance not work that way? Because I mean, if the lances are stuck longer in the opponent, then they stack up more. Because they do the damage, and if for every consecutive lance they do damage again. So if you keep lancing more stuff, you lance harder. Okay, blood overpower damage, cooldown reduction. I need some Opticide to just get more Opticide. Let's see if that works this way. I didn't want to burn through my resources today, but I need to see if this works. Like, I literally decided, you know, to try to make these blood builds without much masterworking and so on. Okay, resource cost reduction is there. Now let me just waltz back in. I mean, it's funny how this is, by the way, working with under armor and under elemental resistance, and we can still just walk in here and just exist. Okay, we are looking at a 42.76% cooldown reduction. I mean, I'm missing like essentially another 10% there. Is exhumation an alternative to more survivability? I didn't have a problem with survivability at all. I mean, survivability-wise, you're just standing back here, and you're just spamming your opponent with things, and that's it. And then you're using your bonus attack speed that you... Wait, did I re-enchant the bonus attack? I didn't need to re-enchant the bonus attack speed. Wait, I forgot to put an aspect on the offhand. What aspect did we want to put on the offhand, Chad? We get another aspect slot. Inner calm? I think inner calm, right? Wait, we need to go out and go back in again. We're using Mutilator Plate. Yes, it's too good. The Helltide bug. So I was wondering, can I get a ban from that? No, you can't get a ban from having the Helltide bug. Like, I mean, if you get it accidentally, you get it accidentally. Right? So what do we have, ladies and gentlemen? What do we have on our offhand? So let's look at it. You could play technically. Okay, accelerating, useless. A cursed touch, useless. Bursting bones, useless. Decay doesn't do anything for us. Elements is technically 30% more damage, but that's technically. Then empowering reaper doesn't do anything. You have frenzied death, but we don't need this. We're playing gore quilts, grasping veins. Do we have grasping veins? Oh, we don't have grasping veins running right now. We could put grasping veins back in to get more crit damage. Boom, that's it. It's actually useful. So we're essentially sacrificing our two-handed weapon for then bigger crit damage. That's kind of nice because it works for the minions as well. More crit is more crit. So I guess two-handed weapon just gives us more crit total. Is the changing blood to darkness good to use? Yes, you can definitely play a blood wave build where you essentially are throwing poop waves. The build is called the Poop Mancer. It's not a joke. We're really calling it the Poop Mancer because the wave looks like poop and it's really fun. The problem again, to get the poop wave rolling, you need the aspect of ultimate shadows. Then the aspect of ultimate shadows needs also the title aspect to cast 3 times. And then to get the whole thing cooldown reduction running, you're usually forced to also play the blood orb into cooldown reduction. So you're kind of forced to stack so many things on top of each other just to get like the absolute bare functionality of the poop wave running. Now, maybe with minions, the Poop Mancer could be better than ever, because if we're thinking about that minions are now part of this with a Reaper cooldown reduction, we could be getting more cooldown reductions running, potentially, that we couldn't get before. So there's actually a whole lot of things that changed a bit that might make these builds that used to be already viable even more. By the way, the crit is insane now. Okay, with Grasping Veins, we're now doing very nice crits, I'd say. So that definitely increased our damage on the one-handed setup. If I would now get a good one-hand that actually does have... okay, listen, brother. Listen, brother. Uncool. They're like, you could have eaten everyone, and you choose to eat me. Loco, you're interested in often focus greater affix max life int? I'm not actually really using great offense in this season very much. I mean, some builds yes, but mostly no. So it would feel bad, like, you know, taking that without actually having much use for it. I mean, sure, I can always make use of items. That's not the point, but yeah, we just increased the damage tenfold. So shout out to Voody for forcing me to try this out. Always good when fellow creators drop by and insist that their idea is a good one. It was a good one. I mean, so far we've had 2 very good things just by the community. Improving my builds. That's always nice to see. Yeah, but like the damage is greater now. We're slaying. The only problem I notice is how we're finally running out of essence, guys, because we have an attack speed problem. So I need to get more items with attack speed on right now, because you notice how we're finally not infinite essence anymore, and that not being infinite essence is kind of like a bummer. So, I mean, that could be fixed. Like, I have resource cost reduction right now. They are correct. I could get a resource cost reduction or generation tempering on this ring too. So that would fix itself then. Right? That's like the thing that would like solve the issue. Because it only gets fun when you're really machine gunning, right? If you're not machine gunning, no fun. But damn, like, did you see the blood orb cooldown, the blood cooldown reduction, guys? It's available again. That's great. So 1 blood wave per pack without struggling. Chat. Oh, and the same blood wave, the same pack actually. 2 blood waves per pack. That's bullying. Okay, that was bullying. They get just slammed into the wall. And then, you know what? They get slammed into the wall again. Snake, you get pushed back by the blood wave. Could you not? Jeez. Manners. Gotta look out. Sometimes you get cocky. Can you reset Masterwork? Sure. It costs 5 million gold and you lose all the materials. Do you want to do it? I don't mind losing the materials, but paying 5 million gold after losing all my materials? Sorry, pardon me, what? It's kind of like you get fucked and then you get bent over and you get fucked again. And then they turn you around and they do it again. And you're kind of like, what? I didn't sign up for this. I wasn't aware it's this kind of party. So yeah, like it's a bit, I wish for them to reduce the cost because 5 million is a bit steep. The problem is rather it's no progressive cost. So it costs always 5 million. That means, could my mages please walk up? Hello? Please. We are 3 minutes faster, chat. Holy. And I died. I died we're 3 minutes faster and I died. 2 times. Interesting. Interesting detail, guys. Do you know that the Blood Wave actually does stagger? Why would the Blood Wave do stagger? Well, the Blood Wave slows. Oh, come on now. Rude. How do you reset the masterwork? Ah, you just go to the smith, and then there's the double arrow icon next to your masterwork thingy where you can reset. Oh, is it bad? That's not bad. That's interesting. I mean, the bonus slow is actually making you stagger more and faster. You know what? I have to get rid of Unyielding Commander in this build because I'm like literally never standing close to my minions. I'm literally like standing away from my minions intentionally. I'm just out of this, right? Yeah. Okay, the Blood Waves. Oh my Jesus Christ. I was totally not standing there. The Blood Waves are happening way more frequent now. Like we're literally, Blood Wave over, next Blood Wave. Blood Wave over, next Blood Wave. Blood Wave. Perfect. Yeah, the CDR is currently nice, but we're still not, like, the problem is no barrier, no nothing, right? I mean, you have 33,000 life, and we're not really damage reducing. I think we're not even playing the aspect of Hardened Bones currently. No, don't explode that into my back. Rude. God, I love that cooldown reduction though. I find this build highly amusing in its functionality. Right? This is one of these builds that's just fun. Oh wow. It's just fun because it works. So you get the blood surge, you get blood orbs, you get everything. I do believe we just need more damage. So if I would now like push up my weapon 4 more times, I would drastically increase my damage, right? But then again, I did do a tier 61 with a completely untempered golem build, so that feels a little bit bad, you know? Could I do a tier 61 with a golem build that had not a single item tempered? Yes, I could. So that's like, sure. I mean, if I temper now some items, I could do it. But I kind of feel like I want more survivability, but I'm not sure where to get that from. Right? Or am I supposed to pull like more survivability out of my butthole? Could play a shield instead of a focus, but that would reduce my damage, and I kind of need the offensive aspect there, so that's not an option. And I need the inherent CDR, so that's double not an option. So where do I pull more survivability out of my butt? Oh, no. Weep. 2. Aha, you didn't get me. You tried, but you didn't. Stagger him. Damage! Damage! Progressive overload! Go, 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 go! I still want to know if the aspect of untimely death would be worth it. Over the overpower multiplier. John. I mean, with the blood wave happening so frequent right now, I just want to believe it would be worth it. I'll show you what we're talking about in a second. I mean, if I could play both, it would be insane, but I don't think we can play both. Oh, seriously, sir? Ow. I just did Tormented Greg for the first time. I got no shards of agony. Is that normal? You get one, usually. That's what you notice with the Necro. You're getting one shot from anything. There's a way to prevent that by just having more life. So if I drink this potion and another potion, I just don't get one hit. But I need to drink these two potions and I don't get one hit. The reason why you get one hit with the Necro is that you have damage reduction, but your main damage reduction is hardened bones, okay? So this is your damage reduction that you have. Then you have a lot of damage reduction from the Paragon board, but the main damage reduction the Necro has, and this is like the biggest conundrum in the world. Do you want to know what the main cooldown reduction is? The main damage reduction, this one here, standalone, increases your damage reduction by 18% when you have no minions, and each active minion reduces this by 2. Yeah. It's the biggest damage reduction you can get for free. So the Blood Golem is not an option because we can't really fit him in. We could put the Blood Mist away, technically. But the Blood Mist is a little bit our oh shit button if things are going south. And we would lose a 30% critical strike chance multiplier, which kind of would influence everything negative. But what I've been thinking about is the aspect of untimely death, guys. So this one on overheal would grant me more crit damage. Can I ask you some Blood Surge questions? You can. We figured out that Blood Surge works on a tier 61, but afterwards it doesn't work anymore. The Necro ring, the Ring of Mendeln, you can get from these device. The Ring of Sacrilegious Souls is from Varshan. By the way, in case you didn't notice, guys, we don't have 9,000 armor. I'm running around unarmored and unresistant. So in case you wonder why we're dying, we're running around a little bit greedy. Main reason for that is that we just couldn't be bothered. I mean, the way to avoid this is by just masterworking up the armor here more to just boost our total armor. And that would help us there. And I would have to change the Paragon board a bit, but I'm neither nor willing to do anything. Right? We could just move some things on the Paragon board currently to squeeze out a bit more armor. Here you can squeeze out a bit more armor. You can squeeze out a bit more resistance and all that kind of stuff. Here, a bit more ta-da. Love the Golem damage, to be honest. The biggest problem with the Golem damage is rather triggering it. So we can do this. Again, you're kind of like, if you can't actually, nah, I'm not going to even consider using the Golem. The only way I would use the Golem is by replacing all the minions through the Golem. But it's either minions or the Golem, because Paragon-wise, I would have to get the Golem back up and running, and I don't want to do that. Because right now, I would have no points to actually get the Golem in any way working. Right? Do you need Decrepify? Decrepify is a 20% blank damage reduction plus cooldown reduction on lucky hit. And that cooldown reduction on lucky hit is really being triggered by the Blood Lance quite significantly to actually have you, and the Blood Wave too, to have you get cooldown reduction. So yes, you need Decrepify. There's no question. Preposterous that you're even asking that. Is Golem considered a minion? Yes. He has a personality. He's considered a minion. I want to take an amulet. Where's my cool fancy amulet that I had? Where's the cool fancy pantsy amulet we had for Blood Surge? Where is it? Chat. Am I blind? I didn't sell that by accident, did I? No. Where is it? Huh? Did I accidentally sell it for no reason? What an amulet with double essence cost reduction on it. Oh, I must have accidentally sold it. That's weird. Take this one then. Temper that for... cooldown reduction. Thank you very much. And... how much about fortify? Thank you very much. So that one would get the aspect of the untimely death. I want to mainly know how much more damage would it be with untimely death? And frequently. That's the biggest question. I can actually use that for what I want to. Let me teleport over to Kyovachad. So right now the question is, do we go for the 60% multiplier here, right? Or do we go for the untimely death multiplier? What's better? I love Bloodlines builds with the damages still. I mean, it's enough to clear tier 100. It's enough to clear Uber bosses. So you have no problem with the standard progression. But right now, I mean, we can clear tier 61. That's definitely for sure. If I masterwork my weapon 4 times and this 4 times and the glove 4 times, I would absolutely be able to blast through that even easier, right? I want to get my minions back. Wait, please get more minions. Need more corpses. Oh, I need to make this a boss mob, then I have more lucky hit chance. Yep. More corpses, more footwork, more energy. Give me more corpses so I get all my mages back. Give them to me. Give them to me. Give them to me. More corpses. More corpses. Do it. Do it. Okay, so now let's see the 3 million. 3 million. Yeah, untimely death is definitely worse for the main. So untimely death makes my normal crits do more damage, right? Because that's like the thing. So what does untimely death read at? Let me put myself here while we're just blasting away, right? Untimely death reads at each % of your maximum life you heal beyond grants you bonus critical strike on the next critical strike. But since all of my attacks are critical strikes, it's not just the overpowers that are getting that. So I don't think I'm doing actually more damage, because I feel like I would be empowering the normal crits also, and that would be bad. Untimely death also gets a 25 stack. You can actually see the stack down here. That's the untimely death stack. So that's 25. Even if I get all the orbs, we never 25, 70, 100, 50, 50. So only with the orbs we actually get a higher stack there. It's kind of useless. I thought untimely death would turn out to be better, but nah, it doesn't. We're kind of like, I mean, it works. Do a normal tier 100 again. Where are the buried halls? Jesus. Get some sleep, dude. You look hella tired. I always look hella tired. Thank you for caring, sir. But I always look hella tired. I was kind of like born this way. Hella tired. Okay, conclusion on blood is they work, but it's always kind of like for lovers. I mean, blood is kind of like at the point where it's really like if you enjoy blood, if you like blood, you can play it, but you shouldn't play it because you have a plan, right? I would also not recommend tormented bosses with this, so that's definitely something that will eliminate this for a lot of people. I don't think the blood builds are having a fun time with tormented bosses. I mean, sure, you like, again, both builds can be made to have infinite essence. Okay, so both builds can get to the point where they infinitely cast, where they machine gun cast without ever running out. But that's the point, right? You might be able to machine gun cast, but if your machine gun casting doesn't do the insane damages you needed to do, then what for? I mean, if Bloodwave itself would at least do damage, that would kind of like be nice. But yeah, that's about it. Oh, possible get KO, possible. As this Blood Necro, it's fun. Honestly, I'm having a grand time playing this because who doesn't like poop waving on people? But I already know that the actual Poop Mancer, so the one that uses the Blood Wave for desecrated ground damage, would be working better. The intriguing question about the Poop Mancer is how much could I get the cooldown reduction? Should we try out the Poop Mancer, Chad? Would you like to see that? Because it would still be a blood build. I mean, it's kind of like a blood build, but not a blood build, but a blood build. It's called the Poop Mancer. It does poop. Is this a common bug with the Shadow Blight stacks? There seems to be some kind of, probably some weird ass snapshotting bug where people don't get the Shadow Blight key passive stacking. I would assume it's like because you put on your weapon in a weird way and then it like literally doesn't work. By the way, you don't get the Shadow Blight stacking if you don't have the Shadow Blight aspect on. Hey, maybe that's a problem where people actually think they should be getting the Shadow Blight stacking, but they don't have the weapon on. Is it on MOBA? No, none of these builds is on MOBA yet, because none of these builds is ready to be released. I think tomorrow's video will be essentially the ground testing video for blood, where we essentially talk about blood and the problems with blood, and still give you like both builds, so the Blood Surge build and the Blood Lance build, because both somewhat work, right, for the people that are interested. But the conclusion is that the best blood build might be a shadow build. Hey Chad, imagine the best blood build is a shadow build. Crazy, right? Who would have guessed? I mean, imagine. Both could clear tier 61, so that's fantastic. I mean, end of the day, like, for lovers, for people that want to play blood, having a build to clear 61 is brilliant, because the build is extreme joy to play. You are not having any like climbing ambitions with this one though, right? Definitely don't want to get low. what I missed on the Shadow Blight. Well, you might not have the aspect on. So again, if you actually want to stack up the Shadow Blight, you need the aspect, right? So there's the blighted aspect that makes your Shadow Blight stack up. And without the blighted aspect, no Shadow Blight stacks, right? I mean, there's no damage bonus coming from that. You won't see it in your hotbar. So I would assume that a lot of people that have this problem probably forgot to put on the aspect. That's the only thing I can think about, because I've literally, like, I've never had an issue with my Shadow Blight stacking up. I mean, I'm not saying there's no bug. I'm just saying maybe you didn't understand how the skill actually works, and that's why you ended up in the position where you thought it should work, but then it didn't work. That's the only base assumption I can make. Oh, I don't want to talk to you. Is Bone Spirit better? Do you think about the Free Spirit Armor? The Free Spirit Armor is useless. Step number 1. And Bone Spirit is better. Yes. Bone Spirit has, like, so my Bone Spirit has done the highest currently, a 250 million crit. Yes, you can crit for 250 million damage with Bone Spirit. That's kind of nice, right? And it's a regular crit. It's not an every now and then Sunday fun day crit. No, not damage on Tuesdays. Nah, it's a, like, it'll get wrecked nerd kind of thing happening. Yeah, but Bone Spirit is actually, frankly, insane, like in the power level that it displays. Yeah, but Bone Spirit definitely for the win. And I think, like, my build wasn't even perfect, so my build still had a lot of things missing, so that it wasn't pinnacled out. I think if you do actually have a pinnacle Bone Spirit build, like 500 million crits should be possible. We're talking about like every X. Did your Golem hit for more than that? Yes, I mean, Golem is the number one. There's no argument here, please. It's also like the Bone Spirit build is insane from how it plays and how much fun it is to play. But again, like, the amount of investment you need in the Bone Spirit to get to that point is insane. Whereas the investment you have to do into the Golem build is non-existent. I mean, have you ever felt how much do you have to really put into the Golem build to make it work? Oh yeah, nothing. I mean, seriously, like, just, hey, how about we do nothing and it still works, right? How about we just get the absolute base necessities, like the absolute base level of gear, and it still works? How about we get one single Golem mastery roll and suddenly the build is insane? Let's do one single Hellbound Commander roll and suddenly your build is like nuclear. Where every other build needs, like, okay, so if I have these 3 items and these 4 temperings and all are max rolled, then finally the cooldown reduction of my build is gonna work. And the whole system is gonna be together. And it's like, I got Golem and minions. And by the way, I skilled into a cult leader and I got Frenzied Death. So ta-da, wibbity wobbity. So yeah. Good. A Shadow Wave version would be cool. Yes. And the biggest problem with the Shadow Wave version has always been cooldown reduction. It's like something. The Shadow Wave version has always suffered from cooldown reduction. But what if cooldown reduction is not a problem anymore? My Golem with a random 1 greater affix stuff barely optimized is pushing way higher than my Frozen Orb Sork. Yes. Good. I really hope they don't gut minions. No. I don't think minions need to get nerfed in any way. Minions are supposed to be the strongest build that essentially is available for Necro. Everything else would be silly and stupid. Okay, you said tier 4 bottom left. Yeah, there it is. That was the amulet we're looking for. Okay, what we're gonna do now, chat, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do the shadow version of this build. Okay, so let's go into the skill tree. We're still gonna play with minions. Okay, shadow version with minions, but that means we need to put this out. We need to put this back in. We probably need to play Blight. We play Blighted Corpse Explosion most likely. Hmm. We play the golem. Huh. We would play... We could play blind. We could play the skeletons. We are going to play poop wave. We're going to play corpse tendrils. We could play corpse explosion, but we could play the golem instead as well. Wait a second. Step one. We're going to play this one-handed offense. So we're going to keep these weapon... I have damage over time stuff. Oh, shit. I have been waiting for this moment, Chad. I've been keeping items. Look at this. I've been keeping items just for this moment of glory. When the time has finally come to unveil my master plan, I've been keeping damage over time items. Finally, my time has come. This is what I have been waiting for the whole time. Okay, we need something with cooldown reduction. Let me actually, like, again, we need gloves. I have damage over time gloves too. I've been preparing for this. For my damage over time gloves. Okay, is there any blood wave tempering? I've actually not looked into this, but is there any blood wave tempering? Now we get the surge, we get the speed, we get the decompose, blight cast twice, blight size. That only refers to blight, sadly. Desecrated ground damage. That's what I was looking for. Because you have damage to cursed enemies, macabre damage, corpse tendril damage. Ah, here. Desecrated ground damage. So the question, rather, is what is better now? Shadow damage over time or desecrated ground damage? It's probably shadow damage over time, right? Because desecrated ground damage would only push one damage, whereas damage over time would push all the damages, right? Shadow damage over time. Thank you very much. And we would be going for... if I go for crowd control duration, does that increase the length of the slow? That doesn't matter, though. Good. We got that and that. Now we're going to go for the... Okay, so again, you need the title aspect. Title, number one. You always need the title. No question about that because we need triple waves. Do we have damage over time rings? Over time. Oh, I've been preparing for this. I've been so preparing for this. I've been sitting and wait for this very moment. We could technically play Ixfeld Corroded Signet in this build because the reality is that you're actually going to be boosting damage over time a lot. The problem is we're boosting damage over time a lot and not critical strike chance. So again, fuck Ixfeld's Corroded Signet. It comes kind of like down to the point where fuck Ixfeld's Corroded Signet every single time. If I play these rings, wait, this has critical strike, damage over time, and golem. Oh, useless. They don't have sockets. I can't play them because they don't have sockets. They don't have sockets. I need ultimate cooldown reduction. Ultimate cooldown. So let's not care about the ring's damage. I just need ultimate cooldown reduction. Okay. And I need ultimate cooldown reduction with a socket. Ultimate cooldown reduction. Yeah. I mean, screw the other stuff. Screw. For now. Overpower. You get away. You get away now. You get away now, too. And you get away. Or I accidentally disenchant you because that would be horrible. Good. We don't need the Blood Moon Britches, so we need... I mean, technically, T-Bald's Will would actually be the best, because T-Bald's Will would be damage that I don't get otherwise. Flicker Step is not worth it, because I'm going to stand on max distance. I will not dash through anyone. Okay, so the plan is currently, we get the cooldown reduction to 32.62 seconds, chat. And I have a cooldown reduction amulet. Wait a second. I have a cooldown reduction amulet. Now, we could be playing... Actually, we should be playing Eben Piercer for this, right? Fuck. There's no reason to not play Eben Piercer. Unless I'm running out of aspects. Let's assume I'm running out of aspects. Let's assume for a second I'm running out of aspects. So the plan would be to have our cooldowns reduced so fast that we don't have to worry. My problem is we probably still have to play the ring with a cooldown reduction. So what we most likely still have to do is we have to play the Blood Orb aspect. So the Blood Orb to actually aspect of here the Potent Blood, the Fast Blood. What we could do is we could play Fast Blood, and here comes a very interesting one. What we could do is you could consider playing Wear My Boots. This is Blood Mist movement speed. Because I have these boots that give you Blood Mist movement speed. They're useless for the build, but not the point. And I could Blood Mist then through the Blood Orbs. And if we Blood Mist through the Blood Orbs, would it then not be interesting to play the Blood Soaked aspect too? Because that would then be the Blood Soaked aspect, which actually leaves behind a ground of desecrated ground, right? So we would Blood Wave, Blood Soaked into the Blood Wave. Then we would play Blood Wave. Then we would play Blood Wave Corpse. Then we would play Corpse Explosion from the pans, because we Blood Mist through. We play Corpse Explosion from the pans, right? Where are my elemental resistance pans? I have very good pans, so we could play the pans. Correcto Moon. The amulet would be, again, cooldown reduction amulet. I should have a cooldown reduction amulet. Do I not have a cooldown reduction? I'm always saying I have one, but I don't think I actually have one. No, I have one. See, I'm not crazy, but the problem is that this is not the one I'm looking for. Fuck, this one. Yeah, that's here. Come on. Eat my ass, chat. There you have it. That's a cooldown reduction amulet, and I can take it to the temple ring, and we can essentially go for, please give me ultimate cooldown reduction again. I mean, I'll be damned if I'm not getting the ultimate cooldown reduction all the way down. Come on. Give me... Oh my goodness. Give me ultimate cooldown reduction right now, or I'm going to eat your face. Don't make me throw hands. Sorry. And now give me shadow damage over time. I hate you and your family. Okay, very angry. But we get this down to 26.41 seconds. Ooh. Let me masterwork this first, Jiffy. So that would be down to 25.71. That's nothing. That's nothing. Okay. Couldn't you add a socket? Do I look like that I have the resource to add sockets? Odin, thank you for the Prime subscription. Behemoth, thank you for the 58 months of support. Sorry, chat, if I did miss any sub from before. My apologies. Hope you're all having a good day. Feeling good, healthy, and wealthy. Happy Sunday to all of you. As you can see, I really do enjoy this theory crafting. This, like, going back and forth and trying to make builds that work. I mean, like, right now we made blood builds, and I know no one will probably want to watch these videos, but I really wanted to make the Blood Surge build, so here we are. You know, what can I say? I need a... Do I have a focus with damage over time? Weapons. Focus. Should I have one with... Can focus have damage over time? Maximum life. Maximum life. Lucky hit chance. That's a cooldown reduction one. You know what? Let's take the cooldown reduction run just to get it as low as possible. 23.78. Yeah. Pretty nice. We can play another chest piece. Corpse Explosion chest piece? Yeah, here. Corpse Explosion chest piece. Okay, right now, title aspect. That, we have... we need Ultimate Shadows, so... We need the aspect of Ultimate Shadows. Maybe we should play a two-handed weapon. Let me see. So we get Ultimate Shadows. We get the Blood Soaked. So, title, resource, shadows, Blood Soaked. Anything else? Shadow Blade. Yeah. Anything else? Shadow Blade. Now comes the interesting question, Chan. Are we going to play the aspect of decay? Because now the question is, we have Shadow Blade, we're stacking damage over time. Everything is damage over time, right? So we have one more aspect open on the ring currently that we could be using for anything, right? We still have the minions. We're going to keep the minions too. The minions are going to stay. Are we going to play the aspect of decay? Each time Shadow Blade key passive deals damage, it does 45% damage more. That stacks 5 times. It's 225% damage multiplier. That would only apply to the Shadow Blade key passive though. Alternative. Edge Master is a 20% increase. Barrier increase. I'm not going to have Barrier probably going on. Rapid Aspect doesn't seem worth it. I mean, there's like you know? Nothing seems like kind of like worth it at this point. So let's say we're going to play the aspect of decay, just like to kind of see this. Okay, so now the question rather is, we're not going to play the golem, okay? So we're going to play currently the mages that give us the bonus shadow damage. Thank you very much for existing. The golem gets sacrificed for crit is bullshit. So the golem would be sacrificed for life, actually. Even though it might get sacrificed for attack speed, but I kind of forget the combination of what attack speed did to... Why do I have... instance. What the combination of attack speed into Wibbity Wobbity was. And lastly, my chest is going to have hardened bones. And yes, we're actually going to keep the Harlequin crest on right now.
Need something blessed? Cursed, perhaps?
Hardened bones. I mean, if this doesn't work, it would be crazy. So we burned through 50 million gold while you were gone. Yeah, welcome to the Theorycraft streams. Someone recently complained, Chad. Someone said that the format I do on YouTube is bad, you know? So we have these videos here, which are build guides, right? Full build guides. Then we have these live streams, which are theory crafts, where we essentially try to make everything work out, right? And for some reason, the person decided that these live streams where we try things out, try to make them work, is a bad format. But I do simply think he might have just not understood, Chan. What if the intellectual didn't understand how the format works? What if he's stupid? You know? Could that be? Did you play Sorg? No, we haven't played Sorg this season. Finally, the Wither board. And we're going to take everything. The worst part about Wither is there's so much weirdness in the board that you're kind of forced to take. And I hate that. Darkness. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 green. Do we actually need the Son of Death board? Because my minions are truly not going to deal any damage in this build. In this build, they're really just not there to do anything. But I still feel like if I at least take this, so the cult leader, right? If I at least take this part of the cult leader, I mean, just to keep them a little bit alive. Why screw the rest? Just do basically this here. and have the Death Razor because it's another 15% damage increase. Right? Whenever your minions deal damage to an enemy, the enemy takes 15% more damage. It seems like the most damage increase I can just randomly go for. Right? We want a random huge damage increase. So how do I get a random huge damage increase? Like that. What was Desecrated Ground again? What's the glyph called? Brain. Desecration was willpower. Streit dich nicht mit den Kindern! Ja, bitte. Ich bin dieser Matz. Ja, das wusste ich ja nicht. Das wurde mit mir nicht abgesprochen. Ja, brauchst du meinen Telefonica? Ja? Ja? Ja, dann werde ich das wohl irgendwie kriegen. Doch, kannst du. Nicht sagen, die Frau ist weg. Man kann das verschieben. Du musst nur früh genug Bescheid sagen. Ansonsten bist du scheiße. Die haben das geschrieben. Machen Sie das bitte nur im größten Notfall. Weil sonst bist du scheiße. Steht da drin. So in dem Brief. Wo ist das denn? Nur ein. Nur ein, der um die Uhrzeit liefert. Ich weiß nicht, was willst du, Mädels? Ja. Danke. Sorry. I'll put amplify here. I mean, like, let's assume that this board is just not going to be the most efficient one I've ever made. I just want to see like how the build would roughly work together. And yes, I'm German. Ohio. Ohio is not the greeting, but this is what it is. There's no better willpower board than... I was thinking if I could play the Blood Begets board for consuming blood orbs for bonus damage. The problem is it's like such a short bonus damage that it might not be worth it. It's an interesting thought, though. Probably just not going to work. Sorry, my tiny humans are yelling at mom because they're hungry. Desecration. So yes, I'm German. Hi. So Bone Spear is unplayable now. No, Bone Spear can clear tier 70 pits. So if you're interested in clearing tier 70 pits, then go for Bone Spear. Ta-da. Pretty dumb. It works. Again, like, sure, tier 70 pits doesn't sound like truly impressive, but you can do it. So just go away, pop off, King. Don't worry. I mean, it's nice to be able to clear tier 70, so I'd say. Realistic, good outcome. Okay. And we're gonna put in last but not least. I mean, let's just put corporal in for the movement speed for now. Just not for any like making sense. Like I just slammed this together because I just want to see if it actually does work. I wanna try this in a tier 100. I just truly want to know, does this do what I need it to do for the fucking YOLOs? Okay, we have 12,000 armor. We have everything resistance out. We're good. And we have 38,000 lives. So we're the sturdiest we have been in a while. Let's do Jalalal's Vigil. Okay, priceless. Sorry, you wrote 2 long messages, you're saying. Thank you for offering items, but I don't need any items because all these builds are like theory crafts that I'm planning. We're doing these builds to do them, but I'm still gonna be keeping to play the golem build, right? Okay, that cooldown reduction was instantious, chat. I could just do the blood wave straight away again. That was kind of like nice. So the cooldown reduction is instant. That means blood mist in, cooldown reduction, fully everyone, pull everything together, continue zoom in, blood mist, blood wave, pull together, like the blood orbs, blood mist. And yes, the movement speed is truly atrocious. Pull everything together. I think throwing some blights should be a thing. But I need some essence production for that. Okay, keep zoom in. Oh, missed. This is working way better than it has any right to. Or are we keeping the minions? Cooldown reduction. I wonder, do I even need the minions in this build for cooldown reduction? At this point, I wonder, chat, do I even need the minions? Was haben die Kinder ausgewählt? Ja. Ich muss nur kurz sicher gehen, dass ich nicht sterbe. Death is not an option. It's kind of like a very fun. I mean, like, this is only tier 100 dungeon, but regardless. Sorry, I need to order something. What do they have ordered? They get a pizza margarita with ananas. They got a Dudum Special. And I'm getting myself a... Mm-hmm. So that cooldown reduction, look at the cooldown reduction, chat. So it's blood wave and then blood wave and then blood wave. So that's working. That's working like what the hell? Yeah, I could even layer blood waves on top of each other. That's quite something. So that's like, that's going places. Now the question is rather, how do we maximize this damage, correct? I mean, should Ixfeld's Corroded Signet maybe be in the build? The sad part is, in order to make Ixfeld's work, I need critical strike damage, correct? That's like the thing. Because Ixfeld's Corroded Signet triggers off critical strike damage and lucky hit. So I need lucky hit and critical strike damage suddenly on gear instead of just maxing damage over time. So it might probably be better to just max damage over time. The fun part is we're not even playing Corpse Explosion in this build. Right? I mean, how much damage is that? Like, can you look at the tiny damage numbers and kind of tell me if you see something? Because I kind of want to know how much damage does the Blood Wave now even deal? And how much damage over time is this even? So I feel like they don't have the HP to truly consider how much it is. If that makes sense. My opponents are not sturdy enough to appreciate the amount of carnage we're actually visiting on them. You know? Because I see millions in between. Need to see this on a boss now to know. Like, right? There's just millions coming. They're just getting instant eaten. It's not even funny. Like they're just getting destroyed. There was like just a 1.2 million tick there happening. Nothing too crazy, but like crazy enough, kind of. So it's the best blood build a not blood build. Is the best blood build a shadow build with blood skills? That would be sad, and I wouldn't like it. I mean, I would like it, but it would still make me sad. By the way, how do we trigger Corpse Explosion, chat? The only way to trigger Corpse Explosion currently is over the Explosive Mist from the Blood Mist. So that's how we essentially trigger Corpse Explosion. Oh, 4 ranks to Bone Spirit! Nah! That's what I've been wanting for a while now. Just don't worry. Okay, stacking this on top of each other. Collecting the orbs, doing another one. I mean, honestly, I can't even do other skills than Blood Mist. So this is truly a Blood Wave build, Chad. This is nothing else. This is me just walking after the Blood Wave and just triggering more Blood Wave. What is this? The Poop Monster! Get pooped on! Yeah, you Shadow Surfer, like Shadow Surfer my ass. It's the Poop Monster now. I feel like there's like somewhere there's a damage ceiling hidden there that we could reach, right? If you lean back for a second and think about it, there's probably somewhere where this could go. I mean, the question would obviously be maybe desecrated ground damage, because we're actually doing desecrated ground with this, right? Would scale higher than shadow damage over time, but then again, maybe not. It's funny, but while the one poop wave is running, the next poop wave is going out already. I like how this is working completely without corpses. Yeah, that has no right to actually work this well. Okay, tier 61 pid. I mean, considering like, okay, guys, no masterworked items. Okay, so not a single masterworked item here. Not masterworked here. Not even tempered. I forget to temper that shit. That's a bone spirit tempering on the other one. You know. 200 weapon might be more damage. So the question is now, think about it, Chad. Fuck this. And we're gonna put the on a 200 weapon. I'm with you. I'm with you. I want, like, here, Chad. I'm with you. So what if we take the ultimate shadows and let's see if I have damage over time. Can damage over time be on a 200 weapon? It should be so much. Does anyone have a 200 weapon with damage over time? Can it be on a 200 weapon? I'm not even sure. Oh my goodness, I have it. I need scattered prisms. No, I don't have scattered prisms.
Come on.
Chad, I have one scattered prism. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. We want. What do we even want? There's nothing we want. I mean, like the crazy part is there's nothing we want. I don't want decompose. I don't want blight chance to cast twice. I don't want. There's nothing I want. I guess lucky hit chance to deal shadow damage, but I don't want that as well. There's truly nothing I want. Sad. I mean, you could probably go for blight to cast twice in case we actually do blight. Blight size. Let's see if blight size actually increases it should not increase the size of the poop wave, but you know, fine. Shadow damage over time. Okay, darkness. Now it needs to be shadow damage over time. It's the highest roll darkness damage, but it needs to be shadow damage over time. I'm sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it. So that's 300% shadow damage over time on the 200 weapon. I can socket it for you. No, chat. I don't want to socket it from you. I don't want you to socket my gear for me. I'd rather waste my last scattered prism for some random shit to just have some fun and try to make stupid builds work than I would like steal your very precious resources, because I know how precious. I mean, if anyone in chat has more than 10 scattered prisms, he hasn't been playing the game. You know, why are you hating fun? So right now we're playing minions for bonus cooldown reduction. What I'm asking myself is, do we even need that? I don't know if they actually did that much in the boss fight. Okay, let's do a tier 61 dungeon. Damage over time, just literally just damage over time, but you need damage over time over darkness damage because your Shadow Blight key passive scales with damage over time. And since the Shadow Blight key passive stacks up quite a lot. Oh, I didn't put ultimate shadows on this, so let's teleport out again because I'm an idiot. Because now it's a blood wave and not a poop wave, and if it's a blood wave, no one wants it. Okay, let's redo that. I have 8 scattered prisms, but I've been lucky with stuff dropping. Yeah, I usually, if I find a greater affix item that doesn't have a socket, I just disenchant it. So the thing is, if you put ultimate shadows on a two-handed weapon, you know what happens? Double the damage on desecrated ground. Look at this. 260% base. Yes, the desecrated ground damage is 260% base on that one. Isn't that brilliant? Yes, Chan. You know how much base damage a corpse explosion has? 100,000. Uh-huh. You have 30 prisms. Jesus. Okay, whee! Map going through. Okay, everyone just gets eaten from one blood wave. That's exactly what I wanted. Without any follow-up too. Don't even need blind. Probably replace like using blight through a corpse explosion or something like that. Yeah, but it's the best part is that you just walk through blood orbs and every cooldown just gets lower, and then you do the next blind.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, I need cooldown? Well, let me just walk through it. Already flowed through them. That's my blood mist going crazy. So, and why do we do this? Because we need to collect the blood orbs. So we're spawning these blood orbs. And if I'm not going through these blood orbs, then we're not in the cooldown reduction we're looking for. Boop. They're actually all dead. I don't even have to consider them. And the best part is that my actual blood mist is also doing significant damage with the shit that gets going on. Thank you very much for the... I mean, this is truly a blood wave build. I've actually never had an... like, where the blood wave is our kill skill. You know? This makes the blood wave our skill to kill. So we're gonna have to collect all these blood orbs, and cooldown reduction already done again. Oh yeah, you know what? Blood wave, cooldown reduction already done again. Oop. I need to see how this works against the boss. Oh, I think we need some essence per second gear so I could actually use Blight, because that's like right now my problem. We have the Blight, but we don't use it. What if I replace the Blight through a corpse explosion and we just actually spam the corpse explosion together with the, you know, like instead of spamming the Shadow Blight at the Blight, we play corpse explosion here. Yeah, well, we need to think about this after the dungeon. It might actually be better. Because I make quite some corpses with the blood wave. The blood wave does make some corpses. Like you can see there's like 6-7 corpses right now. Because the Blood Wave has some lucky hit too. So you actually do make like Blood Wave lucky hit corpses. And then with the Blood Wave lucky hit corpses, you could cast Corpse Explosion to have like some ever stacking damage just going crazy. I guess. Boop. Pooped on. Pooped on is the topic of this build. Oh. Do we have room for the Bone Prison Blight aspect? Nope. Nope. We're at limit. I'm still surprised we had enough aspects for this. To be honest with you. Absolutely surprised that like I went through like without a hassle, because usually the problem was that you needed to get like more aspects for some kind of cooldown reductions and shit, and yeah. Dude, the damage is like I just went through in 4 minutes with an unoptimized build that doesn't have any masterworks running or whatsoever. That it feels kind of like illegal, shouldn't happen, right? Look at his HP. Need to walk over the blood orbs. And that's again the good thing about the blood mist is that the blood mist just functions like a stacking thing. So you can essentially stack blood waves on top of each other. You don't have to wait for your one blood wave to be over. Yeah, if I could do corpse explosions now, this would actually be insane. Chad, I mean, think about it. Like we have all of this damage going on, and if I now add corpse explosions to all of this, we're just going places. I mean, look at him. Look at him just go. That's double stacked on top of each other. Triple stack one. Dude, illegal. Yes. I mean, beyond efficient, honestly. Maximum insanity, Chan. Shouldn't be allowed to exist, but does exist. Yeah, I played a similar build in season 2 and in season 3. Don't worry, I've been making this build now for every season. Like we've been literally this is one of the main builds I keep making. The problem is it always runs into some issues, and it always runs into some problems where you just can't keep making it. So that's always like a sadness. But yeah, it feels like a bit illegal what we're pulling off here right now. The good kind of illegal, you know, not good kind of illegal. Good. Let's trash all that gear. I want to masterwork the weapon because I want to do some more damage. I promised myself I wouldn't do it, chat. I promised myself I wouldn't waste all my resources, but fuck my promises here, okay? Okay, crafting materials, Ingolith caches, thank you very much. Boop, 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 boop. Turn the Ingolith caches into Opticide, large Opticide cache, thank you very much. Whoop. Let's get this one masterworked up just to get some more damage. Whoop, 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 whoop. No, really maximum life, it's okay, it's okay. So what we're at how much damage over time at this point? Can we actually see damage over time in here? Never checked this. So we're at 700%. That's kind of nice. Which also brings the, like, again, this is the interesting part. So here, this is 633% bonus damage. Shadow Blade's damage is increased by 100% of your shadow damage over time bonuses. Did you know that this one can crit? Yep, can crit. Good. Desecrated Ground, Blood Orbs cooldown reduction, Shadow Blade key passive stacker. Then we have the ultimate shadows to go as high as possible. We get that, there, then thy. Shadow damage over time. We're missing shadow damage over time here. We're missing shadow damage over time there. We're missing shadow damage over time here. Corpse Explosion. Okay, now let's try the whole build out with Corpse Explosion. Okay, chat? So what we're going to do is now into the fray, we're adding Corpse Explosion. which is interesting. We could reduce the crit here and the Hellbent Commander because actually my minions are not there for any kind of damage, and the Golem can go out. Fuck, we can get so many more points. We go for the stun and the bonus damage. That's really nice. We could go for more movement speed to zoom even faster. We could put a lot of points in it. No, you know what? Fuck movement speed. We get my this maximum cooldown reduction. Okay, no. Would it make sense to put a cult dominion on the amulet? Never. Should we do a tier 70 just to like start going deeper now? So that was a tier 61. Tier 61 we obviously did relatively easy. Now let's go for a tier 70. Is there a way to put Harlequin in the Blood Mist build? Not in the Golem build. Useless. But we have Harlequin in this build right now. Roko, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. And chat, I promised to bring Blood back on the menu. And we did. Just not in the way how you expected it to be. So, Blood build is back on the menu, chat. It's just not the Blood build you anticipated that would be coming. So, I'm sorry, I guess. I need to get used to the keys currently because I'm kind of like a bit confused at what to press where, because I've never played, like, this is the first time I'm actually playing the build in this configuration with like Blood Mist on number 2, and that's confusing me a little bit. I do believe this build still has its limits, right? This is not like the absolute pit pushing super whammer slammer build, right? It's a fun little build that you can have like a brilliant time with. I mean, that does quite some freaking damage, actually. Jesus. I see just 4 million ticks on shadow damage over time. God, I want to max this build out. I kind of want to use all my resources given to me in the next 2 days to absolutely max this build out and find like the perfect gear pieces for this. Okay. Because how much silly fun I'm having here, dude. It's just not fair. The poor enemies are being bullied. With the corpse explosions, I feel like we could easily drop the minions. Would Bloodless Scream work in the build? Nope. No aspects left for it. Sorry. Hey guys, the notorious corpse guys that are actually really annoying to kill just got absolutely overwhelmed by these blood thingies. I would like to know how much cooldown reduction they actually provide. And again, having the minions doesn't really hurt me. Nah, I would probably do a bit more damage without the minions. But they're also kind of like keeping everything away from me that I can actually focus on going around and doing my thing. So I kind of feel like, sure, I could keep them away, but it would probably hurt the build. Right? Dude, look at the poor lats. Even without walking through the blood orbs, my cooldown just went to nothing, right? Working. Did anyone expect this to not work? Because then you're a non-believer and you need to be put to the stake. I love when silly work. That's a tier 70 now, by the way. A tier 70. I guess an 80 should be possible too. And the best part is when you go like from left to right through like your whole shadow poop, right? So when I travel through the whole shadow poop, what happens? Well, I pick up all the blood orbs and I do more shadow poop. Like this is a build where you just always keep moving because you gotta collect the blood orbs. It's like Pac-Man. Yeah, we're gonna call it the Pac-Man build because you're like nom 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 nom. You need to you need to collect the tiny shiny blood orbs to continue the efficiency of your build. Nom nom nom. Definitely the Pac-Man build, chat. Is that okay? Can we call it that? I mean, it's still the Poop Mancer. But Pac-Man kind of fits. Yeah, that's the boss fight already. So like 4 minutes to boss fight with a stupid shadow build. The Poopy Pac-Mancer. The Packy Poop Mancer. Okay, 1. Then Blood Mist. Why do we Blood Mist? Because again, Blood Mist also does Corpse Explosions, so that I don't have to do Corpse Explosions Handish. No, I just didn't do that. That I don't have to do the Corpse Explosion Handish, right? That's where we... Oh, wait. I know, my mains get summoned. That's where we do the Corpse Explosion. That was to do the Blood Mist on Corpse Explosion. Technically, we could, as we're now playing Corpse Explosion, actually leave that behind, I would assume. Not 100% certain. I guess the only problem that could happen is that I create so much ground-bound disaster that I miss what's happening. The only problem I could foresee. Because honestly, on all this poop wave, like every now and then spotting the... Yeah, this here, it's like... Oh, what? That should have not hit me. I was like clearly out of that. Do you think that old school Bone Spear would rock? Bone Spear with minions does work. Bone Spear with minions does work. It's pretty damn good. But caps out at a certain level. So... Yes, Bone Spear still works, but it's not like the wet dream of every nerd anymore. It literally just does the do. It gets you there, right? Well, that Blood Mist cast almost had me killed because I, you know, stood there to cast it. The problem is the slight delay when you're casting Blood Mist. Because it actually like lifts your arms up and you cast Blood Mist, right? It's like, whoop. If you look out, it's not a smooth casting motion. There's less corpses than I thought there would be, I have to say. Get my minions resummon every now and then. See, I survived that. Haha, 50k HP minimum. I don't see anything anymore. I don't know if anyone is just happening here right now, if I'm gonna take any damage over time. Like seriously, there was just like that happening and this and like that, and yeah. Visibility 0, Chad. I mean, it's funny because this build also works kind of like an Infinimus build. So we're just really like, I mean, I'm 90% in Blood Mist, so I'm not even in danger of dying. Done. Okay, like it. I like it, Chad. I like it a lot. Can you fit Blood Lance Quill Aspect to collect the orbs? No, that's useless because you would spend your time essentially doing that while you do just want to do your damage over time thingies. I still need new rings, so we're going to gamble for new rings. And by the way, we still don't have the perfect rolled aspect, guys. Does any one of you have a perfect rolled Blood Orb aspect he doesn't need? Huh? Anyone?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
We could be getting even more cooldown reduction. That's what I'm saying. Oh, that's not good at all. But it's 2 Skeletal Warrior Masteries. I promise to keep all the Warrior Mastery, Mage Mastery, every single item that has this kind of shit on it. Because people pay good money. I think the way to higher pits is damage over time. No, because the bosses are very harsh and impossible to kill with damage over time. like currently the highest pit that has been done without a holy bolt elixir is 125 or 126 by a shadow golem, and I don't think it's gonna go that much higher. Okay, should we try out a tier 80 just to see if we can do it with our gear? I feel like on tier 80, I'll probably have to put more resources into masterworking some stuff to get more damage out of it. Here, wait a second. We're gonna quickly pump and dump the gloves. Here we go. Dump the gloves for maximum life. Which build is best for pushing? Well, if you want to try out for pit 100s and beyond, you can take my golem build, which is currently sitting at 113 without a holy bolt elixir, and it could actually go further if I had the gear. I don't have the gear because I'm doing what I'm doing here right now. Why am I not deeper in the pit, guys? Because opposed to the people that are actually only pushing the pit, I do this shit here right now. I'm making a build with a poop wave and a necromancer because I really want to make that build. That is definitely preventing me from gathering gear to actually push deeper into the pit. But I cannot say that I regret my decisions. My decisions are 10 out of 10 solid. You die to my shadow damage. Thank you very much. When you get into the pit, you need to clear a tier 46 nightmare dungeon. And after you've cleared a tier 46 nightmare dungeons, you do get access to the pit. And then you can dive as deep as you dare. Okay, you know what? That I don't like the umbrella you put up there to protect yourself from my poop raining down on you. So yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of Korean players that actually have pushed really deep into the pit already, and I gotta respect them. But when I see their gear that is essentially like double greater affix items, and like everything is 4 times everything is 12 times masterworked and so on, and they're essentially able to push deeper in the pit, and I'm just like, oh yeah, you know what? I'm coming. Like, give me a few more weeks while I'm definitely not like just mucking around and make fun builds, because that's how I enjoy myself. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do definitely have some pit ambitions, right? But this is actually more fun than pushing the pit. Or farming for gear for pushing the pit, right? I'm a content creator. I mean, like the biggest problem is if I could simply just push the pit every day and that's it, right? Farm for the pit, push the pit every day. But how would that be interesting content? Right? Just me pummeling like tier 90 pits in and out. By the way, tier 90 pits I figured is the best one to farm. I did farm tier 100 pits for a while, but I have to say that tier 90 pits just has a level of squishy that no matter how good your build is, it's just so convenient to blast through tier 90s. Like, it's almost like enemies are made out of freaking paper. I'm sorry if you haven't beaten a tier 90 yet, okay? I'm saying like with a certain level of build. Tier 90 feels like everything is just made out of paper. You have paper enemies that are made out of paper, that consist out of paper. Like, everything is like paper. I don't want to make fun of your struggle. I'm just saying. Where do you farm best gear? Helltide. Honestly, Helltide and kill the Hell Maiden. She's like the best way. Like, for me, I've got my most upgrades from her. Helltide, Hell Maiden, and then just rinse and repeat. Open the chests, obviously. So Helltide, Hell Maiden, open the chest. You also get Angel Breath, and you need a lot of Angel Breath. You entered the pit on Karagar. It only exists in Karagar. Nowhere else. Oh, you are... It's probably the only disadvantage of Blood Wave. So, you know what this build makes me think, guys? That Blood Wave was intended to be a core skill, and they kind of mucked it up, and that's why Blood Wave is now a mastery skill. But like the way how we're playing here right now with the 0 cooldown reduction and the way how Blood Wave is like working, correct? It just feel like this was intended to be a core skill. Ja, das ist ein Lammertune, ihr habt ein Dürüm. Hast du das Falsche bestellt? Oha. Oha. Women. Yeah, they're like, you know, your food is like, did you take a different version than our food because they thought they ordered a lamachun, which is like some Turkish food thingy, but they ordered a durum instead of a lamachun. Beginners. Bloody beginners. I'm not sharing my food, it's mine. I got exactly what I wanted. I'm not suffering for it. We said oha so much that my 3-year-old started saying it. Whenever something happens, doesn't matter what happens, she says oha too, and it's like the cutest thing in the world. Good, let's see. That was 5 minutes to boss in a tier 80 dungeon with the stupidest build in existence. I still call it the stupidest build in existence despite it working, chat, because I feel like it shouldn't. I feel like it shouldn't be possible that I'm using a blood wave spam build to do what I'm doing here right now. Right? It just feels like it shouldn't be a thing. I want my cooldown even lower so I can spam the blood wave because I feel like we're not at the pinnacle of cooldown reduction. And I kind of want to see how low could you go, because I feel like we could kind of get the cooldown down to 20 seconds. And if I had a better blood orb roll, because again, my blood orb roll is not perfect, we could really spam the blood wave, because right now we can't spam the blood wave yet. We're working on it. There's still like the little downtime where we're waiting for the blood orb to get ready. Ow. See all the corpses below that thing now, so we can like explode all the corpses now, which gives us bonus cooldown reduction too. Oh, almost died there. Funny part is if you cooldown reduce without actually needing the blood orbs, then you have more blood orbs for the next cooldown reduction, right? So we managed to get the thing down without eating all the blood orbs which are available on the map right now, which means inevitably that I have more for other stuff. You know what? I've been discussing, like, do I really want to keep the minions? Do I not really want to keep the minions? I think they're useful. They're essentially just consistently keeping damage off me and focus off me, and they allow me to like really just go away at her. It makes sense. Minion supremacy, even in this stupid build. Oh, this is so good. I don't know if you understand how much fun this is from watching, but it's just like using this skill that is meant to be an ultimate skill, but turning it into a skill that you can just hammer into your opponent. It's just a level of stupid that just, I don't know if I can make myself clear, Chan. It's just We're not struggling, right? We're not taking any damage. We're not ever in danger of dying, right? In this situation, Sever plus Empty Tombs will boost damage significantly. I doubt it. I doubt it. Problem is, so Sever would throw out the shadows and everything, right? And the Greaves of the Empty Tomb, they don't do anything damage-wise, really. Where's my Greaves? So here's the Greaves of the Empty Tomb. So that Desecrated Ground, that doesn't really scale up much. I mean, it's a base damage of 3,500. That's like nothing. Can I use Necro 4.0 for boss killing? Tormented Echo of Endariel, Maiden of Anguish. Is the 4.0 video. That's okay. So again, this is Tormented Echo of Endariel, Maiden of Anguish. What do you think? Can you use this build for killing her? Okay. Let me masterwork this. Probably shouldn't do that. I just want more damage. We have to redo the paragon board at some point. Does it take way too long for the blighted aspect to be worth? Because like you need 10 times to damage with shadow damage than 10 times. No, it doesn't take long. It activates super fast. Okay, that was a... What did we do? Was that a 70? Now we have to do an 80, correct? Or was that an 80? No, 70. Correct? We did a 70. Now we have to do an 80. Kalboder Hühnchen. I don't know what's in here. Food. That was... Oh, it was an 80 you did. Oops. Oh, we have to do a 90 now. Jeez. Really? I did an 80? No, I didn't do an 80. I didn't do an 80. Sit 7 million. Dude, I saw a 7 million take. Happy potato.
I'm not ready.
The official poop monster has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. The 4, 5, 10 million, 10 million. Chat, I saw a 10 million tick. Happy. Levels of stupid, chat. Levels of stupid. I need an offense. So anyone to have a double cooldown reduction offense. Chat. So what I'm looking for, listen. I'm looking for an offense that has cooldown reduction. Anyone get that? Because right now my offense is wrongly tempered and I'm there. I'm paying in living steel. I'm paying people in living steel or uniques. Whatever you want. I got it all. Okay. Because if we can get more cooldown reduction, I can spam this harder. If we can spam this harder, shit is real. Also, does any one of you have an item to trade that has Blood Orb Ultimate cooldown reduction on it? By chance, flying around with a max roll that I could disenchant for my thingy, because I'm still not getting that shit. I've been rolling rings for days now. These are the 2 requests I'm having. I am, you know, I am eager to do stupid things for this. Desecrated Ground isn't showing the stat menu. It's not only showing the stat menu. If you hover over the skill, it doesn't even show the update on the skill. So you would hope that the blood thingy getting turned into Desecrated Ground, that it actually would show. It doesn't show. Why dots can't crit? Because if dots can't crit, things would be off the charts. What I feel like is because dots can't crit, that they should do more damage if only one single opponent is there. So I would like it if dot had the inherent thingy that if only one enemy is being dotted, that enemy takes 50% more damage. Like almost like the pool of poison is being diluted by the amount of enemies, right? And if there's only one enemy left, that enemy would just get more poison. Right? That'd be great. I have one with greater affix cooldown, crit chance, and max life, but I might save that for myself to create this build. Yeah, please, chat. No. Like, if you have any ambitions to like recreate the build, do not look in your stash, because you need this, right? I mean, you definitely should have double cooldown reduction focus. I mean, actually, you know what? Forget about the cooldown reduction focus. We're playing two-handed weapon. What am I talking about? Chat, I don't need a cooldown reduction focus. We're playing a two-handed weapon. Well, I'm drunk. I forget that part. So ignore everything I said. We're like, no two-handed thingy. I just need to actually masterwork this one further. Because I do have a good amulet. I think I need an amulet with the ranks in gloom probably. But yeah, I have a cooldown reduction amulet. I just need to masterwork that one further. Then we're good. Ignore me. Don't listen to me. Okay, it was just like 5-minute to boss and an 80 with a Poop Mancer. Who would have guessed that the Poop Mancer is stronger than a Bone Summoner? So chat, this build is now officially stronger than a Bone Summoner because it has just less struggle and it just goes smoother through. It does feel a little bit illegal. Finally, Blood Surge is my main skill. I feel like this build can be better though. I would really like to sit down with my friend Macro Bio Boy and Chronix and some of the other Necro dudes and probably think about how to make this even better. I mean, the Paragon board is less than optimal, so the Paragon board actually stings. Okay, Chad, keep that in mind. Paragon board stings. I'm still not sure about the Corpse Explosion if I do want to take this. There are some levels to this build that you could still rethink and like kind of see what could be changed. Because sometimes we're having like corpses, sometimes we're not having corpses, right? So it's like we don't have a reliable source of corpses unless we would play the Bugged Reapers. So that's the thing. So if we play the Bugged Reapers, it works because the Reapers would make corpses and cooldown reduction at the same time. Right now, I'm not playing the Bugged Reapers. I think I'm not playing them. But yeah, that would then significantly change things. You know what we could do? We could actually start tempering Crippling Darkness on gear. Also thinking if there's any uniques that could work. I mean, technically the Ring of Starless Skies would work to get us, but it would kind of like be a waste because we're not... I don't know which kind of Reapers I'm playing. I need to look that up. I think I'm playing the cooldown reduction Reapers. In case you didn't know it, there's a bug where the cooldown reduction Reapers also where the Corpse Reapers also cooldown reduction. It's a bit stupid and almost makes them a must play because why wouldn't you take the best of both worlds, right? Stupid to not take the best of both worlds. Oh no 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 no! I moved on. Turael's Might is not good in the Golden Manta. Macro did the Shadow Surfer, yes, but the Shadow Surfer is not Poop Monster. Two different builds. Shadow Surfer, fantastic though. It's like with Tempering and Masterworking, we're having like a bit more options essentially to go for things. I mean, honestly, if I could put a bunch of essence generation on this, like essence per second on the gear, then there is a world where we could actually decide to potentially play Blight, because right now I'm not playing Blight. And the main reason I'm not playing Blight is because I just don't want to be bothered playing essence per second on my gear, right? Because then I would have to change my complete gear again and like get essence per second. I mean, I could get corpse explosion gear probably.
I need more time.
9 blood orbs. And I think Blight also has this problem when you throw the blood wave too far off the map, that he doesn't really spawn all the blood orbs that he should be spawning, right? Because you're hoping for all the blood orbs here, but when you kind of like throw it off the map, then the blood orbs are also being spawned off the map. We have a shitty one with the positioning of the mob here right now, because the way how he's positioned is we might just not get the most out of it. So let's take him with us. Thank you very much. Now you can poop down the wave all the way, and then we can get the blood orbs, because you see like the blood orbs, they're spawning at certain intervals of the wave actually. And if the wave is hitting like outside, you would think that obviously the blood orbs are going to spawn inside, but they're not, right? Just going to vanish. Also, this boss is probably the most annoying shitter I've had in a while. He's gonna pull me in or not, because I'm not available to be pulled in. My blood orbs are just spawning back here. Okay, definitely not the opponent you want for this build. But honestly, like, due to the nature of how the build works, I'm actually not as mad as I could be with a damage over time build. You know, when you like stack all your corpses up in one place and then you're hoping for your oh my goodness. Then you're hoping for your corpse explosion to be helping you, you know, because you stacked up all the corpses in one spot, and then you kind of want to start corpse explosioning right there. But since our blood wave is our damage, we're not really corpse explosioning anywhere. Right, we're just blood waving, so it doesn't literally matter where the enemy is, because we can blood wave him wherever we want. Where's the boss? Oh, that took long. Right, well, we kind of blood wave him here in the middle, and then we blood wave him wherever we want again, and we keep blood waving him, and then we blood wave in the wrong direction. Actually, we didn't. I hate you, Den Mother. You're really making this more of a task than it had to be. But you're definitely gonna make me masterwork my amulet now, because I really want to be mean to you. By the way, this build in the overworld also extremely fun, because you're essentially just throwing waves of poop in front of you regularly. And chat had the question, no, not Black River, if any attack speed and crit chance. Not bad. Healing received, terrible. I'm not gonna destroy the Black River because chat would be mad. Or was I stuck now? I lost what I was saying. Damage seems low for an 80 pid. You mean for a build that's completely YOLO, gimmicky, and fun? Damage seems low for an 80 pid. For a build that's absolutely stupid and shouldn't work. Vladimir, thank you for the 45 months of support. Greetings, how are you doing? X-Felt is bad. Why? We have 20% lucky hit chance. 20%. With 20% lucky hit chance, X-Felt has a 10% chance to trigger. That's nothing. E-Rock, what do you get there? Yeah, I have a helmet with cooldown reduction. I appreciate it, E-Rock. These are fantastic items. I have essence per second items, E-Rock. Don't worry. I'm just too lazy to use them. Okay, we need more Ingolith caches. Hey chat, let's waste all these resources that I saved up for my main character to just keep making this stupid build work, okay? Oh, did you just 2 times masterwork attack speed? I hate you. For masterwork, anything else, right? Okay, so we're down to 26.9 seconds. Let's do a tier 90, okay? 12 plus in 13. I should be able to do a tier 90 in 13. Let's try. If I can do a tier 100 with this, then it's illegal. Just for a frame of reference, guys, a tier 90 I can do in 4 minutes with the golem build. Sometimes 3 if I get lucky on the map. Just like for like how fast it could be. Yeah, they're just getting eaten up. It's actually interesting to see. Now I just used a blood wave for one single dude. That didn't feel good. I think we need to do bigger pulls, right? Because we are the blood wave build. We have the blood wave, so I just need to get more dudes involved. Because the more dudes I have involved, the better it works. End of the day, I have like massive wave of poop that I can just yoink at people. So I just have to have them stand in massive waves of poop. I mean, considering that every blood wave, so if we assume that every blood wave does like 50 million damage, right? And then you're able to layer one blood wave on top of the next blood wave, on top of the next blood wave, on top of the next blood wave, on top of the next blood wave. That's quite generous. I just don't reliably get enough corpses versus bosses to make corpse explosion a thing to be played as a skill. So we essentially currently have 1 skill left. Chat was saying, what about Bone Prison? Because Bone Prison would reduce the cooldown of our skill, but the problem is that Bone Prison against the boss would again be just 1 cooldown reduction, right? So Bone Prison doesn't seem like to be the answer that we're looking for that would do anything for the build. Do you keep swapping your paragon? No, I swap my paragon on characters. Today we burned through 60 million gold. I do that all for the sake of experimentation, fun, for giving you different builds, for being a good content creator, essentially. A lot of people keep complaining on my YouTube that I do too many builds and they don't like it. But then again, if I update a build to make it better, they also complain. So I'm not sure what people actually want. Because, you know, we just made the 4.0 Ghoulomancer, so the improved Ghoulomancer, and people were like complaining that, well, we made an update that's better. But then if we try out new builds, they're also unhappy. So I guess we should just keep making videos about the same build, you know, over and over again, and never do anything else. No, just do 1 build at the start of the season and then do 20 videos about the same build. And never innovate, never optimize. Just the same, okay? Stick with it. If it works, it works. Bone Golem would produce corpses, yeah, but I don't think I can put the Golem in. Because, again, if I use the Bone Golem to produce corpses, then I don't have Corpse Explosion anymore. You know, I mean, right now, don't forget that the Skeletons are in because they provide us with cooldown reduction. Which reminds me, which Reapers are we playing? See, we're playing the cooldown reduction Reapers. We're not even playing the Corpse Reapers. So if we use the Bug Reapers, we're good. Yes, I know, Chad. I'm dirty. You know what? Vampires are probably the most horrible opponents for this because they keep just walking out of the poop. You're supposed to keep standing in the poop. If you walk out of the poop, you're doing illegal things. Listen. You're supposed to stand there and take it. Is there a world where decompose is useful? So there is some lucky hit decompose shebang where you actually spam decompose and things like that. But the reality is that in no necromancer build you ever want to use your basic skills. I mean, no matter what they do to the basic skills, you just don't want to use them. And the reason is that necromancer has just so many other skills that are mandatory to make every single other build work. I mean, you need Decrepify, you need then Corpse Explosion, you need your ultimate skill, you need the Corpse Tendrils anyways because you have nothing else actually going on. So you have so many other skills that the basic skill is always in the way. And then if you're playing minions, your minions are actually a skill. If you play Golem, your Golem is also a skill. So yeah, you're kind of suck. This kind of sucks. It really sucks, to be honest. I mean, as much fun it is that minions are finally working right now, the whole concept of minions is still, in my eyes, a little bit shitty. Because, like, truly, in order to play minions, you need to sacrifice 2 skills. I mean, sure, you're getting some minions, but that's like 2 complete skills gone. And you know what? The Golem is actually meant to be your class's passive skill. You know? Like, at level 25, everyone gets their passive. That passively boosts their character. Well, not us. We get an active called a Golem. That's taking a skill away. That's not passively boosting our character. Unless we sacrifice it. Sometimes it does feel bad. Oh, they're being really bullied for lads. Oh, you wanted out of that corner. How about no? How about you stay in your corner? Stupid snakes. Yeah, stay in your corner. Ha, get pooped on. I'm gonna poop on them until they're dead. I said it, I'm not taking it back. Well, boss in 7 minutes. If I'm not able to kill this boss in 7 minutes, we failed. Oh god, another horrible one. Jeez, what is this? Day of horrible bosses? For this build? There's definitely a bunch of bosses that I'd rather fight. It's not that dude. That being said, I mean, again, we're at least not your standard shadow damage over time build that would really suffer from this fight. I mean, we still do to a degree, but not as much as we could. Double poop wave. I got so good cooldown reduction, you just walked out of it. Meanie. And yes, the movement speed and blood mist is kind of mandatory to play in this build, right? Because you notice how often I just have to go around to pick up things, and that's like the thing, right? If I have that ability to just go around really quick to pick up the blood orbs, then having to pick up the blood orbs actually becomes not that tedious and kind of like a good part of the gameplay loop. Because like blood mist, blood orbs, blood mist, blood orbs, blood mist, blood orbs. I don't like that you're in the corner because you're going to fizzle some of my blood orbs. We talked about that just 2 seconds earlier, Chad. It'd be very kind if you would just come out of the shitting corner there. Thank you very much. I hate you. Oh, come on now. I was out of range. Well, I guess we're not doing this before the world boss.
I need more time.
Boss has a lot of HP. He actually has one of the fewest HPs of all the bosses, but it's a pit 90 boss. I mean, a pit 90 boss better be somewhat sturdy, or the whole endgame system kind of failed again, right?
I'm not ready.
I mean, you better be somewhat sturdy. I just pooped in the wrong direction, Chad. Give me my blood orbs.
I'm not ready.
Turn around, poop. Sideways poop. Sideways poop, other direction.
I need more time.
Oh, come on. Okay. We're leaving for the world boss, and then we're fighting a different boss, okay? Bad. Sideways pooping isn't easy. Yep. A brainless Necro player plays something else. No, Snacker. Also, it's funny that Necro is suddenly brainless after Barbarian has been ruling supreme for months. I'm sorry we're finally strong and people actually play Necro. I'm really sorry. I don't know who hurt your feelings, but it's Sunday, 1 p.m., and I hope you have better things to do.
I need time to do that.
You're a bot player, by the way. Well, then you're dumb as fuck. I don't know how to say that better, sir. Yeah. I don't mean to be offensive, but then I have no words. Good night, brother. Please never come back to this stream. Holy. Good. Sorry, Chad, for the slight interruption. Okay, we can still fine tune some paragon stuff. So keep in mind that the paragon board is ass right now, Chad. It's like literally horrible. We just threw this together just to see what will work. I mean, we kind of have like minion damage reduction going. We might not even need this, to be honest. I think I can cut this board out. What we could take into the board, and I think what we should take into the board, and you know what it is, guys? We need the Blood Baguettes board. Because with this cooldown reduction, what do you think, guys? Would this work? What do you think? Would this work? I wasn't sure if we have enough blood orbs always to make the 5 seconds worth it. But to be honest, well, I mean, we kind of always have the blood orbs, right? Yeah, we're kind of picking them up non-stop. This does work with damage over time because the damage increase. You know? It's more damage. Corpse generals making blood orbs instead of vulnerable. How am I gonna make vulnerable then? To be honest, Thorn Spot is way more OP. It is. Look at how many skeletal minions the dude got mobbed. The dude got mobbed, chat. By the way, can anyone tell me and give me a good reason, chat? Can anyone tell me and give me a good reason? Why? Respecking still costs 5 million. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Because Blizzard hates fun. I got 5 respec scrolls. Yeah, so I've already respec like, I don't know, 20 times this season. So maybe I'm not the target group stat. I mean, respecking at this point costs 10 million, which I just don't see why respecking should cost any money. For some reason, Blizzard won't put a loadout system in. I can tell you the reason. The problem is that Blizzard wants the perfect system. So what Blizzard is looking for right now to implement a loadout system that is a full armory, where equipment, skills, and everything gets changed. The problem is we don't need this. I just need to save paragon boards. I mean, if I could alone save paragon boards already, that would be brilliant, right? So I can just jump quickly between my 2 skills, but I can't. Okay, now let's see, chat. We're putting in the Scorch again. Okay, so damage over time. So we're going to start with Scourge, the biggest one. That's damage over time, and it just scales up incredible. I hate the way this looks. Always makes me unhappy. Okay, then we're gonna forego the cool leaderboard. Let's assume my minions will be sturdy enough without the cool leaderboard. But again, on the other hand, it gives us a 15% damage multiplier. I have a really hard time leaving the cool leaderboard behind just simply because it's that 15% damage multiplier. It's just too good. I just can't. I'm sorry. Every time I think about it, it's like, you know what? But what if I get that? You know, like you go in here, you just knock this out. Very simple. That's it. Is there a way where I could forego? I have to go for that one anyways. It looks so ugly. Usually just go for that. I was thinking like if I could anyways come from that. If I go in from that side, get 2 intelligence as well. If it's less points, if we go in from that side, nah. Do we go for the wither board? And yes, you want Wither, because Wither has this chance to trigger and do damage over time. Ryan? And you want to activate Darkness, because Darkness is too good. There's no reason to not activate it. I hate the whole board, it's so stupid. We get Flash Eater. Okay. And we get Amplify. We can forgo 1 intelligence. With 50 intelligence, we can leave these 2 behind. They're unnecessary. Yeah. Okay. Then we would go for the... We get Scent of Death and we get Blood Baguettes. Problem is with Blood Baguettes, I'm not getting in there and out there. So... You know what would be the perfect one? If I would put the Blood Baguettes board here, so we could go in the bottom and on the top into the board. Might be something to think about. Because right now you want willpower. You need... Willpower. Willpower. You need that willpower too. God, I hate you. You don't want this. Technically, this would be... I mean, this is Darkness Glyph, by the way, in case you wonder. You need a board for Desecrate, but I'm asking myself if this is really worth it to go for Desecrate here, because you get 25 willpower, and in order to get the rest of the willpower, you just have to jump so stupid through loops and hoops that it's not worth it. So let's assume willpower is not worth it in this board because it's just too goddamn fucking stupid to get. What other thing would you get? If it ain't willpower, what is it? It's Dex. And the problem is, still, in order to get there, we would either go through max life or more damage when picking up blood orbs. Actually, it would probably be better to go through the max life, but let's assume we would be going here on this side. Damage while healthy, picking up blood orbs, and then you would have to go like all the way here. It sucks. This is a major suck. Very unhappy. And we still, that's the wrong one. We need the exploit glyph, for example. And in order to get the last, oh godness, in order to get the last one, that would be so annoying. Oh, okay, so it's not a dexterity because dexterity stings. Can I go over this side here? Pick up max life, max life, max life. Blood orb healing. Pick up intelligence. We've made 3 Blood Necro builds today, and none is done yet. They're all in different stages of madness. None of these is making me particularly happy. I mean, at this point, I don't even want to. You know what I want to do at this point, chat? You know what I want to do at this point? How about no? How about taking this shitting board? The only thing I do is but that's overpowered damage orb. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You know what? I'm better off getting potion healing here. Okay, I hate life now. Officially, I just hate everything. I'm boundless hate for having to go this way. I feel like this is not even worth it, right? It's a 15% damage. I might be better off just activating a glyph with these points. You know? I might just be better off activating a glyph and say, screw this. How about we just activate a glyph? Huh? Just make one more work. would probably be better. We're crazy to not activate a glyph at this point. Okay, and then Send of Death. So, like, Send of Death, when it comes down to willpower, is also a bit stinky. But yet... somewhat better. Not, like, get caught too much. The 600% desecration bonus, which is actually insane. That would be Exploit. And 1, 2, 3... I knew that would cause problems down the line. I need 2 more points from somewhere. 2 more points. Screw these points. Thank you very much. Okay, this is slightly better, but still not 100% happy about this. Just like slightly better. Let's see where that goes now. We were doing the tier 90. Okay, I have 50,000 life with a potion, which just makes me damn happy. That's for sure. Okay, tier 90 again, chat. Different boss this time, okay? Blood Lance any good this season? Okay, for the people that just joined, we have done a Blood Lance build. We have done a Blood Surge build. Both of these builds were able to do tier 61s. The Surge was better than the Lance because it was just more powerful. The Lance is fun, but it's not good. And now we are essentially using the Blood Wave in a Shadow build, which is the closest Blood build comes to being good. Okay. Currently using Blood Wave in a Shadow build, and it's the closest that you essentially have Blood to being good. Which is very sad to say, and I'm sorry about it, but it is what it is. It's not like we haven't tried all day to muck around with that. Okay, now everything is resummoned. Thank you very much. Maximum damage ensured, because the mages are more damaged when they're all summoned, right? And the build is called the Poopmancer because what it does is it takes waves of poop and then he spreads them on the ground on your enemies. So you poop in one direction, then you pull everything together, then you jump through this, then you poop in the other direction, then you blood mist through and pick up all your blood orbs, then you turn around and poop in the other direction, then you blood mist through, pick up everything, then poop in the other direction. And then you blood mist through, and yes, you guessed right, you poop in the other direction again, until they literally suffocate on all the streams of poop, because it kind of stacks up to 10 million damage and beyond. And you're playing poop ping pong with your opponents. Probably the most satisfying build to play that you'll ever have played. And now we're going through all of these and backwards in the other direction. And then you're looking at them and like the damage over time stacks up to like 10 million and beyond, which is kind of like funny. So many Blood Waves? Yes. The build is essentially made to use Blood Wave as a core skill. So we're literally using Blood Wave as a core skill in this build, as you can see. And it's working due to enhanced circumstances, because what did they do? So they buffed the cooldown reduction of the aspect, because the aspect used to cap out at 2 seconds. Now it's 2.5 seconds. I don't even have 2.5 seconds yet. So I don't even have the best version of the aspect yet. And pair this together with a bonus higher cooldown reduction we are now able to get on items. Well, and we suddenly have the opportunity to truly just get poop waves every time. Oh, you know what? I probably have to kill these guys. It's funny when you really see your blood waves do just so much damage. Oh, and yes, we're playing a two-handed weapon with desecrated ground damage on it. Because why not? Which aspect? The ring. Blood orbs reduce cooldowns now. Blood orb, not now, but Blood Orbs reduce the ultimate cooldowns, and you can do cooldown tempering so that you're getting your cooldown, your Blood Orbs, your cooldown faster. And I'm currently at 26 seconds, and I'm not even maxed out. I'm actually missing out on ultimate cooldown reduction. So this is, again, this is not even the final form. Yeah, this is not even the final form. To the question, does this work against bosses? Yes, it does. Does the golem work better? Yes, it does. But that's probably beyond the question, right? Because this is just silly. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah! It was so clutch. Just like the fact that I almost died there. But I love that they all died as well. So I guess sweet revenge on an almost death. Why not one-handed for an extra affix? Oh, that's actually pretty simple because the aspect of Ultimate Shadows gives the shadow damage to the poop wave. Now, if you put the aspect of Ultimate Shadows on a two-handed weapons, what happens? Oh yeah, it's twice as efficient. So it's literally, instead of 120,000 base damage, the Blood Wave is getting at 240,000 base damage, which is just so much that it's incredible and very good. We have tried out a one-handed weapon and the cooldown reduction was there and it was kind of fun. But the conclusion was that with all the multipliers we have multiplying up, with everything happening, that the two-handed weapon just works so much better, especially since our cooldown reduction is severely low. Oh, really? Really? We get another outlaw sharpshooter. I just left. I ate my food. I did some things. We redid the paragon board to come back and get another outlaw sharpshooter. Great. Great. That's fantastic. I like it. I'm super. This is fine. I'm not mad. This is exactly what I expected to happen. Why would anything else happen, right? Say like how many poop waves are essentially coming out. There's a poop wave, and then there's a poop wave, and there's a poop wave, and you're literally stacking them up on top of him. And he's just drowning, Chad. See, all these blood orbs, by the way, that are bonus right now, these blood orbs are not picked up yet, and I can just go back for a second pathing to then, when I need the blood orbs, pick them up. And again, 2.5 second cooldown reduction per blood orb. Or actually 2.2 seconds cooldown reduction per blood orb, because I don't have all of them yet. Oh, please don't stand next to the wall. See, like, my blood orbs spawn outside of the area. That's what I was trying to tell you about, like, the blood orb thingy. So I need to now put my poop waves in a way where they damage him, but without essentially going outside of the area. Because else I'm just going to spawn them, well, outside. I did spawn even more outside. So we're trying to poop past him, not at him. Oh, I totally stepped on that. Stepped on a snake. I can at least do this, I think. Should work out. Yeah, so we're gonna just poop upwards now. And then collect everything. And then walk below. And then poop upwards again. Seems like a reasonable thing to do. Yeah. Oh, come on. After 2 poop waves, you're already out? Sir, uncool. You just keep standing inside the piles of poop we put on you. That's also why he's like a horrible opponent, right? For any kind of shadow damage over time build. Oh, oh no, close to the... Always watch your Hearthstone stream. Love that content and see you're still going strong. Time in. Not planning to stop anytime soon. Actually catching a second wind here with Season 4. Considering that Season 4 is also the season that has the most Diablo players ever, right? And with a battle pass and everything. That's that. I would like to have a Scourge of the Land instead. That would be great. Give me this. And let's walk up here. Go through. Could you, like, literally stop putting yourself next to the wall? Because this is horrible. Oh, did you just go away? When did you go away? Sir, illegally uncool. You notice shadow damage over time pains, Chad. Okay, come out of your corner and go into the next corner. Okay, at least you're there. That should work.
I need more time.
All right, at least we're gonna get him stunned now. And we can now poop him in the back and in the chest. So this is the omnidirectional poop. Finally. But you should really stop running out of this, sir. You would be enjoying it so much more if you just stayed in it. No, just saying. Be mighty kind. Oh, come on now. I just started the wave. I'm gonna walk through every single trap here at this point. Just to disarm them. I mean, what's the worst thing that happens? Ah, screw you. Can I blood mist while I'm in a trap? Honestly, I've never actually walked intentionally into the traps because usually I don't bother. But right now he annoys me, so I walk through his traps. Already level 90 pit. Well, we cleared a level 80 with this build. We went really fast through a level 70. So 70 and 80s are relatively easy with the build. Now for the tier 90, it definitely shows that you need the right opponent. Simple as it is. You know? So the tier 80 was like a cakewalk. That was really funny because we just blasted through. For this one, I kind of feel like we might need to masterwork our actual gear furthermore to get even more shadow damage over time because we don't have that much shadow damage over time, right? Oh, we have so much resistance. I can actually cut resistance from the thingy. Intriguing. So yeah, but like you kind of feel like you should masterwork further. So 80 is safe. I kind of want to clear a 90, but I wouldn't even farm 90s with this. Right? It's kind of like the point, what would you farm with your build? Right? What would you farm with your build? And with my golden build, tier 90s. Even though you can do tier 113s, right? But you would farm tier 90s. With this build, probably 80s. I mean, the 80 just felt so smooth. Without a single hassle. Beautiful. Summon all the lads because you need your skeletons alive to actually give you the 15% bonus damage. FYI, chat, in case you didn't know this. Yes, if you play the skeletal shadow mages for bonus damage, you do actually need to summon them. And they need to be alive. Hello from the other side. Get pooped against the wall. Boop, boop, boop. There's the difference, by the way, from 80 to 90. You notice how much easier things are actually dying, right? Paper opponents, what we call them. Even my corpse explosion is enough to kill them. And we're not even focusing on corpse explosion. Which I think might be a mistake. It probably lose a lot more damage. Will temerity make me a lot safer? No. My temerity adds a little safety net. The only way how you get much safer with Necro is by playing Bone Storm. But Bone Storm inevitably makes you also a lot weaker in certain builds. So realistically, you can be safer with certain elements, but I mean, it's Necro. Necro has never been safe. We have a good level of cooldown reduction, but since they decided to damage reduction, but since they decided to take like a lot of damage reduction out of the game, it's a little bit of a iffy one on the Necro side of life, especially since we're lacking any kind of defensive skill. I know people are confused when I say this because they're new to Necromancer, but the only thing you have is Blood Mist, and Blood Mist is not a defensive skill. Blood Mist does not provide barrier, damage reduction, or anything. Blood Mist literally just makes you untargetable if you're smart enough to use it before getting hit by something. It cannot essentially prevent you from dying to damage. It can only prevent you from getting hit by damage. But there's always an error margin. That's why it's better to have like a barrier kind of skill, right? That can give you barrier. Would the build be better with no minions? No. No minions wouldn't really add much to the build. I mean, we can try a run without minions and see how the cooldown reduction is if you like. But I feel like the minions are adding a nice level of cooldown reduction that I enjoy to have right now. And they're giving us some good bonus damage. But we can try it out without minions essentially just to see how smooth that runs or not. And if there's actually enough cooldown reduction. Because again, the Reapers do provide a level of cooldown reduction that is nice. And if you play the bugged Reapers, they not only make cooldown reduction, they also do make corpses. Which you probably shouldn't get used to, but yeah, some people really use it in and out. We're doing a Nope Boon build. The new Bone build still works. I mean, weaker in comparison. I mean, that's like, builds are not weaker. They're just weaker in comparison, right? We quickly go over the current aspects. As we are done with the dungeon, we can do that. And then we can walk you through what we have actually done here and how this works together and why this works, even though it has no right to be going this smooth, this level of smooth. God, I love it. Would Mendon get good lucky hit procs with Darkness Blood Wave? Mendon is not lucky hit anymore. Mendon is only every 6 hit. So you do not need to stack lucky hit to make Mendel work, but it's still not worth it. Also, the lucky hit chance of Blood Wave is abysmal. Blood Wave has a 20% lucky hit chance, and since it's damage over time, it's like the lucky hit chance divided by 6, because that's how lucky hit chance on damage over time works. And I'm not even sure if it's also, if the lucky hit chance is being divided into 3 waves, or if each wave has their own lucky hit chance at this point, right? Who knows how that is actually being calculated? Can't really tell. See, that was here now like way faster to go through, and now for the boss fight. I'll drown Sea Hack, perfect. See, this is what we're talking about. And we need to get rid of the corpse explosion. I feel like, see, there's no corpses here right now, so completely useless skill, actually. When you're fighting a static opponent that doesn't continuously go away, it's just magnitudes of better for the build, which is kind of shitty because I hate builds where you gotta get the right boss to like work well. I mean, for the Golem build, for example, it doesn't matter what boss is coming, right? You're just always doing well. I super survived that. I was actually thinking that would kill me. That's what you're doing, right? You're just having your poop wave pummel the lady. I think it's a lady. Not entirely sure at this point. We don't judge. You can be whatever you would like. Oh shit! Almost ended bad. You can be whatever you want to be, lady. Need to itch my eye. But I fear if I itch my eye that I die.
I need more time.
Standard gamer struggles.
I'm not ready yet.
God. So here in this fight, for example, the minions are definitely providing a nice level of cooldown reduction on top. But maybe Blight would also be working better. The problem is, if I don't play the minions, I don't know what else I would play. That's the thing. Like, what if I don't play the minions? What else? I mean, I could play the golem to add like another 30% damage reduction. I mean, the golem wouldn't just do much for me because we're not scaling his damage in any way. Not sure how much you would want to invest in that. Especially because we don't really have any paragon points to invest in there, right? Oh god, Jesus, I just stood there. Unlucky. Because before masterworking an item, should I have at least 2 max stats or doesn't it matter? One. Most of my items on most of my builds, it doesn't matter how successful they are, like I masterwork 1 greater affix items because 1 greater affix items are the minimum, I would say, that you want to have. 2 greater affix items would be great, but getting 2 greater affix items that are actually good for your build is rather rare. I mean, getting a 1 greater affix item, they're like sand on the beach, right? You get them like crazy. But getting 2 greater affix items or even 3 greater affix items, I mean, I have a couple of 3 greater affix items, but none is like even remotely useful for my build. Intentionally useless shit. I guess we're gonna give the build a try with Blight and cooldown reduction. That's what I'm currently Blight and essence per second on gear. I'd assume that would probably make the build better to avoid like these hiccups when I'm like trying to essentially get the things restored, that we could like just blast our essence empty every now and then, because right now I'm just essentially like running around, right, trying to get the last amounts of blood orbs to get like a little bit more cooldown reduction. But if instead of like running after the last blood orbs, you could just go for go for things. Yeah, no, the minions are providing like a good level of cooldown reduction. Those 3 seconds that just got shaved off the blood wave, that was the lads, Chan. I know it doesn't seem like they're doing a lot, but they're helping. We just need to remember to really flip them over to be the useful kind of reapers that does cooldown reduction and minions, despite it being a bug. Cooldown reduction and corpses. But it might be a bug, but it would be a perfect bug for this build. What can I say? Sorry, chat. It would be the perfect bug for this build.
I need more time.
I'm coming, lady. Did you just poop Mancer in the complete wrong direction? I genuinely hope you didn't. One aspect we could probably get rid of is the aspect that we're currently using for the Blood Mist, because we have the Blood Mist aspect that gives me the movement speed here. But to be fair, I could probably get rid of that one. Just not sure if that would add to the build so much to essentially get even more damage from like different things. So I could think about that. Like some not conceded. An intercom maybe for standing still. Not entirely sure. But there's definitely a there's definitely a thingy. Best early game AoE skill for Necro? Oh, it's Blood Surge. So right now, you could drop the blood aspect for Long Shadow. Your shadow damage over time effects have a 30% chance to generate 3 essence. Damage from your shadow like key passive will always generate 2 essence. Before I take Long Shadow, I should rather take here. Aspect of Potent Blood. Blood Orbs ground 25 essence. I mean, I just walk over them and I get essence. You know? Might as well be better. That's like the thing, right? Is it really necessary? Even Piercer rams shadow damage a lot. For Eben Piercer, you have to use Blight. If I use Eben Piercer, I don't have the cooldown reduction. I need the cooldown reduction to have my the blood wave work. So Eben Pierce is definitely not an option. But best area skill, Bourbon Thunder. Thank you for the 75 centuries of support, by the way. Bourbon Thunder, good to see you there. Welcome everyone. So the best blood surge, the best build for blood for leveling is Blood Surge. But the funny part is not even Overpower, right? So here, that's the Blood Surge build, and it's brilliant because we're essentially using the Fortified Blood Surge. This one, because the Fortified Blood Surge just gives me 30% bonus damage. It's actually really cute, and then we just level Wolf's Honor to get more Stygian Stones. Right, this is, by the way, my second Necro. Why do we have two Necros? Why not? Why don't you have two Necros? Also, yes, my second Necro, for some reason, he got a Ring of Medellin already. You know, why would you not have the Ring of Medellin early? So this is like, for leveling, blood is still amazing. Like, it's so much fun. I literally was playing the Soul Spires where you have to stand under and like you take continuous damage and so on. And I could just stand under them and not move a single inch because, well, that's how it worked, you know? Actually, really, really nice. That was kind of cool. What could I say? And it's really efficient for leveling. And we're fortifying, and then we're... And the Blood Maiden is still a hassle to kill, right? Obviously, no matter which build you always play. Always be hassle to kill. That's a really fun like minion level bonanza. Especially with the Ring of Medellin, your minions are just doing very mini things. Ow, 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 ow. See, ta-da! Minions, Chad. Whee! It's kind of nice. But yeah, that's like when you want to play the Blood Surge. You need to make Blood Surge Necro viable any game. It is. Blood Surge Necro can clear tier 61 dungeons. Is the melee minion damage to Shadow good for Shadow damage main build? No. It's good if you need to stack the Shadow Blight key passive, but it's not good for Shadow damage main build. It really doesn't do what you're looking for. So let's actually check out.
Give it a go. All finished, are you?
Of this aspect of the damp now. The aspect of the damp essentially increases our damage by 50% multiplicative, chat. Let's go for tier 90 now. Okay, now let's do tier 80 first. So we are doing 50% more damage multiplicative now. Okay, everything we have dealt, the 10 million damage over time, and we get a 50% on top. Okay. They need to be cursed though. Oh, I still didn't swap my skeletons, huh? I keep forgetting that part where I keep telling you that I want to swap my skeletons, and then oh, actually I don't need to kill these lads. I hope they follow me up. Like, hey chat, I need to swap those skeletons. And you're like, yeah, pony, we're gonna remind you, and then like you never remind me. See, like they're taking even more damage. They're dead after 1 blood wave now. That's cute. Before it took like 2 blood waves to annihilate a bunch of elites.
I need more time.
Also 1 blood wave thingy.
I need more time.
Look, chat, how much more damage 50% can be. It's 50%. But multiply with all the other shit, it's like way more. This is great. Yeah, that's like he just got 5 million ticks. It just looks so funny when they get such like high damage ticks, right? $9 million. They don't even have the life force to appreciate how much damage they're taking. Chat, their life force is not strong enough to withstand the carnage. Guess what, poop? No, this corridor is mine. You think you can shoot lightning down this corridor? Guess what? I'm shooting poop down the corridor. 14 million. Woo! So we went from a 10 million max to a 14 million. I like that. Just tick it down, chat. Tick it down. Aspect of the Damned could be worth to put on the two-hander. No, because my base damage is actually really high at this point. Where Aspect of the Damned could be worth it is literally on the amulet. I mean, our damage is essentially only the poop wave, and the two-hander is scaling the poop wave damage up by 100%. With Aspect of the Damned on the amulet, I would increase my all damage by 100%. So I don't know what would end up being more then, right? Would it end up being more if the base damage is 100% or if I increase by 100%? Now, considering that we technically do damage with Corpse Explosion too, maybe, yeah. But on the other hand, we don't really do Corpse Explosion. At this point, it's only decoration. I don't actually have to look for you because I know you're all going to die to this already. Ultimate chest on amulet would push it higher. Yeah, but we still also have the blighted aspect running, which essentially is always active too. I mean, in a boss fight, like the blighted aspect is like never not active, right? Well, we can try out swapping things around. Don't get me wrong. Like we can, I think we should be able to go to the target dummy to test this, right? I mean, there's not that much damage happening that it's not visible to us. We just have to poop wave at the lads, and then yeah, we should be able to test this on the dummy, which combination is actually the more deadly one. Shouldn't be all too hard to actually figure out. We're good at math, chat, right? Oh, I did it just for you poor lads. Sorry. Didn't mean to bully you, but you were just in my way. There is more of you, and I got all of you. Boom, 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 and boom. I want to poop in the other direction too, but no one actually survives. I mean, you definitely feel the damage increase on this one because we're literally just taking less poop waves to kill everything. Now we just have to see if we want to put essence per second on gear to essentially use. I mean, we can put an essence per second chest. We can do essence per second boots, right? So these are two options that we have. Or we just do use the corpse explosion. But again, for the corpse explosion, not enough corpses. But oh god, we are not having enough opponents. My greatest nightmare when you're at the end of the floor and there weren't enough elites to get it stacked up. Julian, good to see you there. Good to see you there. Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's, ladies and gentlemen, the perfect opponent. Finally. He's going to suffer incremental pain. Undying destruction. You know what? I should probably corpse trundle less so the Reapers would actually reduce the cooldown of my blood wave more than the cooldown of my other skills. Because that's the thing, right? The Reapers can only reduce what's actually there. So if I just have this, I think it's like more reduced. This is why I also don't think like Blight is like the answer, because if I use Blight, I'm essentially just busy using Blight instead of like getting my cooldown reduction going. Because right now, correct, I'm jumping around to get my cooldown reduction roll in. Correct. Whereas if I do use Blight, then I have to stand still to cast Blight instead of getting my cooldown reduction rolling. I guess with a little bit of attack speed, that could probably be fixed, because if I get attack speed, then I can just cast the Blight faster. Definitely faster. Oh, shit. Ah. Okay, faster, Chan. Done. Which weapon for Overpower Blood Surge build? Doombringer or Grandfather or else? Neither Doombringer nor Grandfather. It's else. How is it possible that I have less willpower and less dex when I exactly copy your Golem version 4.0 build? Very simple. Have you done the Altars of Lilith? So there are these Altars of Lilith on the map, and these Altars of Lilith give you permanent stat boosts. So now you can tell me, sir, have or have you not done the Altars of Lilith? Because they are giving you like forever permanent stat boost. Forever. All Lilith. Then I have no damn clue, Mike. How that could be.
I need more time.
Maybe you did put a point different. Assumption. Not sure. Should you use Grandfather if you have it? You can use Grandfather during boss fighting. So if you want to kill tormented bosses, if you want to kill Uber bosses, if you want to kill tier 100 bosses. Yes, yes, and yes. But in the pit? No. It's just not worth it. That being said, there is a Bone Spirit build we have been playing that can in theory use the Grandfather. But that's a big in theory, right? If you're using Shaker for the 4.0 build, you don't. I don't recommend Ubers at all for builds where Ubers make the builds worse. Right? I don't like, you know, it will make things worse. Great, now do a build without the Shadow Blight 240% damage aspect. Everyone is abusing that. Sir, that's not an abuse. It's like literally this is how Shadow works. It's our one strong aspect. You know, the 240% damage aspect, that it's the one strong aspect that Necro has for damage scaling. And it needs to meet very certain conditions to work. If you're calling that an abuse, I literally don't know how to talk to you anymore. Because, like, it makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. If you're 6 to 5, I would follow the Golem Guide. The Golem Guide is probably the best for level 65. You know what I would like to have? 2 Stygian Stones to actually test a Tormented Boss with this, because I'm not sure how a Tormented Boss would go down. I mean, obviously, Varshan or so, like, normal Uber bosses, they just get pooped on. Right? You remember about swapping Amplify spot with another glyph for more golem damage. Control. You can technically play Control, but that's a technically because it's not necessarily doing more damage. It's only doing more damage while you're pushing. It's not doing more damage during a boss fight. During a boss fight, it's actually doing less damage. Right? Look, he died to the poop wave, John. Okay, so we wanted to try a run out without minions. No, wait, before we try a run without minions, let's try a run with minions, but the Reapers for corpses. That's going to be interesting. Okay, now we take the Corpse Reapers. So we got the Corpse Reapers now that essentially make me corpses on the ground, right? That I can corpse explosion into the corpses. Right? Besides Alto's list, there are no more sources for all stats. Harlequin Crest is your source for all stats. Okay, at tier 90, chat. Are you ready to rumble? Ladies and gentlemen, tier 90. Okay, for the tier 90, I'm going to temper my weapon one more time. Come on. I'm wasting my resources that I was using for tomorrow to play the golem build because I'm stupid. Very stupid. Ah, ha, ha. Shadow damage over time. Chad, we hit it. We hit it. Not very nice. Like that. I got 2 times resource generation tempered on it. That's kind of stupid. Okay, we got the cooldown reduction down to 26.6. Is Tides of Blood being used? This is a Blood Wave build. Not using Tides of Blood. I know it scales it up though. So that's actually an interesting thing. You're right. We should actually do this. Let's go out again. Because there's a very stupid thing about minions, Chad. And that is... what happens is that... Let me read this. So... Ultimate Shadow says... Bone Storm, and Blood Wave are also darkness skills. Deal shadow damage and gain additional effects. What happens is, and now come closer, that Blood Wave creates desecrated grounds, dealing shadow damage over time, right? But it is also a shadow skill. It's still a blood skill, though. That means if you're actually playing the Coalescence Blood, technically, it deals more damage. Yes. Why? Don't ask. So we could literally take these points here out. Technically, be able to take these points out. And add them here to have them do more damage, right? I mean, we're not overpowering, but actually Quillis's blood should technically increase the damage by 18% furthermore. I need to test that once in a while, and we also wanted to go to the target dummy to actually see how high this can go. So let's try tier 90, guys, and then let's see how high the damage scales, okay? We're going to drink the potion to be at 50,000 life. You think being able to put aspects on uniques would make them viable? No, being able to temper uniques would make them great. At least one temper, not two tempers. If a unique could take one temper, that'd be fantastic. Okay, let's go through. Oh, we don't have our... Okay, now we have everything summoned. Dude, they're just getting pooped on. Dude, they're 16 million. I saw 16 million, Chad. So something seems to have hired the damage again. I guess some of the problems for the Reapers is that the enemies are actually moving, so they can't be this 13 million. So they can't really be targeted. I mean, we're definitely faster through this than before, and we were already relatively quick through this, but like we just put on another level of speed. Yeah, these elites, they're just withering away. It's a joke because there's a skill in the paragon book called wither. You might not understand because you're just not that funny, chat. Yeah. Maybe because you're lacking certain humorous skills. Couldn't be me. Should you do Harlequin or Grandfather? If I would make one of the two, Harlequin Crest is more useful because there are certain builds in Necro where you need resource generation. For example, the Bone Spirit build is really good with Harlequin Crest, and I think like right now next to this build, the Bone Spirit build is the most fun I've had in Season 4 so far. I mean, I'm not saying the Golem build is boring or anything. I'm just like, there's builds that are way more intricate and fun to play. So I definitely did have more fun with two other builds that are not Golem. So yeah, make out of that what you want. But the Harlequin Crest is definitely preferred. Also, for other classes, the Harlequin Crest is just better. So if you want to level up another character and then just swap the Harlequin Crest over to that character, that's definitely where it's kicking in way better. So high recommendation on the Harlequin Crest. Definitely a good choice. I like boring. That means low effort. True. But the Golem build is actually not low effort. Like a lot of people mistake minions as like AFK, not hands-on builds. But the amount of APM you actually need to have for the Golem build to do the right amount of damage, because you literally need to spam the Golem ability and you need to do everything in your power to activate the Golem ability. And you end up actually having a way more active build than some of the less active builds out there. And you're going to be busy playing that, right? And you can't just go AFK and enjoy your time. There's like a Corpse Explosion, Shadow Mage build, more AFK. Because you could play the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls in theory. Okay, now it seems reasonable. It stands that we could actually, come with me now. That we could actually get this tier 90 cleared with the most stupid build in existence, aka the full Poop Mansa, the Bloodwave main skiller. Holy Christ. He's just, you see those 8 million ticks, how are there just 8 million ticks of happiness, Chad? Last season, this would have been absolutely incredible madness numbers. This season, they're like, oh, nice. Don't worry, we'll test like the different aspect combinations after this, and then we'll see how we do the most damage. Come on, give me a good boss. Oh, that's nice. Love Bishop, like he kind of moves a little bit in one field of existence, so that's actually okay. Okay, we're making way more corpses now, guys. With these Reapers, we're actually making corpses like beyond belief. So I could finally spam corpses too. Right? So we're actually having like corpses go on him. Did he just in a circle hit past me? He did, right? Poor lad is just being chunked down there against the wall. We got him, chat. We got him under control. He can't leave. He's locked in. And again, you can stack blood waves in case you missed that part of the stream. Blood wave is not like Bone Storm, where you can't put multiple on top of each other. You can, and it's even encouraged. Because the more the merrier. I like how he's literally stuck to that wall and he can't leave, and we're making tons of corpses and he's like being absolutely overwhelmed. Hey minions, don't you dare running out of that. You're supposed to keep him like locked in back there. One of my minions died, so without like their damage or anything happening, we're still gonna try out a round without the minions, but I like the amount of corpses they're making now, because I essentially, like, you can see that I'm spamming corpses under him, right? So we're consistently having the corpse explosion happening on top of everything. I mean, there's always corpses being consumed, and the fun part is if we have all the corpses consumed, we just do 15% more damage, so that's that. This is the most laid-back fight I've had so far, probably. I'm not gonna get pulled into your shit. Ain't happening, lady. I got enough drama at home. I don't need to saws me in there. Jeez, that almost had me. And back and forth and oh shit, ow, ow, ow. Oh, that might be bad now. Bad. Well, that might be bad too. What am I doing, chat? Pony just like sucking, huh? I get scared. Oh Jesus. You really wanted me, huh? There was a little bit too many things happening at the same time. Almost ended unlucky. I don't want to die to your wind summon, so how about no? I'm still unsure if technically Blight would be better. Because if we also put Blight like on him, right? We put like Blight on the dude, then he would consistently take 20% bonus damage. So I'm not sure if that would actually lead to more damage net total. Right? You consistently put that on him. I mean, it's not like we're not getting it done. So like, I mean, this is a tier 90 without masterwork gear, with like the weirdest build in existence, and here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, tier 90. Who'd have guessed? That's it. Ty, we actually fixed that. Is there a guide for this build? Nope. But I can walk you through what we're doing. There's no build, but I can walk you through to what we're doing. Because why wouldn't I? Right? Now do a tier 100. Before we do a tier 100, or try a tier 100 if you would like to see this, I'd say we should try to check out, like, first that I can actually make 2 better. We should check the damage combinations, because there is 2 damage combinations where we think it could be better. And that's what we're going to talk with you about now, to get your opinion on what you think could work better. Because your opinion matters. You're beautiful, no matter what they say. Okay? Let's buy a lot of rings because we can. I'm still trying to get that cooldown ring improved, Chad. Okay? Like, I'm getting robbed because I'm just trying. Okay, so we're going, and you tell me what you think. Keep in mind, the paragon board here is not perfect, so we need to probably rework the paragon board multiple times. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to talk about it. So one skill is Blood Wave is now Desecrated Ground for 250,000 damage. And the other one would be you deal 50% increased shadow damage, followed up by Blood Orbs reduce ultimate cooldown with 180% bonus damage for stacking up the key passive 10 times. Then Corpse Explosion, Blood Mist Explosion with Skeletal Warriors +2. We got the Blood Wave firing twice, followed up by you and your minions get less damage, and with a Harlequin Crest. The Harlequin Crest in this case actually not needed. But it's also not bad to have because it's damage reduction here and damage reduction here. So I get double damage reduction, which is kind of nice. Now, what we're thinking about is where to actually swap the curse, because the curse is an always 50x damage. So if the curse would now be on the weapon, that's 100% bonus damage, correct? Whereas then if the desecrated ground would be on the amulet, this would be 50% stronger. This would be 100% stronger. And then you would put the Shadowblight key passive off. You would get less damage super boosted, but you could get good damage. Now let's see how much damage we're actually dealing, correct? So if we're just shooting the Blood Wave out, you see 2 million, 7 million, 3, 7, 7 million, 8 million. So that's already good, but we're not done yet. Could explode some corpses, get the 5 times. So that is 12 million, 12 million. 5, 5, 5, 11, 11, 11. So quite some, right? Now we're doing this, and we're actually standing in the desecrated ground. Now we need to make vulnerable too, because there's another bonus damage if we make vulnerable, right? And you would end up getting like goddamn high score damage. That was always the question, when would it be higher, right? When would it be higher if we're now going to be pushing the thing the other way around? So now if we swap the shadow build on here. So what we do is Aspect of the Damned, because now it's 100% damage increase. Done. If cursed. Then we would put the Shadowblight key passive, which needs to stack up, but it's kind of always stacked up. Doesn't count though. On here. And then lastly, the ultimate shadows on the Shoker. Go back to the training rounds. And we're doing the same again. We're putting everything out. We go through the blood orbs to get more damage. And we're doing kind of the same damage. I have seen a 15 million, a 14 million, 16 million. It's hard to say if you're doing the same damage or not, right? Does it seem higher? I don't know. Let's assume yes. Let's assume yes, it's higher. Okay, that combination might be bigger. Which now the funny part is we kind of need to pick up good rings. Do I have some good rings to boost this? Let's see. Over time. Do I have damage over time rings? So this is a damage over time ring with lucky hit chance, and I don't need that. It doesn't have a socket. No, that's the reason we're not using them. Yeah, I need damage over time rings. This has a socket, so we can use that. I need damage over time rings with sockets, or I can't use them because I have no more socket thingy, John. I have no more socket power happening. So let's teleport out. Ring of Starless Skies. Sadly, no aspect slot open for that. What we could do right now is we could take this ring to the enchanter, and we're going to be putting on passive. So you're getting blighted. Then we're going to go over to... Why do I have so much armor? I mean, I could literally now only... What I could do is I could yoink out the skull, right? We could put in another diamond. Or all my diamonds. Hello? Here. When he's blind, not finding his diamonds. And we could temper the item. So that's the interesting part. So tempering, we would for ultimate cooldown reduction. Ultimate cooldown reduction. And the other temper would be shadow damage over time. Thank you very much. Wait, did I just take the ring out and put it in the different ring to just then not use the ring? Huh? Am I weird? Yeah, I'm weird. That's for sure. To just take the ring out and then swap the ring, but I swapped to the wrong ring and then it didn't make sense. I don't know what I just did there. I'm confused about what I literally did there. Then we masterwork this. Okay, ultimate cooldown reduction. Let's go! Shot! Working on this, getting it lower. Need to. Okay, that's now down to 26.5. Okay, now let's do a tier 100. Are you ready, Chad? The stupid build. Hello, so lucky with tempering. Honestly, don't ask. My other stuff is shit. Also, like, again, we went through 80 million money today. How are you making your money? Like, I'm literally slaving away. And people were like, Pony, you look tired. Well, I am tired. Thank you. I'm trying my best to create fun, interesting content. Mazarek, we sadly haven't achieved the top 100 because Diablo has thrown a wrench into that. You know, we have put that on ice to essentially play more of the Diablo. What I would like to know is if they can actually become unstoppable due to the blood mist, due to the blood wave. Because usually, if you push enemies around too much, they become unstoppable and they don't get pushed around anymore. But technically, the pushing around from the blood wave is no stun or anything, right? It's just a slow. So shouldn't the slow be eternal? By the way, one wave is enough to wipe out like a bunch of normal shitters. That's actually kind of nice. The damage is just like I'm a chef's kiss, chat. Honestly. This is such a fun, thought out build. This is what I like enjoy about Diablo, right? Making builds that just work because of smart building, and not just because you take the strongest thing, aka the golem available right now, and then just jam it in and then it's good, right? Like I really like to make these kind of builds work where you get a struggle to like get the mechanics to the point where you're like, sure, I got all the cooldown reduction and now it kind of makes sense, right? Okay, we're definitely gonna get through. So we're definitely gonna get to the boss in the tier 100. The question rather is, how is the boss fight going to be, right? Is it going to be like a grueling boss fight? Is it going to be a safe boss fight? How's that going to pan out? You know what? I'm going to collect all these orbs, and I'm going to yoink another poop wave in there. Collect the other orbs to get even more cooldown reduction. Dude, I want the 2.5 second cooldown reduction right now. Chat, if any one of you finds a 2.5 second cooldown reduction, I'm taking it, okay? I'm gonna yoink it out of your stash. You might have missed this, ladies and gentlemen. I have very good news for you. I am now officially a Diablo partner. Yes, yesterday, the official influencer manager jumped into my DMs and he was like, we do like your stuff. Would you like to be a Diablo partner? That means I cannot say bad things about Diablo anymore. I'm under NDA now. No, obviously I can, but still. Nothing changes apart from me getting more insight. So that's the cool thing. I'm like I get some sneaky inside information. I mean, I am under NDA, so if I spoiler things accidentally, I'm busted. I have issues then, like, I'm gonna be having you ask for your Prime sub so we can cover the lawyer cost. But it's kind of cool, right? I mean, it's more about the recognition, right? Because we have been making Diablo 4 content now since Diablo 4 exists. I think we're one of the Necro creators out there, together with some of the few others that like really frequently make a lot of good content to help people. And it's like, it's not about the insight. It's like, it's nice to be recognized by the company, because I remember this from Hearthstone times, and this is no jibe towards Blizzard, but during Hearthstone times, EU creators didn't exist, so because all the people are from Blizzard are in NA, and they're never awake when EU creators are live, it was literally like you're an NA creator or you don't exist for Blizzard, more or less. It was a bit weird. So it's kind of nice that for Diablo that's actually different, so makes me happy. But yeah, so Flicker Step would be good. We have enough cooldown reduction to not need Flicker Step, and Flicker Step would force you to actually Flicker Step through the opponent. Also, we don't really have the aspect slots open to use Flicker Step. So it's not like that Flicker Step wouldn't be good. It's more like we don't have the opportunity to use it. That being said, you could be right, because what does Flicker Step do, guys? Flicker Step does ultimate skill damage plus 100. So what we could test is how much more damage is it? So that's a good point. It's a good point that we should test how much more damage is it. Because that plus 100% with all the damage we're dealing could be ending up nicely multiplied. So we could drop the skeletons for it, for Flicker Step, because that's what would happen. If we use Flicker Step, we have to drop the skeletons, and then we have to say goodbye to the cooldown reduction. But we would get the Flicker Step cooldown reduction, so maybe that could work. I mean, we can give it a try. We can give it a try. I'm full on for that. I mean, the way how we're playing, it would literally work. I'm just not sure, because the minions are providing a level of damage reduction that no other thing does, right? The minions are standing in the way. The minions are making the enemy just stand still and not move, right? Because the enemies are right now not orientating on me. They're orientating on the minions, right? They're just hitting them, while I am essentially going around doing my shebang. And that is something that you shouldn't underestimate, like how much of a damage reduction that essentially is. Right? Oh, I really did want to kill this one guy. What about the aspect where the mages empower you? It's the skeletal priest, not the mages. And sure, it would be good, but it's a minimal empowerment for like 21%. That being said, that 21% is, I mean, it's not bad, but we literally don't have the aspect slot for it. Right? Mainly do not have the aspect slot for it. And poop from the left, poop from the right. I mean, this is really the most damage. Poop from the right, again. Dude, he has no chance. He's getting poop drowned. Poop mans are looking fun. It's just the gameplay loop is just brilliant. Like, you pick up the orbs, then you poop on them, then you dash through them, and you put, like, don't forget, we're using the aspect. Oh, wait, we could drop the aspect of corpse explosion technically, chat. So we're currently using the aspect of corpse explosion. That is our only way. That's not our only way to drop corpse explosion because we have corpse explosion. Maybe we could drop that. But so the thing about the aspect of corpse explosion is that it actually gives you cooldown reduction of your blood mist. And that can be quite nice because obviously you want the blood mist up as often as possible, right? And if you eat the 5 corpses, it's not bad. Should not be underestimated how useful it actually is. Okay, tier 100 boss. How much damage are we going to deal to this? You know what I like? Bonus movement speed when I'm in a poop. Chan. I'd like to get bonus movement speed when I'm in poop. Okay, right now we're getting so much cooldown reduction that I'm like going on the other side of the lady to pick up the blood orbs, and then I'm already back and I'm essentially like dashing into my own poop wave to like make the next poop wave already. Like right while the poop wave is still running. The next one already. Kind of intense. The fun part is we don't actually need to use that many potions because we're technically running through a lot of blood orbs, which provides us also with a lot of potions, inevitably, right? Almost ran through that. Okay. It seems like our damage is not there yet, you know? Probably need to actually improve the gear a bit more. Masterwork some more. Interesting enough, if we actually upgrade if you masterwork the clicker steps, we would also get more, right? By the way, that's also a thing. Like, the minions are obviously very nice at blocking boss echoes. This is something to not be underestimated. Like the amount of boss echoes that are just being blocked by minions for the minions existing. Not all of them, but in certain boss fights, I'm literally like, don't even bother blocking anything myself, because I just know my minions do that for me. Like when you have fire allies or something like that, like your minions are really providing a level of convenience that's, yeah, or that wind lady, right? Who could just wipe you from the face of the earth. Hey, we have 4 minutes, Chad. Dude, like, did anyone look at the time, how long we took to get her to this point? We get a chance? We don't have a chance? Where he's standing right now. Now we don't have a chance now. Ooh. This build is pretty much Infinity Mist with minions out. This is not Infinity Mist in any way, Kryptonian. And it just has that. Marzi, I like that you test many different builds. I mean, Marzi, I would get bored otherwise. We will play different classes pretty much, but I would simply get bored if I wasn't playing that many different builds, right? It would just be sad. What do we back out? Because we're not going to get it done in time, so why waste our time? Tier 100 seems to be an issue. So Flicker Stab. We said Flicker Stab. Okay, let's go for Flicker. I mean, currently my boots are giving me Skeletal Warrior, maximum life, movement speed with Blood Mist. That's something I would be missing out. I have Flicker Step on 4 seconds with ultimate skill damage and movement speed. And damage reduction from close, which is actually not bad. That's 4-second ultimate damage. That's 4-second damage reduction, movement speed. Let's take those Flicker Stabs. Master work them up a little bit. You know, wasting more materials. Why did I farm materials again? Can someone explain? I literally farmed materials all day yesterday. So tomorrow we'll be good. Damage reduction from close. Okay. Now let's go back to the Cubit Shot and see how much increase that is. Are we using the Desecration Glyph? Yeah, what? So we could drop the Corpse Explosion from the Blood Mist. Or Occult. Got 44k damage and 47k health. Don't look at the damage. The attack power doesn't really matter at all in any singular way. With 47k health, you're at least going to be somewhat safe against Lilith, but you just need to play good. Like, that's the problem with Lilith. Like, you actually need to play good to beat her. So, where's beat? Multiple. Yeah, that minus movement speed is a bummer, though. I'm not sure if I can get used to that, guys. Okay. I don't see like any bigger numbers now, like much bigger numbers. More or less the same. It doesn't seem like that the ultimate damage did actually do much there. I mean, it's plus 60%. But hey, if we play this now let's give this a try. If we play this, let's drop the warriors, let's drop the mages, right? Let's drop all of this. Let's do the let's do the I don't have the points. I don't have the points. Okay. Yeah, I forget. We have a skill left over, huh? For drop minions, we kind of have like a skill left over that we don't need. It's the only downside of dropping minions, essentially. Okay, now we're getting... See, the cooldown is right now like we had to wait for our cooldown. For the actual boost that this should have provided for sacrificing the minions, I don't feel like that much more. I need this one back because I just want my movement speed. 1,200 golem damage is good. I'm currently at 4,500 golem damage. Keep in mind, though, that golem damage is weirdly getting multiplied upwards, okay? How much armor you need? 9.5k. Okay, let's test this. Some Poison Onion. Thank you for the 2nd month of support. Poison Onion, howdy doodly dandy Andy. Good greetings, sir. We could go for Corpse still. Not Aspect of the Embalmer, the Explosive Mist. Okay, and what could we go for on the boots then? I mean, we got damage reduction, blood wave, we got the blood mist triggers, we got blood warps reduction. Shared miseries, useless, void wouldn't help us. The main exploiter's aspect would technically be 40% increased damage, and we make enemies unstoppable. Random mobility aspect. But what for? You know? What for? I feel like I want a utility aspect, but there's nothing good. I mean, lucky hit damage an enemy has up to a 20% chance to daze them for 2 seconds. And then when they're dazed, we kind of do 20% more damage. Let's see, chat. Let's see if these changes work. If I'm bomber, I don't consume corpses very much. Right? So 3,000% golem damage is not overkill. 4,500 and beyond. When tempering gears, is it better to roll flat damage or a specific damage type? Blood damage to have, then flat damage. Depends on what you're playing, truly. Like, there's no yes or no for that. Like, no definite yes or no. Right? Meta Blaster, thank you very much for your subscription and support. Meta Blaster, welcome to the Knights of the Round Stable. For example, I'm tempering shadow damage over time right now. Because shadow damage over time scales everything. I could temper desecrated ground damage, but desecrated ground damage would literally only temper desecrated ground. So that would actually be bad. But rather temper everything. Yeah, we're exactly the problem I thought that would happen. So if you drop the minions, you notice how the dudes are essentially like every single stray hit I'm taking is going like on me and not on the minions, right? So the minions are literally like, just to see like these dudes after I come out of the blood mist, they're just focused on me, right? I can't just in peace go through the blood thingies to just get the blood thingies. So I mean, we could obviously play the Bone Prison because it's kind of like funny to do that, but it really comes down to the point that like I come out of the blood mist, I'm the main focus, right? Everyone hates me. Like as soon as I come out of this, all eyes on me. Where when we're playing the minions, then I'm coming out of this and it's all eyes on the minions. So I might be able to get more damage like that, but honestly, is it worth it? Because right now, from before just very careless zooming, we're now at having to dance around things, right? Having to make sure, and our cooldown reduction is less. Like almost like we're catching like every stray bullet. In this case now. Now the minions were like damage soakers essentially. And they weren't bad at it. They were actually pretty damn good at it. See, like I died there, and usually the minions would have eaten that. So I think it's definitely safe to say the minions made it better. Yeah. You have 66k AP, but you do more damage than me. That's because AP means nothing. Absolutely nothing. Attack power is a random wibbity wobbity that says wibbity wobbity. And I wish I had a better way to explain this to you, but that's literally what it is. There's some bingo bongo going on, some clibbity clabbity, some zip zap dibbity doo, but there's nothing that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Put 2 more points. More damage. Like that. How do you get all this cooldown reduction? Ah ha ha ha. You really want to know my dirty little secret? That will cost you a like or a Prime subscription. But I could also just answer that. So what we're doing is we're using blood orbs for cooldown reduction. Okay? Blood orbs for cooldown reduction. Because the blood wave always makes 9 blood orbs. Oh, we forget to put in minions. Flee! Flee, pony. No, we need to escape. Child.
I'm not ready.
You're forcing me to kill you before I can escape. I don't want to do this. You brought this up in yourself, okay? I was about to depart the vicinity. So whenever we collect a blood orb, that's cooldown reduction. Whenever we do a lucky hit, that's cooldown reduction. Whenever we have our minions actually do an attack, that is cooldown reduction too. Okay, lady, listen. I am here and I'm just trying to get out to get my minions back. Thank you. Any Bone Spear build link? Yes, we have under the Ring of Mandelen video a whole Bone Spear build video too. But we will probably make another whole video explaining the whole interactions that Bone Spear has to offer, because I still see people having a lot of confusions going on at what and how to play. What's more important, critical damage or damage? Critical damage. Bam. Let's restore these lads. Putting all the skeletons back on the map. Done. Going through everyone, pulling them with me. First curse. See, like now with the minions again, like the amount of damage mitigation that's just happening because the minions exist is insane. Right? Oh, they all just get absolutely destroyed. See, like now I didn't have to use a single potion because my minions are essentially they're just buffering the damage. And I think that's what they're good for. They're walking and talking potions. And the fun part is you would think that my minions die at some point, right? But the reality is that every blood orb you pick up heals your minions. Yeah. Because blood orbs heal your minions. Ergo, the whole build is perfectly made to play minions. Because you're just keeping them alive. Right? I mean, you're literally the build to be like, oh no, sorry, my lads, they shouldn't die. Uncool. Rude even to consider the death of my lads. Now you're all gonna die. At least you two. The third one I don't even bother about. By the way, yes, I love these maps that are going down one corridor, Chad. For this build, like Godsend, right? You're trying to essentially kill things. Well, how about we just yoink a blood wave down a very long corridor where everyone is essentially standing in and completely overwhelm you with the power of my poop. Because that's what we are. We're the almighty Poopmancer. We learned the art of turning our farts into desecrated ground. And it's literally called desecrated ground. Let's give these orbs. He's trailing along. Could you please die, sir? For cooldown, use Decrepify. Decrepify is part of the cooldown, but the main cooldown is picking up blood orbs. And again, every blood orb is 2.5 seconds cooldown reduction. 9 blood orbs are being made, so you do 9 times 2.5, and you get to the maximum cooldown reduction that the orbs themselves can do. And the rest of the cooldown reduction is essentially being done over my skeletal minions, and then Decrepify, and the Corpse Explosion, and Blood Mist. Actually, everything does do the cooldown reduction, so it all kind of adds up. The fun part is you're going to be anyways, you know, traveling in one direction. So why not just get your cooldown reduced? I mean, we're anyways down to a 26-second cooldown. So it's not like we do have a long cooldown left, right? Our cooldown is actually really low at this point. And the best part is they buffed the aspect, chat. I don't know why they did this. They hired certain aspect values, but by the aspect of blood orb cooldown reduction, they were like, oh, you know what? We should do this from 2 seconds to 2.5 seconds. I mean, no one has essentially been playing this aspect. Let's be fair. No one has been playing this aspect. There's like no build which is actually using this. There was no reason to give this a buff because it was not like this is like, you know, anyone actually needs it. It's technically the most useless thing in the world. Sure, there are some blood builds that where you could play around with it, but blood is completely terrible right now. I'm sorry. Like the only way how to make blood good is by turning it into shadow. I wish it wasn't that way, chat. We tried to make actual blood builds work today. We tried to make overpower again. The conclusion is overpowered is in fact not overpowered. Now, I'm not sure if I'm actually going to cover this in a whole YouTube video because I'm not sure if that's even good for you. Because if I tell you now in a whole YouTube video that there are 2 overpower builds and each of them can do a tier 61 dungeon, but that's it, what's that's going to be useful for you, right? You'll be like, wow, thank you. That didn't help us at all. I love the blood aspect for faster army. You can do blood orbs for faster army. It is a bit clunky, but it does work depending on how you play the build. So it's not the craziest of all time thoughts. I've seen builds work with that. I've tried some stuff around myself, but usually your normal cooldown reduction that you apply in the build is already more than enough to get you down to the down. Okay, get them. Get this. Pull everyone together. These 2. Yeah, this is everyone. Come on, everyone together. Up, da, da. I may just keep dying. I don't like this. You're cute, but please leave me alone. I mean, I appreciate your interest in me as a person, but nope. Can I make Spirit Bomb at a single golem build work? You mean you want to play golem plus Bone Spirit? I don't see why you would mix that because I made a Bone Spirit build, and in that Bone Spirit build, you do not have time to play the golem because you're essentially busy Bone Spiriting all the time. So I just feel like sure you could do that, but it wouldn't lead like to a better build. It leads like to a weird hybrid that does hybrid things that you don't need to do. Like literally no need for these hybrid things. Necro's getting cooked. It's like, can, yes, but why would you? The problem is also paragon boards. So like when you play golem, you always need to play a certain amount of paragon boards to really make the golem's damage pop, right? And like often the problem with getting many specs mixed up with each other is that you end up being very subpar on them because you just don't have the paragon points to really make them all work at maximum efficiency. So you end up essentially just choosing to play a bunch of things that you could play, you know, like if you would focus at maximum efficiency, you tend to play them at like very minimal efficiency, and that ends up in actual sadness. I don't know how to say that else. So you want things like to go crazy, but then you're having like things like not go crazy. Oh, come on. I was totally out of that. Well, thank you. Thank you for the videos on the tube, and they help my army, and I push much higher. Let's go. I'm using a Necro pit, but I'm not able to go above 63. I know there's something wrong because my damage does not compare to yours, and my HP is barely 23k. I mean, like you need just better gear. I mean, Paragon board, yes, and you just need better gear. I mean, end of the day, I, for example, have greater master where my weapon has a greater affix life on it, and a greater affix life on the weapon has the weapon go up to 3,800 life. So you probably do not have a greater affix life weapon, right? There's often like simple answers for these things. If you're not doing oh Jesus. I'm really not paying attention right now. Have you heard of the uber unique size called Black River? Yes. There's no really good build for it this season. I mean, there is builds that work with it this season, but again, every kind of like shadow damage over time build that uses Black River kind of struggles in boss fights. I mean, generally every shadow damage over time build struggles to a degree in boss fights, to a degree. Simply because they are damage over time builds that natively work better against masses of opponent than against single opponents. So, yeah. I mean, the bane of every shadow damage over time build existence. Again, my solution at this point would be giving shadow damage over time skills a 50% damage boost if you're only targeting one target. That would probably be great. And again, maybe this is like just what it is, and Necro is just meant to be a supportive character as shadow damage over time, because that's the thing. I mean, you could be a supporter, right? You could be playing together with your friends. Instead of dominating yourself, you're essentially just going to clear the dungeon for them, and then they're going to be killing the boss for you. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm sleeping right now. Will Infinimus work with a Blood Wave instead of Bone Storm? No. The thing about Infinimus is if you're really going full Infinimus and everything, you don't have the cooldown reduction. So again, what are we doing here right now? We are using like really the blood orbs and everything to get our cooldown as low as possible to kind of go for this. If you're going for Bone Storm, you can essentially prolong the Bone Storm and some other shenanigans that you don't need that much cooldown reduction. Also, we're actually using minions to really push my cooldown as low as possible, so we're able to like really abuse Blood Wave. Then in Infinity Mist, when you're kind of coming out of the Infinity Mist, you do want to have the... Where is it? You do want to have the barrier from the Shielding Storm, because if you're then not having the barrier happening from the Shielding Storm, you come out of your Infinity Mist, you're instantly going to take damage. Sure, you can go into the Infinity Mist, but it's kind of like a little bit, you know, you want to have the barrier. Is Tyrael's Might any good with this build? No, I wouldn't say so. Tyrael's Might is usually good with a Corpse Explosion spam build, because Tyrael's Might works better with a spammable skill, where you can really go like bop, 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 right? It's kind of like how it works. What's the name of the channel German? Because I'm German. So, surprise. How's this blood? Well, we're using a blood skill that's also a darkness skill. Now, we did try blood surge, okay? So I can show you the video proof. We did try blood surge. I'm opening up the video proof, chat. Where is it? That was the... Oh, that's all our... That's shadow builds. That's the blood wave build. Where's the video proof? Ah, here. We did try Blood Lance, and Blood Lance was really cool. You had the Blood Lance essentially go away, and you used the Blood Wave too. But as cool as it was nice for clearing tier 100 dungeons, but it wasn't really nice for the pit. Then we also did the Blood Surge build, and the Blood Surge build actually did do a tier 61 pit very nice. We did a solo Blood Surge build, and we did a team Blood Surge build. So the team Blood Surge build has the minions going on, and we were like exploding everything around our minions, and it got to the point where we have 0 cooldown. Here, look at my essence. Look at my essence. But despite having so much essence, and despite blasting out the damage, you notice how few damage we're dealing. So sure, like we have this, right? You have the you have no more essence issues, so you can finally just blast away with your surge. And you could probably increase the surge size too, so you don't actually have to stand that close to your enemies. But end of the day, yeah, Surge has this problem where you have to be relatively close to, yeah. And then you're still not doing damage, right? So, that being said, I'd say we're going to end it here today, chat. Thank you for coming and watching. This was the build with the Blood Mist, with the Shadow Poop Wave and everything. There will probably be a guide coming tomorrow on this build because it's quite fun and it's good for speed farming and also for killing bosses. Surprisingly good for killing bosses. Should also be able to take out a Tormented. Sadly, I can't test that because I don't have the materials. That being said, I'll be back tomorrow for more. Same time, same place, different builds, different fun. Not sure if we're going to keep playing this build or we're going to go deeper into something else. Maybe we're going to start leveling another character too. We might be going back to the Golem or some other shenanigans. We'll see. If you want to know how this build was built and you're impatient until tomorrow, I'm going to put the VOD live in around an hour. So you're going to have the VOD live when the quality is upped. And until then, I wish you a great good night, evening, day, and we'll hope to see you all tomorrow again.